Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to Liverpool Cricket Club, to Egworth. We're back. It's been a while since we've been here for some cricket. Marcus Harris is alongside me. What's the news from the middle?
We lost the toss and we're batting. So,
no kidding.
I haven't played here, so I don't really know what to expect. But yeah, one day cricket is probably going to be an okay wicket.
Yeah, fair enough. So 3 games left. You're still mathematically with a chance, but your margins are pretty slim here, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Sort of the competition comes at you pretty quickly, but sort of felt like we've been in every game and probably could have won nearly every game. So that's been pleasing with a young team. And yeah, like I said, we've got 3 games left. Hopefully get off on the right foot today and see where that leads us. But yeah, another good opportunity for some people to put their name up there.
I'm sure challenging with a young team, but also is it quite exciting? have young players. And
yeah, it is challenging. I think when you got young guys playing, like they get over stuff pretty quickly. So like, and the games roll on pretty quickly. So there's no point in hanging on what's happened in previous games. So it's been good to see some young guys, perform really well at different stages throughout the competition, and also for some young guys to get an opportunity has been brilliant.
You've been in games, haven't you? These away matches you've had your moments.
Yeah, we probably should have now. Yeah, Sussex we batted really well and then looked like the game was over. Then fought back really well and then maybe had an umpiring decision not go our way that maybe could have won us the game. So that was pleasing to sort of show that fight in that game. And then yeah, every game we've probably been in a situation where we could have won.
Yeah, and in terms of your team changes, you got Tom Aspinwall back today.
Yeah, Aspie's in for young Luke Hand. So just the one change.
Cheers, Marcus. Go well.
No worries, thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the news from the middle then. Cheers, Marcus.
Thank
all the
you,
best.
thank you.
Marcus Harris there, the Lancashire captain. So Lancashire losing the toss. They're batting first here. Conditions are good. It's nice and dry. A little bit cloudy, but forecast is nice and warm. We're underway on time at 11 o'clock.
The wait is over. The season is here with an all-new Lancs TV experience. Watch every six, every wicket, every lightning-fast delivery. Stream, live, all in one place. With expert commentary, exclusive behind-the-scenes access, and no paywalls. This is the Red Rose. This is Lancs TV. This is cricket.
Warm welcome from Egberth. We're back at Liverpool Cricket Club for the Metrobank One Day Cup fixture between Lancashire and Durham. After Lancashire's little road trip, I said little, there's nothing little about it. They were racking up the miles from York to Sussex to Kent with a bit of Somerset before that as well. So it's actually Lancashire's first home game, really, because, of course, the match against Northamptonshire, which was scheduled for Sedexo School to get the competition underway, was abandoned without a ball being bowled. So it was a complete washout. So this effectively is Lancashire's first home game. They've had away trips to York and to Somerset and to Sussex and to Kent. They've found one win so far, Lancashire, from the opening 5 games, with that no result against Northamptonshire at Sedexo School. And today they're taking a Durham side who have picked up 2 wins from their first 5 games. Time is ticking for both these two teams in terms of qualification. It is still mathematically possible, but I mean, the margin for error now is pretty zero. Lancashire are going to have to win all 3 games, and even that might not be enough for them to try and sneak into the top 3, but they could finish with 18 points. And their remaining 3 games are all against sides who are above them in the group table as well. So Durham directly above them, 2 points clear of them coming into this fixture today. And then Warwickshire here on Friday, who are currently 4th, and then Middlesex on Tuesday at Emirates Old Trafford for the final game of the group campaign. The top 3 qualify for the knockout stages. The top 2 teams at the minute are Yorkshire and Middlesex with 16 points, Somerset are 3rd with 12, Warwickshire 4th with 12, and Sussex Sharks 6th with 12 points. Then Durham and Lancashire making 6th and 7th spot in the group table. So they could finish on 18 points, Lancashire, which could be enough. It would probably be unlikely, but it's still mathematically possible. If Lancashire can find 3 wins from their final 3 games, they could just yet sneak into those top 3 positions. Fundamentally, I guess before anything else, having lost and then Canterbury, and before that against York, just getting back to a sense of winning will be kind of first priority for the Lancashire captain Marcus Harris. The news from the middle is that Durham won the toss and put Lancashire into bat. They welcome back Tom Aspinwall into their team. Comes in for Luke Hands. Aspinwall, who's been released to play for Lancashire, having not featured so far for the Manchester Originals. George Bell and Michael Jones are 2 batters heading out to the middle for Lancashire. We'll hear from Sachi Pai and from Callum Flynn a little later on. Myself, Scott Reed and Paul Allett alongside you this morning. Good morning, Paul. You well?
And well, Scott, what an introduction that was. Well done.
It
was incredibly comprehensive.
Was it accurate? That's the main.
I hope so.
Yeah, well, me too.
Yeah. No, it's good to be back at Liverpool, isn't it? I mean, I do enjoy the outgrounds, and Liverpool has a special place in Lancashire's heart, certainly of late, where we were based in 2011 when we won the county championship. It's a decent crowd as well. I noticed on social media people asking for tickets because they said it was a sellout. Well, and they're queuing for miles to get in as well. So that's good. And as you were saying, Lancashire would like to win as the first ball comes down and is edged, thick edged down to third man. It's run straight away for Jones. Opening the batting with George Bell. So, just been upstairs, talked to Chalky White. He said the pitch looks green, but he thinks it'll just come on. Doesn't think it'll do too much. So it might be useful for batting first on, he thought. So it was one of those good tosses to lose, probably.
It does look a little green, doesn't it? From I was out there for the toss with Marcus Harris. There wasn't an enormous difference between the pitch and the
and the rest of the square.
The rest of the square.
Well, you can see there's a slight difference from sitting here in our elevated position. 3 feet 4 off the deck. No, it's a light green compared to a dark green and a parched brown of the outfield.
Runs here for Bell. 4 of them. Potentially. No, just holds up out towards the long on boundary. Quite a bobbly outfield.
Well, it's bumpy dry, isn't it? Parched like most of the country. It's a good shot by George Bell. That punch down the ground. Through straight mid-on. I mean, when you put into bat, you're expecting the ball to do something and the bowlers to try and benefit from the conditions.
Bell's had a reasonably okay kind of one-day cup campaign. Best score of 66 for Lancashire. Jones has had 1 century so far through the course of this group campaign. Plenty of experience in their top order, Lancashire. Harris and Jones and Bell, and Bohannan. But maybe there's a little bit of inexperience in their bowling. But I guess on the flip side of that, that's one of the advantages of the competition, is that it does allow Lancashire to get some of their younger players involved in first team action.
Well, I think you're quite right, and that's one of the beauties either as a viewer or a spectator or somebody who's just interested in the game in general. I think this is I think it's a really good competition because it does introduce the younger end into first-class cricket.
4 off the final ball of the opening over. A lovely shot by Bell, carved away through the offside towards the point boundary.
Well, a little bit short and wide, but it came onto the bat nicely, didn't it? And George Bell didn't try and overhit that at all. He was nicely balanced and played quite a delicate cut shot to it. Wasn't hit with enormous power, but sped off the middle of the bat. Beautifully timed. That's a good confident start from George Bell. 7 off the first over. It's good start. But yeah, I mean, I one of the features is watching younger players like Arav Shetty and Joe Moores, Harry Singh, Tom Aspinwall making his way, Charlie Barnard, a little bit more experience, those two obviously, but they're in the team. And you blend those with the likes of Jones and Harris and Bohannan, as you were mentioning, and George Balderson, and you've got a really good makeup of the team. And it's similar in all the teams that are playing in this competition, I think. We've got a young Colleen opening the bowling now.
Yeah, I think it makes the competition quite an interesting one because potentially it brings counties who might struggle for silverware in other formats into the conversation about winning it. And I think we've seen that in recent seasons with Gloucestershire, for example, and Glamorgan, and Kent have got to a couple of finals and things like that.
Pick a spot and work it in through the gap. Beautiful bit of timing from George Bell. Just a little punch through mid-wicket.
Yeah, Mitchell Colleen is a Durham lad, 20. Played 3 first-class games, but another player benefiting from first-team chances in the One-Day Cup. This is his 11th List A game. Durham's team today is a makeup of, like lots of sides, some experienced players and then a little mixture of some younger players as well. You look at their batting lineup: Lees, Gay, Rhodes, Ackerman, Robinson and Bothwick. A pretty strong looking top order for Durham. It's a good stop at backward point by Scott Borthwick. Probably denies Bell the chance of 4 and get through for a single instead. 13 without loss in the second over. Group leaders Yorkshire, with Middlesex in second place, Somerset in third. And the Group A leaders are Gloucestershire, 5 wins from 5 for the Gloucestershire boys, top of the group. Hampshire second, Worcestershire in third place. Leaders go straight through to the semi-final if you win the group. If you finish top of the group, straight into the semi-finals, and then there's a playoff between teams finishing second and third in each group. Second in one group takes on third in the other, and vice versa. Punch away by Jones into the offside. Can't get it past the infield. Colleen's first over's gone for 6. And 2 overs in, Lancashire 13 without loss.
2 overs in, and it already looks like a decent pitch, doesn't it? Fast outfield. Couple of boundaries so far. Ball coming onto the bat. And maybe not the movement there that Durham expected when they inserted Lancashire at the toss. Alex Lees, the captain, deciding he would bowl first.
A single for Bell, just tucked away through the leg side. Towards mid-wicket. Bell moves on to 2. Ben Rain there fielding for Durham, who is the senior member of their bowling attack. Albeit he has played a couple of test matches for South Africa.
Ollie Robinson, captain. Sorry about that, not Alex Lees. Captain keeper, Ollie Robinson.
Second slip Moves out to cover. Jones goes over the top of mid-off, down towards the boundary, all the way for 6.
Well, that's the way. 5 balls sighter and then launch one over long off for 6, which sort of backs up our initial impression that the pitch is reasonably true. I mean, if it was seaming around all over the place, he wouldn't be playing that. Jones down the track, giving himself a little bit of room, coming outside leg stump.
Pulled out towards the leg side this time. 6 down the ground and 4 through mid-wicket. Back-to-back boundaries for Michael Jones. He moves to 12.
Impressive attacking shots from Jones. If you're going to get miffed as a bowler being hit back over your head for 6, and you want to bowl a bouncer, you've got to make sure it's higher and better than that one. That was just a half tracker that stood up and said hit me, and it got exactly what it deserved. Pulled away through mid-wicket.
Worked for runs again through the leg side. Jones will come back for 2. Decent touch, Michael Jones. Century in the Roses fixture at York a couple of weeks ago against Yorkshire.
All spectators, please not to move around the side screen at either end while the ball is in play. Restrict movements to the end of the over.
Then 82 against Sussex in Hove the week after. Final ball of the 3rd over. Oh, it's a lovely on drive to complete it. 6-4 and a 4 in 3 of the final 4 deliveries of that 3rd over. Jones on to 18. And Lancashire 30 without loss.
From just 3 overs as well. I mean, this is just when your opening bowlers will be looking at the captain saying, what have you done? You've put the opposition in, and they're rattling along at 10 and over. Beautiful stroke from Jones to finish the over, just a check drive, punched down the ground for 4. People piling in, aren't they?
Yeah,
piling in.
Oh.
Walking around the ground trying to find a seat. Most of them are walking around the ground in front of us.
Yeah, the club did put out a message a day or so ago to say that the game was sold out. Both this game, I think, on Friday already sold out. Beats backward point. That's 4 more. Bell this time. Lovely looking cut shot out towards the boundary. Bell moves to 16, 34 beats without loss. Point. Continues a pretty rapid start here for Lancashire.
Yeah, it's an extended power play in the 50 over game, of course. Those of you that might be used to T20 or the 100, it's 10 overs. Only 2 fielders outside the 30-metre circle in that time. Oh.
Wides, and it's gone for 4. 5 more to Lancashire's score. Durham can't find a way of stemming the run flows here.
No. Well, the only slightly positive thing about that from Durham's point of view is that it nipped back and went down the leg side, but ball not in the right area in the first place.
Oh, edge down to 3rd man for 4 more for Bell.
Well, that's what happens when you've been subjected to a few poor deliveries, or you've bowled a few poor deliveries at the start of the innings. Your slips have very quickly been dispensed with. That would have been a comfortable catch to probably first slip round about knee height. But slips dispensed with in the 2nd over of the match.
Bell 20 from 11. Jones 18 from 9. Lancashire 43 without loss in the 4th. Tucked away to mid-wicket for a single.
I was just talking about the fielding restrictions in the power play. I mean, there's so many gaps around now. You can only have 2 fielders out. One's at deep square, and the other is down at third, and that's it. So there are gaps to push the ball into on the leg side, and if you beat the infield, it's going to run away for 4 on this lightning fast outfield. Always used to be a flat track here, Scott, you know. I remember John Abrams putting Middlesex into bat here in a 43-day game as it was then. And the only thing it ever did, really, was turn a bit. And we couldn't work out why he'd put them in, because they had Embury and Edmonds in their side. Which meant that they, if everything went to plan, they'd be bowling last, of course. Got a bit of a strop on when I was tossing the new ball, and it started a bit like this, and then spanned to all parts of the ground. I think after 3 overs I tossed the ball back at John and said, you won the toss, you put him in, you have a bowl. Oh, that's 4. 6.
Might be 6. It is. Slapped away over mid-wicket by Jones. It brings up the 50 for Lancashire as well. 4 overs gone. 50 without loss.
Well, this is extraordinary batting, really. I mean, the pitch isn't exactly flat. It's coming on. It's got a bit of bounce in it. The shots that have been played have been of the highest quality so far. In 4 overs, we've been treated to some really fine stroke making. Straight drives for 4 and 6. A couple of whips through the leg side for 4. Hugely encouraging start by Jones and Bell.
50 partnership for the opening wicket. Only 4 overs in.
He's doing it right now. He's doing it right now. That guy's pacing.
Oh, it's been a couple of years, hasn't it, since Lancashire last played here? I've been to Eggborough for a season or 2 now. 2 one-day games scheduled. Again here on Friday, as I mentioned. It's already sold out. But after a little bit of a breakaway, Lancashire returning to Merseyside. It's a nice ball that beats Bell.
Always been a good venue, this. It's a big ground with plenty of room, decent boundaries, plenty of room to get people in to watch. Good pavilion, good viewing facilities for the players especially. Another ground as well down the far end towards the Mersey. There's another ground, some tennis courts on the far side of the ground as well. I looked at it quite interesting, in an interesting way really, to try and make a sort of more permanent venue of this.
Slapped away to the right of mid-on. Runs keep coming here for Lancashire and for Bell. He gets 4 more.
It's a good shot from George Bell. He's pulled that in front of square between mid-wicket and mid-on. Very short. Bell picked it up very quickly indeed. Rolled the wrists over it all along the deck. Better ball. Just nipping back inside edge onto pad, so No appeal, no chance of an LBW.
So you kind of looked at the possibility of something more permanent then, in this area.
Yeah,
right.
Well, it was at the time when we were looking to establish an academy, training ground, whatever, which we've now got at Farrington, of course. But the initial thoughts and forays were into trying to find an established club that was big enough to accommodate us. And Liverpool fitted the bill in all those terms. But of course it's a private members club with 5 different sections. They've got tennis and bowls and squash and cricket and rugby, and it wouldn't work. It just wouldn't work, or proved not to work.
And there's pretty healthy competition, isn't there, for staging games like this?
Well, yeah.
All around the northwest, really.
Yeah, Blackpool, Southport, Liverpool, the 3
bowling at the pavilion end, coming on number 44.
regular outgrounds. Of course, love to stage matches like this. You're going to get probably a couple of thousand people in here, which is great. Makes a good atmosphere.
Bowling change. Ben Rain into the attack. Clean 2 overs for 26 is replaced by Durham's most senior bowler as they try and drag this opening to this one-day cup back. 55 without loss as we start the 6th over.
Well, let's just see what a bit of experience does in the bowling front here. A little bit of width that invited a cut from Bell, but whistle through to Robinson behind the stumps. And Bell slightly annoyed with himself that he missed the opportunity.
You mentioned Farrington there, Paul. What's the kind of latest with that?
Oh well, it's coming on. 2 grounds, one of which is it's deemed the main ground, one the community oval. The main ground was seeded. The squares down on the community oval. That's being seeded next week. The outfield. The pavilion is a triangular pavilion in between the 2 grounds. That's nearing completion. We've got outdoor net facilities and an indoor net facility which will be constructed over the winter. And we were up there about 3 weeks ago with myself, Mark Chilton, Matt Merchant, our head groundsman, hoping we might get a game on the main ground about this time next year. It'd be a game of, it'd be junior cricket probably. Maybe women's, girls, schoolboys, whatever age group, but we might get a game on that main ground in the back end of the 26th season. So that's really good news. There's an event, big event up there today. Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sports visiting.
Kept a bit low.
Did keep low, didn't it? I'll just put the brakes on here as Ben Rain. 4 dot balls and a single so far off the over.
Dot ball to finish. Good work by Ben Rain, just the 1 run coming off it. 6 gone, 55 without loss, Lancashire.
Not got much else in the way of experience in terms of the seam department in this Durham lineup today. Ben Rain, far and away the most senior seam bowler. It'll be interesting to see how Robinson handles his bowlers from now on.
Yusuf to continue. This is his 4th over. Dropped away into the onside for a quick single by Jones. Moves to 26.
Gates, barriers being brought in now.
There's a lockout.
Yeah, that's right.
There was pretty sizable queues forming this morning, certainly. Yeah.
More barriers.
More barriers. Well, it's pretty healthy to see, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good. Really good.
I was looking at some of the crowds for this competition at different venues. York was sold out, 4,500 at York for the Roses fixture. A couple of thousand at Sussex, likewise at Somerset. Did some good numbers following this competition around. Maybe a slightly low-key event in terms of its publicity, but in terms of its...
well, it's proving popular, isn't it?
Yeah.
In county cricket terms. It's an issue that cricket has. I mean, we've had such a wonderful Test match series, which ignited the interest of the sport watching public, not just cricket watching. And then we've moved into the period of the 100, which infuriates and delights in equal measure.
Well, that's 4 down towards fine leg. Takes his bottom hand off the bat there, Michael Jones. Bottom edge, it disappears down towards the boundary rope for 4.
And you've got a demand from cricket followers, members, to watch the county game and this is the only form of the county game that's going at the moment. 4 games in and around Lancashire in August, that's all.
Oh, top edge, it's in the air. Could be caught, and is. Jones goes for 30. Durham desperately hoping for a breakthrough just to try and stem the tide of and flow of runs. Oh, they've found one. Top edge off the bat of Michael Jones. Caught at deep square leg. 61 for 1 in the 7th now, Lancashire.
Well, that's good bowling from Yusuf, actually. He hurried Jones the ball before with a pull that had to take his hand off the bat, and that one was quicker and a little bit higher, got up on him a little bit, hurried him, top edge.
Michael Jones called by Emilio Gay.
And that's a good catch by Emilio Gay, out at deep square leg running in. A swirling catch. But Jones gone for 30, enterprising 30s, got Lancashire off to a really good start.
Lancashire
61 for 1 from 6 overs and 5 balls.
Captain Marcus Harris heading out to join George Bell. So 1 ball left for the 7th. A flying start by Lancashire. Good catch by Emilio Gay coming in from deep square leg. A bit of relief for Durham. 61 for 1 in the 7th.
Well, yeah, you say that, but it's Lancashire's most experienced batter coming in.
Indeed.
Captain, he's had a really good season as well. Had to go off back to Australia at one point, but back now and thoroughly enjoying himself. Done a good job, Scott, hasn't he? I think
he has. Yep.
Yeah.
Back again for next season as well, Marcus Harris. Been a very good signing for Lancashire this year. defends the final ball of the 7th over. Well, Ray managed to drag it back a little for Durham in the previous over, and then Yusuf prizes out the first wicket an over later. So 7 gone, 61 for 1. Harris and Bella together. I'll leave you, Paul, and Callum Flynn will come and join you.
Well, a really good start to this Metro Bank match by Lancashire, having been put into bat, expecting perhaps the ball to zip around a little bit. It's a green tinge to the pitch. 61 for 1 from 7 represents a really fine start. Just been pegged back in the last couple of overs. Introduction of Ben Rain into the attack. His first over only just went for 1. Prior to that, there were runs aplenty. Just a single for George Bell. He's looking in good touch at the moment. He's made 26 at a runner ball.
Morning, Paul. Morning.
Cal, all right?
Viewers, yeah, all good, thank you. Yourself?
Yeah, well, yep.
Started well here, Lancashire. Been pegged back by that wicket of Jones in the previous over.
Been 1 or 2 problems with people wandering around behind the sight screen in the pavilion, but they've sat down now. Rain round the wicket, there's a slip in place.
Well, the more experienced of the bowlers for Durham today. He'll offer a lot of control up top and at the death as well.
Harris is away, just a little nudge into the leg side. Picks up a single. He'll be mightily pleased with this start. It'll allow him to be able to just play himself in a little bit as well. There's no urgency in terms of run scoring. Bell's going along well. Just wonder whether that approach, that start from Lancashire was pre-planned or it just evolved that way.
Yeah, the wicket's got plenty of grass on it, but there's been no real signs of any major movement just yet. Maybe a little bit tennis ball bouncy going into the pitch, but it's not been too many times where Durham have beaten the bat so far this morning. Now they speak in the international game of when the wicket's green, they often look to try and play more shots, go more attacking, commit more at the ball. And that's what Lancashire have done so far. 63 for 1 off 7.5. Bell just gets behind that delivery to end the second over for Ben Rain. Number 3 off his 2 so far. Whether it's with a red ball or a white ball, he offers plenty of control, a little bit of movement, an experienced campaigner. quite a bit of experience in this Durham side with Ackerman, Barthwick, Alex Lees as well.
Thick outside edge down to third, just a single.
Yusuf just settling a little bit after them first few overs. Michael Jones just took a liking to the South African, advancing a couple of times down the track and then taking advantage of them shorter length deliveries once he changed his length. Just dragging it back here now, Durham. 64 off 8.2.
Good running. Punched firmly to cover, but Bell was quick to see the opportunity and call his partner through for a run.
I suppose this is the beauty of this competition, Paul. I know you was chatting to Scott about it, with obviously being the 100 dominates most of August, but it allows people like George Bell, who have been playing second team cricket for most of the year, been scoring big runs, but gets an opportunity now in this Lancashire side to maybe stake a claim for the end of the season, try and sneak back into the county championship team as well.
Yeah, well, he on his own admission, he'd say that he needs some runs. So, and he's had a few good starts in this competition, but not gone on. He needs to go on and prove that he can score big. But that's the same for quite a few. It's an opportunity for them to, I won't say establish themselves, but make themselves noticed in terms of the Lancashire squads. You've got, look at the side. You've got Charlie Barnard with his slow left arm spin, and Aspinwall as an all-rounder. Arav Shetty, who's been playing club cricket for Alderley Edge for most of the summer. Well stopped at cover, has pushed hard at him by Harris. It's the end of the 9th over, 65 for 1. So yeah, plenty of opportunity, and you're right, this is the beauty of this competition, basically, that it allows you to blood your youngsters and your academy players, your second team players, and mix them in with some senior professionals.
Ben Rain to continue as George Bell plays a lovely scoop shot. He picks up a 4. It's the first boundary that Rain has conceded. None for 3 off his 2, and then none for 7 now off 2.1.
Well, it's good batting from George Bell. I mean, the thing about Ben Rain is that he is naggingly accurate. So, and he's come on to try and stem the flow of runs. He's been bowling, looking to hit the top of off. Batters tend to not settle for that anymore. And George Bell, the first ball of the over, just got into a position to either ramp or scoop or flick, because he basically backed Rain to be bowling that good length again. So he's picked up 4. Rain's back on a length. Second ball of the over, and just steady forward defensive this time. It's a slip back in place now. Tends to skid the ball through a little bit, Ben Rain. I've seen 1 or 2 that have perhaps kept a fraction low, bowling from this end.
Yeah, Bell looking for that pull shot through mid wicket. Goes under the bat, doesn't carry through to Robinson. Bell well behind that one. Rain is in that length that we've spoken about. He'll not budge. He'll quite happily see George Bell take that innovative route again.
Again, not bouncing, but this time down the leg side. It's a wide. Umpires today, Neil Pratt and Naeem Ashraf.
Just mistimed for the offside from George Bell. Just again, just showing signs of unevenness in bounce in this wicket so far.
Solid forward defensive meets the final ball of the power play. 10 overs gone then, Lancashire 70 for 1 in that initial power play, so Durham will feel relieved and pleased that they've got themselves back. They were going at 10 and over at one stage. They've pegged that back to 7 and over now off those 10, and the fielding restrictions can be relaxed. Look to introduce spin if that's what Robinson wants and feels. But it's a start that Lancashire will be mighty pleased with, even though they perhaps felt they could have got a few more.
Replacing Cody Youssef, number 8, George Dressel.
Yeah, spin coming on straight away, as you say, Paul. George Dressel, right arm off spinner.
So 4 fielders allowed outside the circle now between overs 11 and 40. And then you can have an extra one out after that for the last 10 overs.
Just a deep square, deep cover, and long off out for Marcus Harris. They take a quick single, direct hit, might have been close, but Harris gets home. Extra fielder out on the leg side to George Bell. Deep square. Deep mid wicket. Long on and a cover point. Bell punching that one down the ground. Nice slip. Good start so far from Drissell. Nice high release from the off spinner.
Good first over then. Just 2 singles from it. No real perceptible turn, but he's bowled very accurately. And Lancashire, after that explosive start, just be calmed a little bit now. They need to capitalise on that start, don't need to get too cautious.
Yeah, it looks like it might get slower and a bit lower as well, this wicket, from the early signs that we've seen. So taking advantage while them balls are still quite hard. Could be a conversation that's key for Lancashire. In the back of George Bell's mind as well, he'll be itching to get a big score. He's had totals like this throughout the competition so far. He'll be wanting to go on for Lancashire and post a good total. Harris at the other end, lots of experience. International Australian. George Bell just running that one down to third man, getting a single.
Yeah, George Bell got a start against Somerset, got 21, 14 against Yorkshire. Played well against Sussex for 66. Didn't trouble the scorers against Kent. Punch down the ground from Marcus Harris. It's only one though. Mid-on cuts it off quite comfortably. Model of consistency, Marcus Harris. Scores of 32, 43, 54 and 95 in this competition.
Been excellent for Lancashire all throughout the 2025 season. Marcus Harris returning next year as well. Brilliant addition to this Lancashire squad, bringing plenty of runs but also just plenty of experience in that changing room. Played nicely by George Bell off his hips, picks up a couple.
12 gone then, 76 for 1.
That period of white ball cricket where the fielding team will be talking about dots and ones and trying to restrict the boundaries. Lancashire will still need to be proactive, and that's what Marcus Harris is. Picked up his first boundary. Just playing it through the offside.
Well, had a look at Drissel in the first over and just treated him with a degree of respect, just giving himself a little bit of room there. Drissel round the wicket, bowled just a fraction short, cut away. It's a better delivery, that one. Tossed up a little. Oh, stumped. Stumped. It's come racing down the track, Marcus Harris. That's really good bowling from Drissel, who may have seen him coming. Harris looking to take him on, having hit him for 4. And then Drissel just held that back a little bit, threw it a little bit wider, and that really is good bowling. And that's the end of Harris. Stumped by quite a way.
Yeah, some real maturity from Drissel. Just giving it a little bit of air, tempting Marcus Harris to come down the track, especially after that first ball going for 4 as well. He's held his nerve well and allowed ball some air, tempting Harris, and he gets his reward as well. The second wicket for Durham, 80 for 2 Lancashire, and a big wicket of the Lancashire captain.
Incoming Lancashire batter number 20, Josh Bohannan.
Brings Lancashire's number 4 to the crease, Josh Bohannan. Another very experienced player for Lancashire, coming off a very good knock as well against Kent, nearly taking Lancashire home to the victory, but just falling short. But Lancashire fans will be glad to see Josh Bohannan back in the runs.
Yeah, he's had a mixed season as Josh Bohannan. Prior to that century, scores of 0, 3 and 5 in this competition. Coming in at number 4 now. The second most experienced player in this team for Lancashire in batting terms. Off the mark first ball with just a little steer backward of square. That's just something that George Bell needs to guard against. A little bit of a lazy shot, got a leading edge down to short third. Keep concentrating, play straight. It's better. So a good over from Drissel, getting rid of Marcus Harris with a beautiful piece of bowling. A nicely flighted off spinner, leaving the Lancashire captain stranded and stumped. It's 81 for 2 then. Bohannan just got off the mark. Bell's 35 from 44 now, slowed up considerably after his early progress.
Change of bowling at the pavilion end. Coming back, number 11, Mitch Killeen.
So after a slightly wayward start from Mitch Killeen, and, Ben Rain's little spell coming to an end. Killeen coming back on now.
Slip into a new batter, Josh Bohannan.
First 2 overs went for 26. Was treated quite roughly by Bell and Jones initially.
Yeah, didn't quite find his line and length in them first 2 overs, probably missing on the shorter side of his length, which for someone like Michael Jones, who very tall, plays it so nicely off the back foot, he took advantage, and so did George Bell. Robinson, Durham skipper, just maybe thinking about getting some overs, sneaking some in as well to Bohannan, a new batter. George Bell's just slowed up a little bit, try and get the opening bowler back on if he can take a wicket perfectly. Much better length so far from the Durham opener. Bohannan finds a single to the third man boundary. (82 for 2). Lancashire, George Bell 35 of 44. New batter Josh Bohannan 2 off 6. Bell in behind that one to see out a good return from Colleen. Just a couple off that over. Dressel to continue. 1 for 7 off his 2 so far. And the big wicket of Marcus Harris with some excellent bowling, going for a boundary off the first ball, and then with his third delivery, tempting Harris to come down the track, getting a stumping. Is it afternoon now? Oh no, it's still morning.
3 minutes till the afternoon.
3 minutes.
I feel like can I say the scoring's halted a bit?
Yeah, it certainly has. It was an excellent start, wasn't it, by Jones and Bell in the first 5-6 overs.
Yeah, firepower start.
Played nicely by Bohannan down the ground, gets a single. Yeah, it certainly slowed up a little bit. That's where you think Lancashire probably just need to keep ticking over. 2 wickets lost. But they're still in a good situation. George Bell trying some innovation. Reverse sweep. I think it goes through his legs in the end on under edge. Bohannan thinks about the third, but they stick it a couple.
So it's a good option that. There's no short third. You know, it doesn't look like it's doing a great deal. I know he probably beat Marcus Harris in the flight, but it's a good option. It's a shot that's been very successful for George Bell.
It's a more conventional sweep this time into the leg side. Yeah, he's someone who plays square of the wicket pretty well with his height as well. small wicket keeper. They're often excellent with the hands. Often batters who like to go to the sweep as an option against spin.
He knows his game quite well. He looks very in control today.
Yeah, I'll be itching for a score. Now he's set. Now he's got Lancashire off to a blazing start at first, and now they've just steadied the approach a little bit. From probably say Durham have hit the line and lengths a little bit better, haven't they? They probably fell on the shorter side of their length at first. Michael Jones taking advantage of some short deliveries. George Bell playing square of the wicket nicely as well.
Yeah, no, definitely, completely agree with that. I feel, you know, with the way the pitch is, because it's quite a tennis bally bounce, it looks like it's stopping a bit. They almost felt like they had to go a bit shorter than they did.
Yeah, we were speaking, wasn't we, at the back of the tent, and we were saying how it just looked tennis ball bouncing, and it just looked like it was sitting up a little bit at the start with the new ball. It looks like it's going a little bit slower and lower now since the lacquer's starting to come off them white balls. Seen a few more mistimed shots, a few more under edges, which you often find on slow wickets.
Yeah, I think it's a crucial time as well. Right now is, like you mentioned, George Bell is set. He's on 39 or 48. Bohannan's just come in, so really just it's about strike rotation. You know, we almost talk about that middle phase in 50 over. They're beginning to approach the 20 over mark. Just love to get anywhere near 100 and above.
Yeah, especially if they can be 2 down as well. 100 for 2 sets a good platform for Lancashire to go on and post a big total. White ball cricket these days, 300 is par, isn't it? But maybe as this game goes on, the pace of the wicket, maybe 300 might be a good total today.
Just again a bit back of a length and catches the leading edge of Bohannan as he looks to work that into the leg side. But that's that sort of length that we talk. I think you have to go a little bit fuller than your usual one. I think it was the first delivery to Michael Jones. It was just that bit fuller and it caught his leading edge. And they just have to keep pushing that and, you know, force the batters to make a mistake and go across the line.
Yeah, and the only boundary we've really seen from a fuller length is that one of Michael Jones, and he danced down the track to Yusuf and put him straight into the more or less a nets here at Liverpool. The rest of them, you'd say there's probably back of a length, wasn't there? Short. Ben Rain hit his length really well. He started to find plenty of dots and applied a bit of pressure to George Bell.
Again, that's short and cut away hard by Bohannan. The chase is on. It's a good diving stop in the deep. So they'll come back for a second. Brilliant stop there in the deep. Yeah, I think like even you know, you could arguably say like it actually was not a bad delivery at all. It was just sometimes as a bowler you think, do you know what? Like, yeah, I might have been off ever so slightly, but you just have to say that was a really good shot.
Yeah, you tip your hat to a batter at that point. Like you say, advancing Michael Jones, who does do that early in his innings in white ball cricket and likes to sort of hit through the V at the side screen. And he set him up perfectly, didn't he? Because he knew the short ball was coming, the ball after, and he took advantage of that one as well. He's working. George Bell just rotate the strike a little bit more. 39 off 49 now. Can he just play them strong shots still into the pockets? Looks to just get across the the stumps and sweep out to the leg side, but Dressel just beating him in the flight.
Yeah, I think Dressel's done really, really well in terms of his line and length. I think he's almost had it on a bit of a string. I think he's changing his pace up quite nicely, and he did that for Marcus Harris to dismiss him. It's a really huge wicket, that, especially in context of the game. You know, Harris wanting to sort of get some runs under his belt and lead from the front.
Bohannan playing that one into the leg side, gets a single. Yeah, it's a height he releases at that as well, Dressel. It's probably quite hard as a small batter in terms of George Bell's height to judge the length at first. He plays that one very nicely. George Bell just opens up the face in the last minute, just allows it to run off, finds a boundary. But yeah, with the release part of the spinner, the Durham off spinner, it's quite high, but it's bowled really well so far, and he won't feel too hard done by that boundary either. Bell looking for a 2, being proactive, and he gets it. Josh Bohannan and George Bell, 2 very quick runners, plays it into the leg side, picks up a couple, takes George Bell on to 46, Lancashire 97 for 2 in the 17th.
I think he almost tripped, you know. I was watching him there, and as soon as he was quick out the blocks. As soon as he turned, he had a little stumble, and I was thinking, is he gonna like fall here? He's quite low to the ground.
They get so low nowadays, don't they?
Yeah.
Get so low so they can burst out of the blocks. The turn for 2.
So you're almost taught, like I remember, it was like you can't be upright when you turn. You got to get low, and almost that low that you're pushing off of your non-dominant hand. So mine would always be like my left hand.
Colleen continuing. Yeah, there's things like that now that's come into cricket that back a few years ago was never thought of or trained. Any little advantage that you can get, especially in the white ball game.
Yeah, it's all about small margins as well. When you get higher up the level you get, it's those little steps that count the most.
Yeah, them little 1%ers they speak about. You know, so often here, top-end sports athletes and speaking about them 1%ers, doing them right.
Be good to see how Bohannan sort of goes about here, because he's faced now 18 deliveries for just 6. He's normally someone who scores quickly as well, so he's been a bit quiet.
Yeah, and
there it is.
There it is, the release. But it's a nice shot from Josh Bohannan, mid on and mid off, up in the ring. Clean, hitting a nice length. He's done nothing wrong again, but Josh Bohannan just elevates that one, just lifts up through his shot, and he finds the boundary.
Didn't quite almost get, as hold of it as he would ideally like, but again, had enough legs to go well over mid-on in the end, and a much needed boundary for him.
Yeah, just seen the bat twist in his hand just after connection. Probably feels like he's missed out there as well. Overpitched this time.
I think something to notice as well is the outfield's been quite bobbly. He's got very dry, so it's got a lot of bounce. So the field is just all about getting that body behind the ball.
Yeah, you feel like as a batter you could potentially, maybe later on in the game, try and play hit and run when you're trying to put the pressure, fielders under pressure. Picking up clean on this outfield valve dry. It is. We've not had too much rain, and hopefully we don't get any today. Looks pretty set fair. Looks like it's going to brighten up as the day goes on. It was pretty cold this morning, I must say.
It was.
I was tempted to put shorts on, but I'm glad I didn't.
I wasn't going to bring a hoodie or wear a hoodie or a jacket. That would have been a mistake.
I think Scott brought just the one fleece, and then he found someone in the car park and asked for another jacket. So
did he? Did he recruit?
Yeah, he recruited one.
Oh gosh!
Make sure he gives it back. Does Scott Reed?
No, he won't. I'm going to say that when he comes on air, be like, you've been stealing jackets.
The jacket thief.
I think 102 for 2 after 18, so they've got a nice solid base going in now. Again, George Bell still timing the ball beautifully.
I think both sides will be happy with it, won't they? Because Durham, obviously under the onslaught of Jones and Bell at the start, they pegged it back pretty well. 60 off 6 at the start, so Durham will certainly be happy to have pegged it back to just over 5.5 and over. But Lancashire just setting up a good platform to have a bit of freedom later on in the innings and post a decent total. Bell just looking a little bit more proactive now, isn't he? Just using the crease well to the spinner. Just finding them singles a little bit easier now.
And when batters are taking singles easily, there's nothing more frustrating as a bowler, because this ends up meaning that momentum is going their way and they're finding it easy and they're scoring singles of your best ball.
Yeah, especially the spinner, when you just want to build that pressure, don't you? You want to bowl to some kind of plan that they'll have spoken about to Bohannan and Bell. Good from the Lancashire duo. 4 singles off the first 5 deliveries.
When you look at that, you think, oh, batting's easy. They're making it look, I just want to let our viewers know, they're making it look easy. And just punched beautifully off the back foot by Bohannan. Out to deep cover for a single. That would be the end of the over. Lancashire 107 for 2 after 19.
There is a Lancashire Cricket Foundation.
Yeah, 5 off that without any real risk from Lancashire.
First prize and overnight stay for 2.
When there's so much sort of, I'd say emphasis on T20 cricket, strike rate, playing all the possible shots. The basics of cricket is strike rotation, still scoring 5 runs, 6 runs off the over without taking much risk. Actually ends up being, the true skill in a format like this, but sometimes it's quite important in the shorter formats as well.
Clean, continuing. Yeah, obviously we've both been in environments around cricket and high level, and you speak about that risk and reward, don't you? Is it worth the risk? Are you getting enough reward for that risk as well? And that's massive in the white ball game. 107 for 2. Lancashire going along pretty nicely without taking too many risks at the moment, but if you had a wicket onto that, a new batter's having to get set. So there's always them things that you've got to weigh up. George Bell's going nicely, so Josh Bohannan will just be thinking about rotating the strike now. Now Bell's at the other end, set 48 off 57. Bohannan will be having conversations with himself about, can he rotate the strike? Can he get Bell at the other end? Plays that one nicely through the offside for a single.
Yeah, I think, you know, there's a couple of times I think I've noticed Bohannan sort of, the bat sort of twisting in his hand a bit. And, you know, what normally are his scoring opportunities, he might have felt like he's missed out on them. You just need to stick at it. It's a bit of a slower track, slightly trickier.
It's coming off the back of a brilliant 100 as well at Kent. Very nearly got Lancashire over the line in a brilliant run chase. So you'll certainly be confident, but also in innings like that, you know you can just soak up a little bit of pressure as well. It'll give him that confidence just to bide a little bit of time. He'll know he can catch up later on in innings as he flashes that one through the offside. It holds up in the outfield. It nearly beats Emilio Gay out there with the spin. Just gets a couple.
He has a little parry it to himself. Again, we speak about that balanced, dry outfield. He's done well to get his body behind the ball. Again, back of a length and just clipped off his hips beautifully by Bohannan. Just for a single.
It feels like a day where you could get some funny bloopers in the field.
Yeah, for sure.
Feels like one of them days.
What's the best one that you've seen?
Oh, we've seen some funny ones in disability cricket, to be honest. With one of our lads' prosthetic leg fell off.
What do you do at that?
Well, I was at long off laughing, to be honest. Me and Long Gone was having a little giggle to ourselves. He ran, well, he crawled, ran, whatever. He got the ball in the end and threw it in. It went viral, to be honest.
Really?
It did go viral, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to have to see this.
Don't know whether it was for the good reasons or the bad reasons, but it did go viral. But yeah, you see some funny ones in the disability cricket game.
I think the classic one is when the trousers come down.
Yeah. Yeah, you always feel like you need Bumble on commentary at them kind of moments, don't you?
There it is, there it is. Watch your trousers,
I feel like he sums it up perfectly.
Bell's on now. 49. And just looks to work that a little bit fine and too fine. I think he'll just want that single. Always happens, isn't it? He was finding singles very easily, and he's on 49 now, and
it's mad what a little milestone does.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
When you get to the 90s as a batter, all of a sudden you feel like you've only just gone in. The ball starts beating the outside edge. Bit of pressure applied. George Bell tucks that off his hip nicely. Thinks about a 2, but he sticks at a single. George Bell's 50. Coming off 60 deliveries for Lancashire. 7 fours.
Retaining 7 fours in 78 minutes.
It's been a really good knock from the young Lancashire opener. And he'll look to try and double that now as well. We'll try and set a big platform here for Lancashire.
Yeah, I think he's played fabulously today. Obviously, last game he got out for a duck, and you know that must have played on his mind coming in today. It always does. You just want to get off the mark when that happens. But he's played a very mature, responsible innings after the loss of Michael Jones.
Good over from Giselle. Just a couple coming from that over. A little bit more wide arm, side arm from that last delivery. Sorry, Ackerman. Just a little bit of a chat between the leadership group of Durham.
I always say you're having a bit of a conference, saying we've got 4 overs now until drinks. Sort of, what type of score are we happy with? You know, well, ideally they'd want to find a wicket prior to that point, that moment. But I always sometimes find that, you know, when the drinks breaks comes in, it works well for one team. Obviously, as a batter, if I'm George Bell, I want to carry on. I want to keep going with my flow. I want to keep just churning the singles, rotating the strike, but it could be well timed for Durham.
Will Rhodes into the attack. Bohannan taking on the boundary fielder, Emilio Gay. Gets a couple. Will Rhodes having an excellent competition for Durham. A very good all-round cricketer.
He played a lot of his cricket at Warwickshire previously. But he's been a very handy cricketer over the years.
Yeah, very experienced. Keeper up now. He'll use his variations, try and target the stumps. Just look to go at dots and ones and build pressure that way. Could be quite tricky on this wicket with Robinson, the captain, up to the stumps. Not much pace on the ball as well.
It's that length there, isn't it? That length, what you just bowled to Bohannan, especially with his pace, it's a tricky one to try and score off. I think at the start when boundaries were flying here, there and everywhere, because of the pace of the ball, it became that a little bit easier for the batters to use it and punish the bad balls.
That one played nicely. One of them misfields that we've spoken about. They think about a third, but Bohannan decides against, gets a couple. A similar length delivery that you were speaking about then, and Bohannan's just waited on that one. We've played it nicely through wide mid-on.
Again, looks to cut that maybe a little bit close, but just chops it down and straight up. I think he's very, very powerful and got very fast hands.
Yeah, his bat speed. Josh Bohannan, when he breaks them wrists on the ball, you see a lot of modern day cricketers now snapping them hands through the ball, creating that bat speed and that power.
Again, a nice change of pace there by Will Rhodes, and catches the bottom edge of the bat of Bohannan and just trickles through for a single.
Just signs of a little bit of slowness to this wicket. Maybe it's quite dry. There's plenty of grass on it, but that grass hasn't shown any signs of movement today so far. It's been pretty up and down.
Honestly thought on the way here that it's going to rain, but it's actually done quite well. I think it's overcast all day. So you could arguably say favourable bowling conditions throughout now.
Yeah, I think that's what Robinson and the Durham leadership group would have been speaking about, wouldn't they? It was quite overcast. It still is. Nice green tinge to the wicket. So maybe it was a discussion that Durham had before the toss. But you also see a lot of teams now just like to chase, don't they? In white ball cricket, they feel like they can control the tempo a lot better. You can plan for your sort of power plays and your middle sets a lot better that way. Come up with small little totals that you're aiming for.
I think it just makes, you got more of an idea of how to play your innings, what shots to play, where you're going to get your runs from. It's that clarity that you need as a batter. Sometimes I've seen some batters, when you're setting a total, struggle, and chasing brings the best out of them. That's beautifully timed by George Bell off the back foot. Come back for an easy two.
Yeah, nice from George Bell. He looks so much more in control when he's sort of playing them strong shots. And it just forces the hand of the Durham spinner, who bowls a lot straighter, attacking the stumps, and it allows Bell to get an easy single.
Also definitely think, you know, with the Graham Onions and the Durham sort of bowling group, he can offer a lot of insight, being at Lancashire for so many years, about the ground itself and the conditions, and you know, probably had an effect on the toss and what they wanted to do after they win the toss. So actually, like, I think they'll be happy with anything below, you know, in between 250, 280. I think they'll back themselves to chase that.
Yeah, with the experience they've got as well in the lineup, Colin Ackerman, Alex Lees, Borthwick, Robinson, and the bowler now, Will Rhodes. Got a lot of experience and a lot of runs in that changing rooms of Durham. A period of the game where just seems to stray a little bit. Both sides quite happy going at the tempo that they are. Who's going to give in first? Who's going to make the first aggressive move?
Again, you know, we're now in about the 24th over, but George Bell is timing the ball beautifully today. I think we can almost hear that ping off the bat. And he just looks very controlled, very measured.
It's a good thing with outground cricket, isn't it? You can just, you're a lot closer to them. You can hear the players chatting, conversations. You can hear the sound off the bat.
You seen what's for lunch?
I've not. Is it any good?
Sandwiches, good sandwiches.
Oh.
But then I'm eyeing up that pizza corner over there. And I said to Scott, what are the odds on swapping the sandwiches for a stone-baked pizza?
See if they'll do a trade.
Again, it's played nicely by Bohannan, just turned into the leg side for a single. He looked for a second, but just settled for a single. I think it's been a really good partnership here. Good rebuild, you know, after losing Marcus Harris to, you know, you'd probably say a bit of a disappointing shot. It's about 47's partnership's worth. And again, that's picked up beautifully over mid-wicket's head and straight into the boundary. That was a bit of a hoik, down on one knee, hoik.
Yeah, he didn't quite get down on the knee as well, did he? So
no.
Can't quite call it a slog sweep, but it certainly brings in 4 runs and very convincingly as well from George Bell. I like that though from Bell. I think you can try and hit someone at the attack like Will Rhodes. It just offers a bit of a challenge to Durham and the captain, Robinson. He'll look to use Rhodes as someone who can plug an end up, keep her up, just dot some ones, try and create a bit of pressure that way.
And the partnership's now worth 52, which is, again, brilliant. Brilliant from these two. You know, Bell's just continuing his momentum, and Bohannan's now kind of found his flow a little bit, getting himself in. Final 5 deliveries before the drinks break, before halfway in this innings. You know, Durham will be desperately searching for that wicket.
Yeah, they'll be chatting about trying to get that 3rd wicket. just before the halfway stage. Colin Ackerman in his third over. Very experienced. Colin Ackerman, very good all-rounder.
I think that one, you got a bit lucky there to George Bell. He almost looked to work that into the gap at mid-wicket, just to the right of mid-wicket, caught the leading edge, but she trickled into the cover region.
Yeah, it's such a natural shot now, isn't it? When an off-spinner coming into a right-hander, you try and go with the spin, but there's been no real signs of any spin as yet for Durham. I think the green tinge of the grass on the wicket will probably take any turn out of the game for now. Just maybe help it skid on a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think I've seen a lot of turn. Maybe a touch of bounce, but you know, again, not much turn. And with that, the end of the 25th over, the score is 132 for 2. Partnership now worth 55, and it'll be the drinks break. I'll come back to you in a couple of minutes after drinks. Welcome back to our viewers who've come back after the drinks break. Lancashire 135 for 2 after 25. Michael Jones was the first wicket to fall for 30, followed by Marcus Harris. But this partnership is now worth 55. They look in a very settled position to go for a big score, and I am joined back by Scott Reed.
Good afternoon.
Good after it is now. Good afternoon.
What do we reckon is a big score then here then? What do we think Lancashire are eyeing up? 2 batters nicely set. Bales reached a half century. Lost a couple of wickets in the first 25 overs. Yeah, looks like a good pitch. Quick outfield. Appear the runs to be had in the game here at Liverpool. As we get the 26th over underway, Bohannan can't find a gap in the offside. Elsewhere in this Metrobank One Day Cup, there are a couple of other games taking place. Hampshire against Nottinghamshire, Leicestershire against Derbyshire at 11 o'clock starts. run down towards third man for a single. So Hampshire batting first against Nottinghamshire, 127 for 2 in the game at the Utilita Bowl, with Nick Gubbins 52 not out. So Hampshire 127 for 2 after 22 overs against Notts. And the Leicestershire Foxes are 120 for 1, batting first against Derbyshire. Rishi Patel is unbeaten on 50. Lewis Hill is 56 not out, and there's one game taking place this afternoon, a day-night fixture. Essex against Glamorgan at Chelmsford will be underway at 2 o'clock.
I'm going to say I don't like playing a 50 over in day night. It just ruins my eating pattern.
Find the whole thing far too, unsettling.
Again, that's whipped away off his pads, and the ball is racing away to the boundary, and a beautiful shot there by Bohannan. 4 runs to him to get away after the drinks break. That was timed to perfection.
Was, wasn't it? A lovely shot. Just glanced away. Yeah, Lancashire don't have any day-night home game. Obviously not here, you wouldn't play a day-night home game. That's an outground, but the one fixture that they've got at Emirates Old Trafford, which is the final group game against Middlesex, that's an 11 o'clock start, but they're all 11 o'clock starts on Tuesday, with it being the final round of fixtures in the group.
And that's worked nicely this time to the other side of the fielder at deep square. He does well to cut it off, and it'll just be 2 more runs to Bohannan, but again, he's timed that very nicely.
Good work by Alex Lees, because it looked like that would run away for 4. Quite a fast outfield, isn't it? There's a couple that have been just tapped away through this leg side, but it's cut off on the boundary by Alex Lees. Driven to mid-off for 1 this time by Bohannan.
Yeah, I think, when you start at 2 o'clock.
You don't know when to...
When are you going to get up?
Well, I'm just going to put the normal time.
Midday. When do you get up? When do you eat your breakfast? And when do you have your lunch? And then you're then having something at like 5:30. But I just found that it just messed it up a little bit for me.
You just don't know where you're coming and going.
I didn't quite like it.
No.
I prefer the 11 o'clock starts.
Where things are just normal.
So you can tell that it revolves around my eating. So again, Bohannan skipping down the track, but not quite there, so just defends it into the leg side.
A couple of years ago, we had a couple of rounds of day-night county championship matches with a pink ball, and I was the same thing. I was all over the place. I didn't know what time anything was.
It's weird that their timings get a bit mixed up as well.
Nigel's back in the commentary box. I see.
When you wanted this replaced by no, you wanted Nigel to replace Lanky.
No, I didn't want Nigel to. That's just completely not true, and it's going to get me into all sorts of trouble. Nigel's a welcome addition to the commentary box. I just felt as though it was. We should also have Lanky around as well.
Yeah.
If we've got Nigel, I'm not quite. We worked out what type of bird Nigel is.
Didn't you say
it's a seagull? Is it
seagull.
right? It's a seagull.
I don't know why I thought the other day he was a penguin. I think it just goes to show that the tiredness that had hit me. Again, with these two being quite close to each other in the table, I suppose if Lancashire bags their win today, their second win of this tournament, then they'll be coming up on the one up above the table, because their net run rate is decent. It's pretty good.
They've still got an outside chance, Lancashire, yet, but as indeed have Durham. I think it's probably a must-win for both sides. Durham are a couple of points better off than Lancashire. Both sides are probably going to have to win their final 3. Which would suggest the loser today he's probably going to be out of it. But if Lancashire or Durham were to find a way to win, then they've got 2 games left, and they could sneak in. But Lancashire would have to win all 3. That would take them to 18 points. That might not be enough. They could still miss out with that. But to have any chance, really, they've got 3 games left, all at home, 2 here and 1 at Emirates Old Trafford, and 3 wins keeps him in with a bit of a chance. Slim chance it is, though.
Yeah, you know, all depends on net run rate, how everyone else does, and so on and so on. But I think, you know, their focus should just be now and taking each game as it comes and what they need to do to win that game to put them in the best position to qualify.
Ben Rain returns for Durham. Quick single by Bell.
Done well, the backing up there again. It's sort of skipped off that surface, and I think it's Will Rhodes was backing up the second one, and he almost took it by his head. So providing all sorts of challenges as this surface.
Yeah, it looks pretty hard and dry, doesn't it?
They're left with no teeth. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, you need some good dental insurance.
Again, flicked nicely by Bohannan, but good diving stop at mid-wicket. Just saying earlier that he's got such fast hands. You almost think, how does he get it so quickly? But it's his hand speed he relies heavily on, which is absolutely brilliant.
It's a good route for him as well, isn't it? Mid-wicket. A little kind of chip shot through mid-wicket. Good stop by Colin Ackerman. Again, Ackerman quickly across, denying the possibility of a quick single. In the end, it went just underneath his fingers. Killen completes the fielding at mid-on. Rain's bowled nicely, hasn't he, into his 5th over. He's only gone for 13.
Just kept it on that difficult length, hasn't it, we speak about on this pitch. You know, George Bell has actually stood outside of his crease to try and mitigate that as he sort of comes down the track and works it into the leg side. I think that's a better sort of plan. You know, reason being, it's if you sort of let bowlers bowl at you on a track like this where it's quite stoppy, it's quite sticky, you almost get in a rut and you get a bit stuck. Whereas you almost want to, you know, keep shuffling in and out of the crease and try and almost throw them off the length, and then that's when you create those bad balls for yourself and opportunities to score your boundaries. Got a nice little crowd here at Liverpool Cricket Club.
Yeah, it's sold out. I think it was capped at 2,300, and they had more requests for tickets than that. There are a couple of hundred people not able to get into the ground today, turned away at the gate. Same on Friday as well.
It's definitely good to see, you know, it's good to see that this format is still, you know, people are still wanting to come to watch, and out, you know, notice that the hospitality tent to the far left was also full. So it's all good signs in terms of for the club, in terms of for the format. There's some really interesting sort of couple of years I'd say that are coming up. We've got T20 World Cup coming up, we've got the 50 over one that's going to happen in about 2027, and then obviously, you know, England in terms of international summer. England got a few games coming up after the 100. You know, ODI series against South Africa. And some really good additions and some debuts coming up as well.
Spin into the attack. Hammered away over wide, long off by George Bell. A couple of bounces over the rope for 4. To to start the 29th over. Bell to 68.
Again, I think he might look to sort of take him on a little bit, and you know, with that shot, the field change has come. He's pushed the long off, mid off back to long off. And probably exactly what George Bell was trying to do is create that change in field. I think they're going to keep it the same for Bohannan.
Comfortable single worked away through mid-wicket. Just on the crowd here, this, of course, with this competition being played alongside the 100 for county cricket fans, then the One Day Cup represents their chance to still watch their county play, and 4 home games. Unless you travel away from home, you've got 4 chances to see some county cricket in August. So, of which one was at Sedba, which was washed out. So 2 here, 1 today and Friday, and then at Emirates Old Trafford next week. So, I guess understandable that there's good crowds when you've got quite few opportunities in the month of August to watch county cricket.
I think it's really good for younger players just to step up. Very, very streaky, that by George Bell. I think he's done that a couple of times before today, and that was very streaky. Just finds his way to the fence, hit very fine. But yeah, I think like I said, it's a really good opportunity for the younger players, some new faces to come in and step up and make their mark. I think we saw sort of Arab Shetty come in, and it's really been the pick of the players of this tournament. And then you almost go into the last half of the season with still the Blast to play for, and still got a few sort of county champ games coming up, and I feel like it gives a good chance for people to put their name out when the winter squads are going to come into place and etc.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's probably been the most rewarding part of the One Day Cup in the last couple of years, when it's played alongside the 100, was the interest it's generated for county cricket fans who tend to come to the outgrounds to watch it, because it's Old Trafford, obviously quite busy in August. So it's got good crowds, but then the spin-off is the fact it's created opportunities for younger players because of the players drafted up towards the 100. Opens up chances in the first team, and that's been pretty much replicated, isn't it, right across the counties, to a lesser degree with 1 or 2 counties who've not really been affected that much by 100 call-ups. So like Gloucestershire, for example, who've pretty much got their strongest squad out, with the exception of a couple. But for lots of counties, it's generated opportunities for younger players, and I guess you get a real idea as to what these players are potentially all about and what they can do by watching them in competitive games rather than senior matches.
Absolutely. And you also think that the amount of times you've seen some of these players who perform well and then get picked up in the 100 due to injuries. So it's great exposure for the ones coming in for this tournament. Rain continues to Bohannan, who just again looks to whip that to square leg, but just finds mid-wicket as he catches the inside edge of the bat. Sitting on 44 of 61.
Yeah, it's been good by Bohannan, hasn't it? Good by these two, actually. Excellent partnership between the pair of them.
Again, a bit back of a length, but that is timed beautifully. think that's a difficult length there that, you know, rain tends to bowl, and you often find batters almost at the crease to try and navigate it.
Yeah, he's been the pick of the bowlers, hasn't he, Ben Ray?
Again, that's guided nicely by Bohannan to third man for a single. Moves to 45.
Yeah, and the partnership moves to 84 between these two.
Really just made it look quite simple, haven't they? Not done anything out of the ordinary. The tempo has been nice. Again, shuffles down the track a little bit, just Bell, but just played into the offside towards point for a dot ball. Have you looked at the pizza menu?
I have not looked at the pizza menu, but you've mentioned it a couple of times now, so you were definitely eyeing up a pizza,
Yeah,
aren't you?
I am. Yeah. Absolutely.
Just a plain cheese, or just something else on top of it?
I'll have a look, you know, what the offer is there.
Yeah. Don't want to commit to it at this stage.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Sensible from you, as ever.
I like it. I am sensible.
Got to weigh up your options.
What do you think will be a good score in this type of surface? Or what they'll be happy to achieve from here? Almost 20 overs left and 165 on the board. Kind of a back of a length and just worked nicely into the leg side by Bohannan to come through for a single. The end of the 30th over, Lancashire are 166 for 2.
I guess for this base, you're kind of looking at kind of 300 as your minimum base, haven't you, really? That's kind of base level, and then try and push on from there. See what you've wickets in hand and what batters you've got left going into those final 10. For just a couple of wickets down, 30 overs gone. Got a fabulous chance here of a big score, Lancashire.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, it's Bohannan is coming back of 100, and it's good to see George Bell in with the runs. I think he really, needed this innings, and hopefully he can kick on and go really big here. So he'll be eyeing up.
Slowly edging towards 50. Here's Bohannan. That single takes him to 47. Yeah, 66. Bell's top scorer in the competition this season. And Bohannan coming into this fixture on the back of a century against Kent in Lancashire's last game. After a couple of low scores.
Bit of a change in angle here from Driscoll. I think around the wickets, good option. I think they need to find a way to break this partnership, don't they? I think they need to change something that they've from what they have been doing. Even be tempted to sort of tinker with the field a little bit to see can they create something. So at the moment they're just bowling to Bohannan and Bell and almost waiting for something to happen. I think takes a big swing at that, does Bohannan, and races away, but there is protection in the deep, so it comes back for a 2 quite comfortably, taking him to 49.
Yeah, just got it on the Scott Borthwick, who's at short mid wicket. To come back for 2.
That's a big round of applause from the crowd here at Liverpool as Bohannan brings his 50 up again.
played brilliantly.
67 balls containing 3 fours.
67 balls. Again, so quick between the wickets, these two just taking singles at will.
It's good running, isn't it? They're both on the same wavelength, aren't they? Just a little tip around the corner by Belt. Scamper through for one. End of the over. 31 gone. 172 for 2. Bohannan on 50. Bell on 77. A partnership knocking on the door of 3 figures as well. They're into the 90s, these two now. They put on 92 together from 111 deliverers. So really positive batting by George Bell and Josh Bohannan.
Very positive. I think it's just been risk-free, low risk, high reward, and you know that middle phase of the games we often speak about is so important, and they've shown some great batsmanship, we would say. And that they probably know that if they can go in the last 10, 15 overs with still 8 wickets in hand, they can really accelerate, because they still have batting to come. You know, Harry Singh, who got his debut first class 50 a few games ago. Again, a bit hard length and just punched nicely, but straight to the bowler by Bell.
Well, their biggest total in the group stage so far this campaign was 338 for 7. Batting first against Sussex. Turned out to be a real thriller to the finish of that fixture.
Again, looks to sort of punish that to the ropes, but just catches the inside edge of the bat. Trickles into the leg side. Not quite got the timing or hold on that one. I feel like he eyed up the sight screen before the ball got there.
Yeah, in that Sussex match, Tom Haynes and Tom Clark got big scores and shared a big partnership, which looked like pushing Sussex towards a really strong victory. And then Lancashire picked up wickets at the back end of the run chase. And in the end, Sussex just getting over the line, reaching their target. 339 to win by 1 wicket with just 3 balls left. That's Lancashire's highest score in the Metro Bank group stage so far this season.
I think that their batting has been impressive, you know, so far this season. It has depth in it. I think it's probably been their bowling that's been on the shorter side. Bohannan looks to get innovative with that one, but straight through to the keeper.
Durham coming into this fixture on the back of successive defeats, losing to Northamptonshire, a big defeat to Northants, 150 run defeat. It's been bowled out for 171, chasing 322 to win. Also lost a high scoring game against Middlesex.
Imagine not winning a game after scoring 387. Just shows that we've had such a dry summer. You know, I'm very grateful for it. Don't get me wrong, but obviously that's affected the tracks we've had, and the tracks have been flatter. They've been drier, very much, you know, more batter friendly is what they become. It's allowed, you know, batters to bat way more attacking. But imagine, you know, it just shows how much the game has changed. You score 387 and the other team still believes they can chase that down. I mean, we've seen that across the women's game as well. The scores of 350 being chased down, and I mean, it's brilliant to see. It's brilliant for the game, but who'd want to be a bowler?
Well, especially in that game between Durham and Middlesex at Chesley Street. There's centuries for Alex Lees and for David Bellingham. Half centuries for Will Rhodes and Colin Ackerman. 387 for 4 on the board. Happy days. And then Middlesex gone chase it down with 5 wickets remaining and 2 overs left.
2 overs left as well.
2 overs left. Half centuries for De Caries, Davis for Holman, and a century for Sam Robson. Could be 1 bounce and 4. No, all the way for 6. Hammered up and over the long off boundary and just the right side of the rope for Bohannan. 6 over long off takes him to 56. 180 for 2, Lancashire.
It was there in his slot, in his arc, when with no long off, and definitely was always going to take that on. Beautiful clean strike off the ball by Bohannan.
Single clipped out to mid-wicket. Takes him on to 57, not out. Prior to those 2 defeats for Durham, a victory against Kent by 7 wickets, the loss to Somerset by 4 wickets. Started the campaign with a 51-run win over the Sussex Sharks.
Again, when you're coming off the back of a huge defeat, and right now Lancashire looking in a very good position as well. Durham just again a good looking shot there by Bohannan, right there in the slow, and he takes a good whack at it and it races away into the deep mid-wicket boundary.
He caught a hold of that, didn't he, Josh Bohannan?
He's on the attack.
He is that. Whipped away through mid-wicket. 4 more runs, takes him to 61. And that is the end of the over as well. So the century partnership in the middle of that over.
44 from 48 balls for George Bell, 56 from 71 balls for Josh Bohannan, and no extras.
So 106 run partnership off 123 deliveries now between Josh Bohannan and George Bell. 186 for 2, 33 overs gone. Sachi Pai's taking a break and Callum Flynn is back alongside me, and this partnership, Callum, going from strength to strength.
Yeah, it certainly has been good, hasn't it? At the time when Lancashire lost their 2nd wicket, the captain Harris as well. Just feel like Durham were just starting to get a bit of pressure applied. Maybe if they went bang bang there, Lancashire might have been in trouble, but Bohannan just, with the start they had with Jones and Bell, it allowed the batters that was coming in, Harris and Bohannan, just to get started a little bit, didn't it? They didn't have to rush too much. They were already ahead of the rate and sort of ahead of the game a little bit, so it just allowed Josh Bohannan to get in and continue his form from Kent.
Yeah, such a rapid start, wasn't it? When you get onto the front foot like that, it took some clawing back from Durham. Brought Ben Rain into the attack to try and get a bit of control from this end. Managed to get the wicket of Michael Jones, but a lot of damage done in those first 5 overs.
Yeah, only really wickets put a stop to that momentum, don't they? And like I say, Durham got 2 in pretty quick succession. I think it was 61 for the first wicket and then 80 for 2. But then since then, Bohannan and Bell have played really nicely, and they just look like they're starting to just shift the gears a little bit. Certainly Josh Bohannan just looks like he's just up in the ante a little bit.
And they've got some batting in their side of Durham, and got some runs this season in the competition. Centuries each for Lees, Rhodes, Robinson. I know Benningham's not playing today, and Emilio Gay. So Lees, Rhodes, Robinson and Gay have all got centuries in this competition this season. Well, Rhodes has got over 300 runs so far in the first five games. Plenty of batting there for Durham. Strong looking top order. You know all the runs they can get here, Lancashire.
Throw Ackerman in there as well.
Yep.
It's a proper top order, isn't it? But
yeah.
You know, you're happy with that anytime you turn up to a game. Plenty of experience, plenty of runs.
It's such a interesting competition for that, isn't it? Because of, I mean, you could absolutely make the case that it makes it quite an unfair competition, because some sides are quite badly affected by 100 call-ups and relying on lots of younger players. Other sides less so, and some with a bit of a balance. But it does make it for quite interesting cricket when you've got such variations with that.
Yeah, you can look at it loads of different ways, can't you? Because, you know, Lancashire, fair to say, heavily affected by the 100. You know, I think is it mid-teens of players? Or
Yeah, I think it might be 14, yeah.
Yeah, so they're heavily affected by players that go across to the 100 and play in that competition. But it allowed you that opportunity to give your youngsters a real crack at it, play alongside the likes of Marcus Harris, Josh Bohannan, but also play against opposition, you know, like Robinson, like Ackerman, like Alex Lees, and test themselves against proper players in a bit more pressure situations than they might have faced in, you know, in the academy, in second 11 cricket. You know, there's a bit of a crowd on, there's more weighing on the results. So I suppose the benefits come from that side as well, in terms of breeding through your youngsters and sort of, you know, seeing who might be the future of Lancashire and all these other counties.
34 overs gone. 84 to Belt, 62 for Josh Bohannan.
From the River End, number 11, Mitch Killeen.
Change from the River End. George Drizzle's little 3-over spell comes to an end. And Mitch Killeen, who opened up the bowling in that blistering opening 5 or 6 overs. Lancashire on the attack. Comes back into the attack. He's bowled 6 overs for 40.
Yeah, he pulled it back a little bit in his second spell. I think he got dragged off after 2 overs, going a little bit around the park, but he brought it back well.
Deflects back towards the stumps at the non-striker's end.
It might be someone that Bell and Bohannan maybe have conversations about putting the pressure on and attacking, especially at this stage of the game. If you lose a wicket, there's no real damage to Lancashire at the moment.
Take a single to mid-on Belt. He's on to 85. Best score of the competition for George Belt this season. Gone past his 60 from the other day. Yeah, 66, his highest score through the previous games in the Metrobank One Day Cup.
Never really looks out of form, does he, George? But he always looks like a classy little player. Really good technically. Got some bit of flamboyance about him. The way he breaks his wrist through the shot at times. Plays these scoops and reverse sweeps.
Good stop at short fine leg, but Bohannan fancies 2. In the end, comfortably comes back for the second.
Still got depth in the lineup of Lancashire. You've got maybe Balderson might come ahead of Singh at this stage. But at the moment, 15 overs to go.
Cracked down the ground by Josh Bohannan for a single. Yeah, still to come for Lancashire. Singh and Balderson. Joe Morse. Avraf Shetty. Tom Aspinwall, who's back, having missed the first round of one-day cup fixtures, being away the Manchester Originals. Bailey and Barnard to complete the card. Again, Bell just drops it to mid-wicket for a single. End of the over, 35 gone. 196 for 2.
What are you taking, Scott? What are you saying? What are you fancying from here?
Just saying to Sachi, I guess. I mean, you get to 300, don't you, as kind of your baseline from here. See what you've got left. Overs remaining, wickets in hand. Whether what they thought might be a decent score is actually just nudged up as the game has gone on, certainly after that first kind of 5 or 6 overs.
Yeah, it was tricky, wasn't it? Because looking before the toss, the green on the wicket, how cold it was and overcast, you probably would have took 300 at the toss maybe. But then with the start that Lancashire got, you might just fancy 320, 330.
Quick single pushed up to mid-on by Bell. Yeah, because the pitch, I mean, look, even from here, still looks pretty green, doesn't it? Left a bit of grass on. Durham fancying bowling first, expecting maybe the ball to do a little bit more than it did. It was such a powerful attacking start from Lancashire. He's played well so far. It's a lovely shot. Lofted drive over long on for 6 by Josh Bohannan. That'll bring up 200 for Lancashire. Handsome looking shot by Bohannan. He moves to 71 not out.
Yeah, it's a proper cricket shot, isn't it? Yusuf not doing much wrong, just landing it on a nice length. But clearly shows that the wicket is pretty good. Bohannan just coming forward, allowing his hands through the ball. Times it nicely for 6. Still got them just 4 fielders out, isn't it, at this stage? So it might be something that Lancashire in these next 4.4, yep, 4.4 overs might try and take advantage of.
71 to Bohannan. Oh, it's got through cover. That'll race away. That'll be 4 more. Maybe took an awkward little bobble and bounce in front of Emilio Gay. Finds the boundary rail, back-to-back boundaries, 6 and a 4.
Yeah, really good for Bohannan. Just premeditating, really, isn't it? It's going to be shorter after hitting the fast bowler for 6 down the ground. So often you see a bit of a shorter length delivery in. Bohannan was waiting on it nicely.
Yeah, that's 6 that Bohannan hit. Second ball into the over. An effortless shot, really, wasn't it? Just lofted it back over the bowler's head. But that type of shot, his runs here, Durham have got a strong-looking batting lineup, and you know, that score kind of pushing 320, 330. Can they get to something like that? Might need it.
Yeah, we'll certainly need, like you say, Lancashire look well on the road for 300 plus. They've still got to bat well in these last 15 overs. They've still got to make sure they don't go too aggressive where they lose too many wickets and the momentum comes to a halt. But the way they're batting at the moment, they're flowing nicely.
A couple of dot balls to end the over. 36 gone, 208 for 2. Is that the challenge at this stage then, Callum? I mean, these two batters are really well set. Obviously, wickets in hand, good, superb base here for Lancashire to build on. But when to time that extra? When do you go again? I mean, they've been over 5 and over through the course of the innings, haven't they? But when do you then try and go again? Is that the next kind of challenge?
Yeah, it's that risk and reward that you always speak about in white ball cricket. You know, both of them could. They've got a platform. Both of them could go if they really wanted to. But you want one of these to bat through to probably late 45 onwards. And then if one of them can end up on, you know, a Bell might end up on 120, 130 not out. Bohannan will sneak into the hundreds as well if he bats that long. So if one of them can kind of bat through, and the other one just kind of takes the leadership in terms of, right, I'm going to put my foot down a little bit, I'm going to take the risk a little bit more. I think there'll be the conversations that are being had out there. I reckon George Bell will look to kind of bat through from the momentum that, you know, we're sort of looking at. George Bell looking like he's just happily turning over the runs nicely throughout the overs, and then Josh Bohannon's doing that again, going over the top against the seamer. Colleen, again, length, not too much wrong with that, but Bohannan has the freedom with mid-off up just to get his hands through the ball, punch it over the top, and picks up another boundary. And yeah, certainly looks like Josh Bohannon's going to be the one who takes this Durham attack on.
That's a lovely shot, isn't it? Give himself a bit of room, up and over, extra cover. A few problems here for Durham. These two are hitting the ball nicely here. Need wickets to try and check Lancashire's progress.
Yeah, so he hits him over mid-off there, and third man's come up into the ring, but another fielder's gone out leg side, so I imagine he's just going to go slower ball into the pitch and try and get Bohannan playing out to the leg side, try and bowl to one side of the wicket. And that's what Bohannan does, gets a couple of runs, 6 off 3.
It's what these two have done well, isn't it, in this partnership? I mean, we just saw some highlights before of Bohannan's 50 when he got to 50, and we saw some highlights of Bell's 52. Some lovely shots in there, but actually in between all that, they've run really well, haven't they?
Yeah, I think when you're running with Josh Bohannan, you have to, don't you? He's the pace that he runs at, he's constantly looking to turn them singles into twos, and when he can try and get a quick single, he's always on his toes, ready for it. So, and George Bell's obviously a really good athlete himself, so they've certainly turned ones into twos in this partnership, and it helps just sting the momentum for Durham. It helps just frustrate them a little bit.
Just turns it out towards backward square leg. Bell fancies 2. In the end, comfortably run by Bell, coming back for the second as the throw comes in on the deep backward square leg boundary. A couple more for Bell, he moves on to 89. So 217 for 2, 1 ball left to the 37th. Nine off the over so far. This will make it 10. That single just dropped towards the edge of the fielding circle at mid-wicket for 1. Bell into the 90s now. Exactly 90 not out. 218 for 2. Sachi Pai's come back with a lovely little pizza. Did you see that?
I know, pizza? It smelled good as well.
Didn't it just? Yeah.
She was talking about trying to trade in a sandwich bag for a pizza.
Trying to cut a deal, was she?
Yeah, I'll be very surprised if the pizza man's taking the trade. Imagine they've said, tap your card, please.
It's not a great offer, that, is it, to go with due respect to the sandwiches, which are lovely, but I'm not so sure you're buying into that.
Not quite a stone-baked pizza, is it?
No. Just the perfect size, that too, as well, isn't it?
Yeah, not too filling.
Bit of what's on top of it? Nduja sausage as well, just a little bit of spice on there as well. Lovely.
Oh, that's not too bad either.
Too bad.
No.
Yeah, so if you're coming on Friday, you now know what to get. £8 pizza or £6 for a margarita. And they do smell very nice.
They do look good.
In the air, on the bounce to backward point. Chopped away into the ground by Josh Bohannan. Still out again on Friday. So if you're watching the pictures and fancy a trip on Friday, I'm afraid it is sold out. Which has been great to see that both these games here at Liverpool have sold out. 2,300 is the top capacity. Carved away out towards deep backward point. That'll be 4. Bohannan also nudging his way into the 90s here. Not too far away from that. 87 now to him. 223 for 2.
Yeah, not his most convincing shot, but he's got the freedom just to play an aggressive shot through the offside because Yusuf's gone pretty wide, offering a lot of width. And Bohannan's going to tuck into that every day of the week, especially on 80 odd. Even though it's only one fielder, 5 from 4, and it makes such a big difference because as a fast bowler you like your square men out, so you know your square leg, your deep cover point, you often have like a third man or a fine leg back, so it does really make you sort of focus on one certain area, and often you can become lined up by the batter. It often shows your plan a little bit, shows your hand a little bit to the batting side, so you've got to use your variations and just try and create a bit of pressure through changes of pace, changes of length, but you've really got no room for any misjudgment as a bowler in the white ball game these days.
Does it help the kind of middle phase of these 50 over games having that extra restriction in place? Do you think it helps the flow, the pace of the game when sometimes maybe they can meander a little bit?
Yeah, I think so, because I think you've got to be more proactive as a bowler. I think you've got to try and be a bit more funky at times. You know, try and get him hitting him to one area, try and really frustrate him, and try and create your wickets that way, instead of, like you say, just bowling to 5 out. And
it's pulled. It's 4 for Bohannan. That pushes him over into the 90s. Phatic looking pull shot in front of square, bouncing over the rope.
Whereas that's sort of the perfect example there. It's a kind of heavy length that they bowl with a white ball these days, seamers, and with 5 out you'd probably have another man out on the leg side with that length, so you know it allows Josh Bohannan to pick up a boundary, but it really does make you focus on your plans, and like you say, you've got to get a little bit funky, a little bit quirky at times, and Durham are going to have to certainly do that to break this partnership at the moment, because the way Lancashire are going, they haven't really upped the ante that much, but they're starting to find boundaries pretty freely now, and like you say, Scott, with these two and they're running, they're making them 1s into 2s as well, so they're starting to get some big overs in here, Lancashire.
Yeah, run rates pushed up above 6 and over. Both batters into the 90s. Problem still here for Durham. Sure, they will be encouraged, however, by the way that the pitch is played. And I've already mentioned Durham through the course of this competition this season got some big scores on the board. Back of a length by Colleen. Beautifully controlled pull by Bohannan. Steering the ball down towards fine leg for 4.
Played that so nicely, Josh Bohannan. He's waited for it and then just turned his wrist on it at the last minute just so he can beat that deep square fielder. And he picks up a boundary. One hit away now from 3 figures again for Josh Bohannan.
Yeah, century against Kent. Last time out, in the end, in a losing cause for Lancashire, but after a couple of low scores to start the competition, came bouncing back to form at Beckenham and carrying on where he left off in Liverpool. He was content to take the singles. Easy really for Bell, just to nudge it out to mid-wicket for one.
Yeah, they've got the boundary early on in the over, so just allows you now to go singles. You don't really have to take any risk. 7 off these first 4 deliveries. Anything else now is a bonus.
Eight off the over, with 1 ball to come. Keeper's going to stand up here, Ollie Robinson, under the helmet behind the stumps. Bell might fancy 2. Yeah, he does. He's coming back towards the keeper's end. Excellent from Bell and Bohannan. 2 to end the over. Bell's on 96. Bohannan's on 98. Both batters within a shot of 3 figures here. 39 overs gone, 239 for 2.
Really good from George Bell, wasn't it? He just picks the gap nicely, but he doesn't force it too much where he has to stick it a single. He's nice soft hands into the gap, allows himself to come back for a couple of runs. Some questions for the Durham attack now. 11 overs to go, Lancashire. 239 for 2. And 2 lads in the 90s as well.
Dream position, isn't it, for a batting side and for 2 batters where you're both scoring so freely and both hitting the ball nicely. Seem to be both on the same wavelength, running well. This, I'm sure, will be a pretty enjoyable partnership that these two are enjoying. Will Rhodes will return. He's bowled 3 overs for 21. 11 left for Lancashire. Bohannan 2 away from 3 figures. Stopped it short, fine leg. It needed to be as well. That gets past the fielder. That's 4 for Bohannan's century. Takes a single instead, moves to 99.
Just a little giggle from Bohannan. I think you asked him what delivery you want when you're on 98. It's probably something like that.
After a little bit of hesitation, the umpire signals the wide.
Yeah, outside the blue line, isn't it?
They do get 1. Bell moves on to 97. Rhodes almost bundling Bohannan out the way in a bid to try and stop the ball. 242 for 2.
off, coming up. Fine leg going back. While Bohannan is on 99, trying to stop that easy single.
Defends to cover. That's clipped out towards the leg side. He'll come back for two. And with it, back-to-back Metrobank one-day centuries for Josh Bohannan. It's 101 not out, 96 deliveries, a couple of sixes, 8 fours as well. Fabulous work by Bohannan. 2 tons on the bounce for Lancashire.
Yeah, very pleasing sight for Lancashire fans, seeing Josh Bohannan back in the runs. He's had some tricky periods throughout this season, but he certainly never lost his class. A very well timed innings as well. He come in, Durham just starting to apply a little bit of pressure with a wicket of Jones and Harris. He started off slowly, 15 of around 30 deliveries, but he's timed his innings really nicely. 102 now of 97. And he's helped set Lancashire up. He's helped set Lancashire up for 10 overs of a decent onslaught now as well. Really good platform for Lancashire here to play with freedom. Also not doing too much different than what they have been doing. They're going around 7, 8 and over by not doing too much. Risk and reward. Ackerman's gonna come on in this 41st over. Bohannan still after getting to his 100, still trying to turn them singles into twos.
Yeah, he's great. He's always looking. He's always searching for runs. It's a brilliant runner between the wickets. George Bell just turns that one into the leg side and moves to 98. His previous best has been 99. Yet to get 100 for Lancashire. I'm just getting shushed.
Bohannan.
Just gotta point it out, you know. Getting a lot of grief from our fellow photographer George Franks for.
I'm pretty certain he ran himself out as well when he was on 99.
He'd love to get 2 right now.
Oh.
Anything
Bound
but
you.
a single.
Leave the running.
And it's short and it was there to hit, but he finds the fielder in the deep. So again, he moves to 99, his best score for Lancashire.
I reckon if he was on 30, 40, he's probably putting that into the trees. But I think at that score, he's not taking the risk.
Now it's with that shot, 250 comes up for Lancashire as well.
Yeah, 250 with still 9 overs to go. An excellent position for Lancashire, being 2 down. George Bell, 99. Can he find the single?
Coming to Bell again. It's punched off the back foot and he jumps up in huge joy as he brings up his first century for Lancashire. And you know what that means to him, and it's met with a really round of applause. Very warm one by our crowd here at Liverpool Cricket Club, and what a brilliant innings this is for George Bell. His first one and his first of many.
Yeah, absolute fantastic knock from the Lancashire opener. He had a an onslaught that got him ahead of the game in the first 10 overs, and then since then he timed his innings really well. 100 off 113 deliveries, his first century for Lancashire, and it was brilliant to see how happy his partner was, Josh Bohannan, at the other end, jumping as well in the air, giving him a big cheer.
And now he loosens those screws off as he gets down on one knee and whips that over square leg for a couple of bounces and 4. I think he can breathe a bit better.
Yeah, I think we might see the full array of shots from George Bell in these next few overs now. He's going to really look to put it in 5th gear and really put the pressure on Durham now. He's going to ask questions of this Durham seam attack.
Might bring out his reverse scoop as well. Again, down on one knee, and he swipes across at that one. Fielder underneath it, Alex Lees, and he makes no mistake. Didn't quite get a hold of it, the George Bell. You know, trying to find that pocket, and the brilliant innings of 104 comes to an end for George Bell. He's getting a standing ovation, as he should, from his teammates, from the spectators here. It's a brilliant knock that comes to an end. And what a moment this is for him as well.
Yeah, it'll certainly be a moment that he cherishes for a long time himself and his family. Hopefully his family are here today, getting his first 100 for Lancashire. He's come very close before on 99. I'm sure he ran himself out, but he gave himself plenty of opportunity today, and he batted beautifully.
He did, and he probably wanted to replicate the previous shot again. It's given him a lot of success in this innings. You know, moved outside the off stumps, just didn't quite get hold of it. He's quite strong at the sweep and variations of the sweep. With that, Harry Singh comes out to the crease, who, you know, has made his first class 50 not a few games ago, a couple of games ago maybe.
Yeah, a couple of games ago he batted really well, didn't he? He's someone who naturally more suited to the top of the order, so it'll be a new challenge coming in this late and trying to score at a high tempo this early. But this is all part of the learning. This is what the Metrobank One Day Cup brings for a club like Lancashire, who lose a lot of players to the 100. It brings exposure to the younger players that have come through the academy, the second 11 players. So be a good challenge for Harry Singh.
And we've got 3 men out on the leg side, and followed by a deep cover and a third. As Harry Singh faces up his first delivery from Will Rhodes.
Oh, it's a very, very tight first run for Harry Singh.
Do you know what? I think he would have made it in quite comfortably. I think it was Alex Leicester who was at mid-wicket. I think he was even surprised that he went for the run move, which stuttered his pick up a little bit, I'd say. But
it's one of them hard ones to judge, isn't it? As the batter mid-on's back, you've got that tightish mid-wicket. Harry Singh went for it, and he did survive.
Again, that's picked up nicely by Bohannan. What a brilliant stop there by deep square leg. Just whipped that away. It went flat with one bounce, and he just stuck his left hand out on it. It just stuck in it, didn't it?
Yeah, I think the Lancashire members and supporters behind him might be saying a quiet thank you to him. Because he timed that very nicely to Josh Bohannan.
Timed beautifully by Harry Singh, but stop ball. He stays very tall and top of the bounce, doesn't he? He's got those long levers that he puts to use.
Yeah, he's a very tall batter. Harry Singh played a bit against him in club cricket. He drives so nicely through the offside on top of the bounce, but he's got a chance to play with a little bit of freedom here. That's a beautiful shot. Again, on top of the bounce. He nearly gets a boundary for it. He thinks about a third, but they stay at a couple. Again, playing on top of the bounce. Nicely down the ground. But with the men out, he can just allows himself to commit into his shots, and it's something that, like you say, this scenario will be pretty new to Harry Singh.
He might enjoy it, you know, enjoy the freedom of just sort of, you know, there's one batter on those and 106. You almost go in with a bit less pressure. And when the score is set up beautifully, and, you know, if you just say to yourself, I'm just going to play attacking cricket and positive cricket, keep looking to turn that scoreboard, it, you know, it gives him the freedom to play his shots more.
Yeah, it's always nice for the batter to go in, isn't it, with no real attention onto the scoreboard. You can just play. As Bohannan, it's that aerial hit. Yep, that's the dismissal. Josh Bohannan on the slog sweep, doesn't quite get hold of it, and he finds the deep mid wicket fielder. I think it might have been Scott Borthwick, and that's a wicket for Colin Ackerman, and it brings the end of a fantastic innings from Lancashire's number 4, Josh Bohannan. Back-to-back centuries in this Metro Bank One Day Cup, and he gets a very nice applause from the crowd here at Liverpool Creek.
Yeah, he played really well, really beautifully. Again, he didn't quite get going off the blocks as quickly as Bell, but you know, he controlled his innings, paced it really well, and once he got past the 50 mark, he really upped the gears and accelerated past Bell in the end. But it's an interesting situation now. Now 2 new batters will come at the crease, and you know, Durham will feel like anything they keep Lancashire under that 300 mark, they'll do a good job, and you know, Lancashire will be looking to go way past that, you know, with still 8 overs to go.
Lancashire batter, number 24, Joe Moores.
Joe Moores comes out to the middle.
Yeah, we're not yet to see George Balderson, who's been having a decent time of it with the bat in the Metro Bank Cup. So 2 youngsters out there for Lancashire, and like you say, two wickets in quick succession for Durham. So they'll be chatting now about trying to keep Lancashire to 300, 310 in these next 8 overs, with 2 new batters in that have got to get used to the pitch still, but Lancashire is still in a very good position. Batters can play with freedom, but you still don't want to give this excellent platform away. Still want to make sure they finish strong and take momentum into the break. To think about a 2, and they get a couple. Moores off the strike with 2 after a missed field.
It's good positive running here from these 2. The intention's clear. You know, the intention's to run hard still, just to give themselves a bit of time to get in. You know, even if they give themselves both like an over, or just keep rotating, keep running hard, and then really kick on. Oh, as he pulls out a reverse sweep shot straight over fielders at short third and backward point, and it sails for a couple of bounces into the fence. What a brilliant shot that was.
The speed of the bat and his wrist, the flamboyancy in that shot. It's like he had a sword in his hand and he was just wafting it everywhere.
It's his blade, hands, isn't it?
His hands were excellent then from Moores.
Ackerman just pushing that fielder out sort of deep point, quite backward now. It's a big gap in front of point. Moores just flicks that off his legs into straightish mid wicket, looking to come back for a 3, and they make it quite comfortably in the end. Excellent running, a boundary followed by a 3. And Durham fielders just being a little bit sloppy when, you know, letting the batters almost convert those 1s into 2s, and you know, on the misfield they haven't been quick enough to gather the ball.
Yeah, it's excellent running though, isn't it? It's probably the shorter of the boundaries here at Liverpool to our right. To be able to run a 3 there on the misfield, really good from this young Lancashire duo. It's been a shot that's looked quite difficult on this surface, the square cut. Seen George Bell and Bohannan playing with a straight back more through sort of extra cover region, which, like you say, it shows signs of the ball maybe not bouncing as true as we think. Maybe just a little bit sticky in the pitch.
Played a lot with straight bat, haven't they, as opposed to a vertical bat, and especially on the offside of the wicket. Again, they've been very quick on the pull, but a lot of the pull shots also have gone in front of square. Its comparison to behind goes to show that the pace of the pitch isn't quite there.
Was it in the first 10 we've seen George Bell pulling one through mid-on, didn't we? With a new ball as well. Oh, Rain straight through. Moores tries to make room for himself to slash it through the offside. Keeper up, and Rain just takes the top of middle, and it takes middle stump with it as well. That's number 5 for Durham. 268 for 5 now, Lancashire. Just a little bit of momentum being taken out of this Lancashire innings.
Again, it was you know, full, or like a little bit back of a length, you could even argue, but crashing into middle stump, and he tries to give himself room and just turns his hands a bit, whereas, you know, we saw success for scoring runs on this pitch has been with the full face of the bat rather than trying to play square off the wicket. So Moores has to depart. Just a little bit of loss of momentum for Lancashire here. They've just got to gather themselves a little bit.
Yeah, they still need to be clever about this. Lancashire 268 for 5. With 6.5 overs to go. Obviously, of course, they've got a platform to play freely, but if you lose another wicket here, you could just sting the full momentum that you've got going into these last 10. Durham fighting back well here at Liverpool. I say Durham will be chatting. Can we keep them around the 300 mark now? 5 down. Try and pick up 1 or 2 more wickets as well along the way. Just keep pushing Lancashire back.
Balderson comes in with a lot of experience. And his experience will be key here for Harry Singh to bat with him as Ben Rain comes over the wicket, around the wicket to Balderson.
Yeah, I thought we might have seen Balderson come in at number 5. He's been in decent form, and a left-hander joining Bohannan at that stage would have been a nice balance to Lancashire's batting.
It just looked like it moved a bit here, that from Ben Rain. Again, he's getting a little bit of shape, a little bit of movement. Hitting that hard length and keeping it very tight and close to the stumps.
Yeah, keeper up as well. It's always tricky, isn't it? As a batter, keeper up, you feel like you don't commit as much to your shots because the keeper's there. You're trying to stay in your crease. It's a nice shot from Balderson. Picks up a 4. Rain ever so slightly missing his length, which he doesn't do often. Balderson takes advantage, plays it nicely through. Backward point, picks up a 4.
Again, that was punched nicely, wasn't he? He didn't look to cut it. He almost just held his shape, stayed on nice and tall on the ball, and played it at the top of the bounce and punched it backward of point.
Good from Balderson, playing it up to mid-off, takes a quick single after the boundary.
It's good cricket. Boundary and a single. I like that. Yeah, I really enjoy it when that happens.
It's like a club cricket bingo card shout. Take that one off.
Again, that just worked behind squares. The fielder at 45 come through for a single. Now with the end of the 44th over, Lancashire are 274 for 5.
Yeah, good over from Ben Ray, been the pick of the bowlers for Durham today. He's hit a really nice length and he hasn't moved too often. Getting a wicket and going for 6 off that over.
Back number 11, Mitch Killeen.
Be a change of bowler now from the far end. Killeen comes back to the attack. It's been quite expensive in this 9 overs, gone for 65 runs. A lot of that was obviously at the start of the innings.
Yeah, I think his first couple of overs went for around 24, 25, didn't they? Didn't quite find his line and length. Looks like he's going to bowl into the pitch and pace off. Keeper stood up. Got a deep square, deep mid wicket. A long on, long off, and a deep cover point. So often you see this kind of field in the white ball game. Short third, short fine, up in the ring. Allows you to have them boundary fielders out in front of the bat.
He just picked up, not quite got a hold of it, but just straight over the bowler's head, so it will be safe. We'll come back for 2. And if they can find a way to get to that 320 plus, I think that could be a good competitive score.
Yeah, you're still looking, well, you have discussions, don't you, in the change rooms, going at 10s for at least the last 5 overs.
And sliced a bit, but falls just short of that fielder, who actually in the end does well to stop it. So it would be, probably had his heart in his mouth then, didn't he?
Especially on this outfield. A few just spitting off the outfield, a few bouncing just a little bit uneven. That's a nice shot from Harry Singh. It's a bad ball from Killeen down the leg side, pace off. And Harry Singh just has to get any sort of bat on it behind square, and he gets a good chunk of it. He finds a boundary. Yeah, you go into Lancashire would have been going into these last 10, wouldn't they? Saying, you know, would like to score 100 after these last 10 and over. A couple of wickets of Bell and Bohannan, who were the set batters, will put a bit of a halt to that.
That's a great shot that by Harry Singh, who was up there in the slot, and he just hits through the line over the bowler's head. A few bounces and 4 runs. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, it's a real thumping, dismissive shot, isn't it? As a fast bowler, hitting a solid length and then getting hit over your head like that. Harry Singh, it wasn't over-pitched, just Harry Singh, his height, the way he waits for the ball and plays on top of the bounce, allows him to hit that one for 4. Back-to-back boundaries.
Again, a bit of change in pace. That back of the hand slower ball, it was miles slower. But he just turned into the leg side and he settles for a single. With that, with the end of the 45th over, 287 for 5.
Yeah, good over for Lancashire. Couple of boundaries, couple of singles and a 2. Singh 14 off 9, Balderson 8 off 6. Gonna see a change of bowling. Ben Rain will probably finish up at the other end. Will Rhodes back into the attack.
At the pavilion end. Coming back number 15, Will Rhodes.
And it's 5 overs, gone for 35 and 1 wicket.
I think Lancashire will certainly look to target the leg side boundary, the shorter of the square boundaries, as Harry Singh goes aerial, but it could be dismissal, and it is. Will Rhodes, keeper up, pace off. Harry Singh just gets under it a little bit too much, doesn't get enough power behind the ball. Scott Barthwick takes the catch, and that's the 6th wicket for Durham.
Yeah, again, right shot. You know, he shuffles across the crease slightly and looks to pick that up to go into the pocket, the cow corner pocket. The ball goes. It went really high, but didn't have the legs for it, and quite a comfortable catch in the end.
Yeah, he probably looked to go too straight, didn't he, with that length instead of going a little bit squarer. I think if he went squarer, he might have got a hold of that. And he might have been picking it up out of the crowd. But that's the 6th wicket for Durham, and it's a good response so far. Going into these last 10 overs, 4 wickets, picked up. The 2 big ones are Bell and Bohannan, which certainly put a halt to the momentum of Lancashire. It's often what you find, don't you, when new batters coming in at this situation. It is, even though the platform's there, it's still hard to just go from ball 1.
Yeah, absolutely. When the ball's a little bit older, you know, it gets a bit more softer, and then you're like, I don't actually have that much time to get in and things like that. But you know, you almost argue that right now, with the way the game is, you're taught to be a lot more attack and aggressive. So they have all the shots in the book. It's just about execution.
I've shattered a new batter for Lancashire. Getting off the mark. First delivery. He's been a good find for Lancashire. He's had a pretty successful competition so far. He'll look to have a say with the ball later on in the game.
I think he's been in and around the setup for many years, and you know, he has shown some real class this tournament.
Balderson finding a single in the leg side. It's a good over so far from Rhodes. A wicket and 2 singles.
Yeah, absolutely. He's played some good firepower innings at the back end as Shetty, so can he do it again today?
It's a big appeal from Rhodes. Robinson takes it, stood up. It's a brilliant take from Robinson down the leg side. The umpire signalling off the 5-pad. Will Rhodes apologises to the umpire.
Never seen a player do that, if I'm honest.
Shetty played nicely into the leg side. They think about a couple and they get it. 2.
Whips that, doesn't he?
Yeah, he
right
plays
on
it
top
nicely.
of that bounce.
Whip just generates the power, doesn't it, to get it into the gap.
A bit like Bohannan. You know, we saw him do that time and time again today, and brought him a great deal of success.
Will Rhodes, can he get out the over well? His final delivery of his 6th over. It's played nicely from Shetty. A wide delivery from Rhodes, who Shetty just looks to use the pace. Doesn't quite beat the short third fielder. Very good over from Will Rhodes. 5 off it, and the wicket of Harry Singh. 292 for 6 Lancashire, with 4 overs remaining. What are you taking?
It's got to be 320.
Yeah.
You have to get, you know, they should be looking now to get that 320. I was going to say, like, actually, short third did quite well to not let that ball hit his face. I think, you know, he was going for the dive as rightly that's where the ball was heading towards, to his left, but sort of took off again, and goes to show this outfield is quite hard to field on.
I think that's what, again, going back to Bell and Bohannan's running, it creates that doubt, doesn't it, as a fielder when you're fielding on an outfield where it's just a little bit uneven, a little bit dry. You tend to not attack the ball as much because you're wary of looking a little bit silly and running past one. So that was a really good point from partnership of Bell and Bohannan, where they created them singles and twos. Ah, it's a beautiful shot from Shetty. Yusuf back on to finish up. Shetty just backs away, gives himself room, and again it's them hands, that break of the wrist, finds all the power through a wide-ish mid-off, picks up a 4.
It's a great shot. It was brutal strike. Just gives himself room way outside the leg stump and just flashes those hands and almost flat bats it through the gap between mid-off and extra. Brilliant shot now. Again, you know, bringing change in field now. Fine leg comes up. Got long off in place.
Has he got a scoop? Has he got a scoop in him? He looks to go the same way. He'll pick up a couple. Doesn't quite time it as well. Gives himself room to that offside. Good from Shetty, moving around his crease.
I think even if, you know, because of the pace of the pitch and how it's behaved, I don't think scoop necessarily is a good option unless you're facing a spinner and you're pulling out the reverse, because there's not much that length has to be right for this.
Oh, so a good bouncer from Yusuf, just over the left shoulder of Shetty, again just trying to give himself a little bit of room. South African following him. Any kind of bat on that though, again would have found the rope.
Yeah, with fine leg up, I think, you know, he tried to follow him and not give him much room.
Single out to the deep point boundary. Brings George Balderson on strike, the left-hander. It's always nice having that left-hand, right-hand combination.
2.99 the score. Almost felt like Balderson's not had much of the strike, you know.
Yeah, in the last couple of overs he hasn't, has he? Started well, finding a boundary early on. I think they'll go into the pitch as well to George Balderson. He's going to come round the wicket, getting him hitting out into this leg side. Balderson might look to do the same, open up that offside. He goes for the bluff, he goes for the Yorker. Balderson probably feels like he's missed out.
I think he wasn't quite expecting it. I think that's what it was. I think it surprised him that he went for that ball. It just was a bit late on it, I'd say.
Yeah, his first initial movement was just to the leg side, ever so slightly. I think he would have been expecting that ball into the pitch, into sort of the hip chest region, that heavy length that seamers look to bowl with the white ball.
It's gone high, long off, underneath it. Makes no mistake. Again, Balderson going for that big swing and getting the toe end of the bat, not quite getting hold of it, but the ball really going straight up, and it's a very regulation catch for long off, and the score still on 2.99.
Yeah, it's really good bowling from the South African overseas. The plan looked set for some short back of a length bowling, hitting out into the leg side, but he goes full, aiming for the Yorker, and then Balderson played a miss, and then he goes full again. Maybe just a slight off cutter. Balderson weight going towards the leg side, not getting his weight through the ball. He doesn't quite find enough of the bat to find the boundary. And then comes a player that Lancashire fans will be very happy to see again. Tom Aspinwall. The main role will be with the ball, but at the moment he's got a job to do with the bat. He's been away with the Manchester Originals for a couple of weeks. This would have been a tournament, a competition that Lancashire fans would have expected him to have a good say in, but he got selected into the Manchester Originals squad in the 100. He's been released now to play some cricket, which is good to see.
think it's a few days until their next game, so it was good for him to come and get some game time. Never easy being on the bench for a while. Again, that's guided nicely by Shetty, but the fielder is set in place. He played that very delicately, nice and late. A big round of applause from our crowd as 300 comes up in the 48th over.
Yeah, just trying to run it off the face of the bat, trying to be clever, trying to beat that short third fielder. Ben Rain into Aspinwall. Oh, and he's got him. First up, it's not the return, certainly with the bat, that Aspinwall would have liked. But again, it's brilliant from Durham. The way they're fighting back in this game. Slower balls, cutters. That was a back of the hand slower ball, which has worked for Durham. So it might be something that Lancashire look at, have a discussion about. But it's the 8th wicket for Durham, 300 for 8 Lancashire.
Yeah, absolutely. And then if you think about, you know, we're looking at the whole scorecard and how nicely Bell and Bohannan were going, and the fall of wickets. So the third wicket fell at 255, and they've lost 5 wickets for just. Sorry, the third wicket. Yeah, so they've lost 5 wickets for just 45 runs, and almost just felt like they haven't had an idea about how to pace their innings in the last 10 overs or so. 10 overs is still a long time. It's I always think I'll say this, but it's half of a T20 innings.
Yeah, we so often you speak now about talking about balls, don't you, instead of overs. 60 deliveries in them 10 overs. It's a really long time, and Lancashire just haven't quite got it right in these last 10. He had a really good platform sent from Bell and Bohannan. Losing them 2 back-to-back will be a sort of discussion point potentially at the end of this game. Losing 2 set batters and 2 new batters coming in at that kind of period. It's not what you want as a batting side, but Durham have fought back really, really well so far. Even if they just bat clever and just strip it back a little bit here, Lancashire, they should still reach 320, which will be a total they would have took at the toss.
Ben Rain here has bowled fabulously well. Coming in his 9th over, he's picked up 2 crucial wickets and just strangled them for runs. Just gone for 26.
Yeah, he's bowled really good in these middle overs, and now at the depth. Keeper up. Like I say, when the keeper's up as a seamer, just makes it a little bit more tricky as a batter. Just feels like it traps you in the crease a little bit. Can't use your feet as much, trying to advance in down to the pace, because he's not pacey at all, is Ben Rain. Shetty looking into the leg side, thinks about 2, but Scott Borthwick keeps it down to a single. It'll be a similar role that George Balderson looks to take on in the second innings. Keeper up, keeping it tight, stump to stump.
Tries to keep it simple, does Balderson, most of it. Oh, and the scoop comes out from Tom Bailey. Very, very cheeky, very smart. Didn't know he had it in the locker.
He really enjoys his batting, doesn't he, Tom Bailey? I think he enjoys it more than he's bowling these days. But it's an excellent shot from Bailey. There's no pace on it at all. It was a back of the hand slower ball again. But he gets enough bat on it. He gets it fine enough to beat the short fine fielder. And he picks up a crucial boundary for Lancashire. Just when they're looking to try and set as many runs as they possibly can in these next couple of overs.
306 is the score. There's a couple of overs to go. 320 is definitely on. Like Arif Shetty Probably want to be doing a lot of the striking here as well.
Yeah, 12 balls left. You're looking to score, aren't you, off every delivery? And that's hit nicely into the leg side. Has he got enough on it to find the rope? He hasn't. Good fielding. Hunting in pairs. As they so often saying, as a fielding unit these days, cuts it down to a couple.
He's picked that up nicely though, straight in that pocket. There's a huge sort of space there between sort of long on and deep mid wicket, because it's quite a squarish mid wicket.
Yeah, he is quite square. Oh, it's a beautiful shot from
Oh.
Shetty. He's got some flamboyance about him. He steps inside the line, and a bit like one of them helicopter shots that you see so much from the likes of MS Dhoni.
Very clever, very clever.
Nicely, doesn't he, off his hip?
So yeah, he knew he was going to be bowling into the pitch, and so moves himself across about the 8th stump and gets inside the line and picks it up beautifully towards fine leg.
Oh, it's a little bit quicker from the South African that time. Hits the keeper's gloves. Probably the best of any ball in this innings. Shetty's there just trying to open up the offside. Yusuf followed him a little bit. He probably feels like he's missed out there, Shetty, because there's back of a length pace on, any kind of bat on it. Again, finds a rope.
I think fine leg now goes back out. Again, he gives himself a bit of room, and another good, well-directed bounce. So 2 dot balls after a 2 and a boundary, and you almost might argue that it's better off him staying inside the line, maybe.
Yeah, certainly, because he looks like he's just moving a little bit too early.
He's almost moving as he's playing the shot, and I feel like he's losing that ball. They're really well-directed bounces. Maybe getting inside that line and splitting the field on the leg side could be a better option.
Yeah, certainly, and it offers a challenge as well to the bowler. Doesn't want to just look one side of the wicket. As he gives himself room again. Sometimes when you move around so much at the crease, it's always nice just to stand still for 1 or 2 deliveries, because you might get one that goes down the leg side when the bowler's expecting you to move around again. You might get a wide or just a freebie where you can just throw your hands at.
Just Tom Bailey having a word with him there, and
Yeah.
rightly so. You know, he's young. He's a young lad, and a bit of experience at the other end will help him. He's saying, just do that.
And that's what he's done. He stayed still. A short ball gives him a strong base. He pulls it nicely into the leg side. Gets a 6. It's a good over in the end, even though there's 3 dots in it. He's found 12 off that over.
He didn't give himself, backed away a little bit, but had the solid base. He wasn't on the move, and probably the conversation in between was, instead of trying to hit that through the offside, just trust yourself and, you're clear.
Yeah, just about staying still, isn't it? Sometimes on connection with the shot, where sometimes he was just moving around a little bit too much.
As is the last over of the innings, as to remind spectators, please not
318 for 8, Lancashire. The last over. How many can Lancashire get up to? Ben Rain's going to finish it off for Durham. And that's played nicely down the ground, but he's not quite got enough on it. At one stage, it looked like it could have hit us here in the commentary.
Hit us? Do you not trust me to catch that?
Oh, I'd have expected you to. But that's the 9th wicket. Bailey finding Scott Borthwick, who's been busy in these last 10 overs. It's his 3rd wicket as Ben Rain, 3 for 32 of 9.1. Brilliant figures.
I think it'll be important, for the new batter, Charlie Barner, to get Shetty on strike again. I think just get that one and get him on strike. He's been striking it well.
Yeah, definitely. Charlie Bernard will be looking to get a single off his first delivery. Waste no deliveries now in this final over. And try and get Arab Shetty, who is clearly a 360 player. He'll fancy his chances in these last couple of deliveries to clear the ropes again.
Yeah, it's interesting. It'd be good to see sort of what Durham's tactics in right now for the last 5 balls with the new batter on strike. You know, did they actually risk it by bringing someone up and try and stop that single?
Yeah, so you can see Ben Rain now telling his fielders to come in really tight. He's got 5 in the ring as well, so he has brought a fielder up. I'd like to see 3rd man up. It's brave, but just bring him up. Try and get a dot ball. Hits it straight to point. Charlie Bernard, there was never ever really a single. Shetty just runs, but it's a very wayward throw, and they get through for the single.
Really got away with that. He really got. I think he was sort of ball watching and looking at Shetty, and almost decided not to run. He was already at his other end, but a very, very poor throw. Gets away with it. So 4 balls left for Shetty to face.
Yeah, I don't think Charlie Bernard understood the message of just run. Shetty playing it out into the leg side. Barthwick races in, makes sure he cuts it off to a single. That slower ball back of the hand from Rain, working well in the death overs here at Liverpool. 320 for 9 Lancashire. 3 balls to go. Can they get up to 330? Can they find a couple of lusty blows in these final deliveries?
Oh,
it's chaos.
Hey.
It's chaos out there.
Everything happened there. I think because Shetty was so far through the crease, he almost didn't have the legs to turn back. Everything's happening.
Yeah, the keeper up to Rain. Robinson takes it as a shy at the non-striker's end where no one was really backing up. But they've kept Charlie Bernard on strike, which is the key for Durham.
Borthwick here at long on, getting a few words from the crowd, as he comes up. As Ben Rain's about to run in.
Yeah, he's trying to keep Bernard on strike. And that's Ben Rain's 4th, and that's the end of the Lancashire innings. Fuller length delivery, pace on, and it goes straight through. Lancashire's number 11. Lancashire end on 320, sorry. All out. Many thanks to George Bell and Josh Bohannan, 2 excellent centuries that have set up a pretty decent total for Lancashire. I think they'd have took that, wouldn't they, at the toss?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they'd be very pleased with that. Especially, they had a very fiery start. Really attacking batting from George Bell and Michael Jones to start with, which is really impressive. Very entertaining to see some beautiful shots. And then there was some sort of calm, measured, low-risk, high-reward cricket in the middle between Bell and Bohannan. A brilliant partnership, giving them 175 runs, giving them a great platform. Obviously not very high scoring after that, but through the blade of Arab Shetty and a fiery finish on 25 or 26 of just the 15 balls, sort of found themselves at a very respectable total.
Yeah, from the platform they had after losing Bohannan and Bell, they probably hoped for 340, maybe even 350 at one stage, Lancashire, but like you said, the toss getting put into bat on what looks like a wicket that's a little bit slow, a little bit uneven in bounce. Looks like that's a pretty good total, 320. I think Lancashire would have took that at the toss. Jones, a brilliant start, 30 off 17 deliveries. Bell, 104 off 115. Harris, 8 off 16. Bohannan, his 2nd consecutive 100 in this Metro Bank One Day Cup, 106 off 102. And then you've got Singh 14, Moores 9, Balderson 9. Arav Shetty 26 off 17, not out, and Aspinwall was out first ball. Bailey 5 and Bernard 1. That's Lancashire's lineup, and Ben Rain being the pick of the Durham bowlers. 4 for 34 of 9.5 overs. Yusuf 2 for 82 off 10. Rhodes 2 for 40 off 6. And a wicket apiece for Ackerman and Dressel. So it's a good first innings for Lancashire. 320 on the board, 321 to get. Now for Durham, we're going to take a break here at Liverpool, and we'll see you pretty soon for the second innings.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Welcome along to another edition of Beyond the Boundary with myself, Paul Allett, and today I'm delighted to have the greatest left-arm quick bowler in the history of the game alongside me. Played for Lancashire for 10 years, has become an adopted Lancastrian and had a wonderful international career with Pakistan. Wasim Akram, welcome along.
Thank you all.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford. Does it still feel a little bit special when you come back
Of course it does.
Manchester?
When I was parking my car, so a lot of memories came rushing back. The playing days, obviously the ground has changed a lot for better. But yeah, every time I come here, last time I was there about 3 years ago, when there was a COVID test, so we were in a bubble in the hotel.
Yeah.
But over and all, playing for Lancashire has been the highlight of my cricketing career. You know, I'm writing my book, it's almost ready, it'll be out in November.
Okay.
So a lot of positive stuff of Lancashire. For me, playing for Pakistan and coming to Lancashire was like a little oasis. Everything was comfortable, you guys just played cricket. And we had 3 senior players, Paul Allett, Michael Watkinson, and Graham Fowler. They used to make fun of all the junior players.
It was a tough school at times, I agree.
It was.
But it's great that you hold Lancashire in such reverence and such esteem. But tell us a little bit about how you came to come to Lancashire in the first place, because you were a very raw international cricketer in the late 80s and 88.
Yeah.
You hadn't much experience of Western culture.
None.
I don't think you had much experience of playing over here at all, had you?
Not at all. I think in 86, the great Imran sent me to play league cricket up north in Durham.
Okay.
I played for a club called Burnop Field.
Yes.
Boundary was about 25 yards one side. And it was tough for me, you know, as a kid from Pakistan coming to this weather and this country. But the idea was 87 we were touring. So just get the idea how the wickets work, how the weather works. So I enjoyed it. We used to end up every night at that nightclub on, you know, on the Newcastle River. On
the Tyne, the River Tyne?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. I bet, and the fog on the Tyne was
and
all
then,
yours.
yes, coming back to your question, 87, I think, or 88, 87, we were playing in Sharjah.
Yeah.
And Neil Fairbrother was playing for England. He got picked up. And Laurie Brown, a physio, great guy, one of the best physios I worked with, great human being too. They got hold of me there. They said, would you like to play for Lancashire? And remember those days, Lancashire, county cricket was, you got to be #1 player in the world. Only one overseas was allowed to play in playing 11 and you can only register 2.
That's right.
So I thought they were talking about Lancashire League. I said, yeah, sure, I'm ready for Lancashire League. They said, no, county. I said, really? So yeah, that was my first experience that I found out.
And you knew nothing about county cricket, presumably?
No idea. None.
Nothing about it?
Nothing about county cricket. I only read about it in Urdu magazines, cricketing Urdu magazines, that's how it works. But when I arrived here, I remember in 1988, but before that in 87, there was a test match here at Old Trafford. And our chairman, Bob Bannon at the time, Lancashire think tank, they got my family here.
Yeah.
For my birthday surprise. They called everyone, my 2 brothers, my younger sister, my dad and mom, to celebrate my birthday here. I think it was on 4th of June, if I remember correctly. But that was the first experience of me of, you know, Lancastrian hospitality.
So the club embraced you right from the word go, and you in turn embraced the club. It was actually David Hughes and Alan Ormrod who were running the cricket department at the time, and they must have been the 2 that instigated your first appearances for
Yes,
for
probably. And I remember both of them, David Hughes, Yoza and Alan, has been a great influence early on as a 20-year-old kid coming from a different culture altogether and mixing up with, you know, Western culture, and they really helped me a lot. Remember the first time we met, we was a Forte Post House in Nottingham.
Yes.
That hotel on the 1st floor.
Yes.
And Alan told me to come to team meeting at 6 o'clock in the evening, day before the game. I said, okay. He said, it's in the bar. Okay, I said, that's different. I come from
you're not a drinking culture.
Exactly. But again, you guys, the minute I arrived, walked into that wine at the bar, you guys all shook hand and said, welcome to Lancashire. So that gave me a bit of confidence. And remember, the next day there was a game against Nottingham, and I was sitting in the corner right somewhere, because huge seniors, I think, I don't know if it still happens or not, the senior players, they have their certain spots in each dressing room and they go and sit there. So you as a junior, you have to wait that everybody is comfortable, then you pick up your spot, if you get a spot.
I remember wandering into a dressing room and somebody, it probably wasn't you, was sitting in where I normally change. I said, listen, I've been changing for 15 years.
I think it was me.
Well, I would let you off.
But that's a good culture, though.
Yeah, I suppose it is in a way, although it might be a bit outmoded now.
Yeah, no, probably.
Now then, your rise and appearance in cricket was quite extraordinary because you played very little first-class cricket, if any, in Pakistan.
None.
And you turned up and bowled at the nets.
It was a camp
of a Pakistan camp.
It was a camp for 100 kids, young kids, and I did, well for my club, Ludhiana Gymkhana in Pakistan. So they, said this guy is good. So my name was in that in particular camp. And I remember first 4 days, there were 100 kids, and including Ramesh Raja, who played a test cricket by then, one test, and Mohsin Kamal, another test cricketer, and top first-class performers were there as well. So nobody gave me the cricket ball to bowl, so I got a bit down, depressed. So I went back to my captain in the club, Sadiq Khan. I said, look, there's no point in me going. I've been standing there for 4 days. He said, no, you go tomorrow. I'll have a word with the camp commander, and he'll give you the ball. So the next day, 3 or 4 batters to go, he gave me the old ball. I impressed him for some odd reason. Agha Saadat Ali, another late test cricketer. And then the next day, he gave me the new cherry. And you see, I used to bowl big in-swingers then. And I troubled almost everyone.
In-swingers to the right-hander?
To the right-hander.
Good ball from left arm quick. Good ball.
Yeah, so, I impressed everyone there. And then Javed Miandad was the captain of Pakistan squad. So he came to practice. So Gaddafi Stadium is a huge ground. So one side was our camp and his net was the other side. So he wanted some bowlers. So the camp commander said, you want to bowl at Javed Miandad? I said, what? Javed Miandad? I had a poster of him in my room. I would love to.
Well, one of the best Pakistan batsmen ever.
Ever.
And one of the best in the world.
In the world. So I went to bowl at him for a couple of days and he got impressed by me, and then New Zealand was touring Pakistan. And suddenly my name came in to play against New Zealand team. First 3-day game, President 11 versus the New Zealand side in Rawalpindi. I was over the moon, so was my family.
Right.
Javed Miandad, Sarfaraz Nawaz, Tahir Nakash, all these tests, Ramesh Raja, Salim Malik, all these guys were in the squad. And Javed dropped, I think, Tahir Nakash or Sarfaraz to have me in playing 11. That was my first-class game.
How on earth did you feel playing international cricket from straight out of club cricket? How on earth? Because that would it would cause issues for an awful lot of guys when you were 17, 18?
I was 17.
17.
Yeah, 18.
So how did you feel?
I think
probably too young to
I
even bother about it.
was too young to even bother about it. Absolutely spot on. It was blessing in disguise. I didn't know probably half the team of New Zealand. I knew Martin Crowe, Jeff Crowe, Jeff Harwood, John Reid, Jeremy Coney, the big names there, cricketing.
And they were a good team.
Great team at the time.
Yeah.
So I got 7 for 50 in first innings. I don't know how. And second inning, 2 for 50. I was just running in and ball, and I didn't know at the reverse swing at the time, but it was just happening.
I know how.
How?
Because you're a good bowler. Were you quick? And presumably you were raw then, as you say.
Raw.
You say I don't know how, but you did swing the ball. You swung the new ball, and you had this. You had this very quick arm.
Pindi wicket was like a road. You know how Pakistani flat,
no bounce,
no grass, no bounce. But I've got. I think before lunch I got John Wright caught in second slip, and then from there onwards, just everybody walked in. I would just start bowling full, and everybody was getting leg before bowled. So yeah, I think I was too young and naive. It was blessing in disguise that I didn't know who the players were.
And you didn't have time to worry about it,
no.
Presumably. So what about your development then? Because you're set into the world stage straight away.
Yeah.
And you've got this natural, raw talent. Were you allowed just to carry on doing that? Or was there some pressure on you to change what you were doing?
Oh, there was no pressure. I had very good mentors in Javed Miandad, and then Mudassar Nazar, who still lives in Manchester.
He does, yeah.
Well-travelled person in Jah. Well-travelled, who also helped me off the field. And then That was on New Zealand tour. And then Imran was joining us. He was playing for New South Wales. So he was joining us. We were meant to tour to go to tour to Australia for Mini World Cup in 1985, where India, I think, won eventually. India, Pakistan went in the finals. So I played, I think my first game was against Windies or against Australia. And I got 5 for 21, first top 5 wickets. Again, just bowling full, no control of the swing. That I learned eventually. But in the beginning, just come and bowl and hit the right areas, and that's what I did. And Imran was standing at mid-on, telling me on every delivery what to do. So that, as a young kid, was a huge confidence. My hero was telling me what to do, and I listened to everything he wanted me to do. And I think that's how I sort of got into the groove of Test cricket.
Was Imran a good teacher, a good mentor? Did he allow you to develop naturally?
Yes.
Or was he dictatorial?
No, he was very easy, whatever I'm comfortable with. But he always wanted me to work hard when I was 17, 18. Those were the trades I've learned from him, Miadat, Mudassar, that, talent can stay for 2-3 years, and the hard work can prolong that talent for another, say, 20 years, 15 years. And I think that's where I have to come back to Lancashire. When I played in 88, I remember getting my first 100 here, first class 100. And in 89, I became the #1 player in the world. That 6 months of county cricket, playing with you guys day in, day out, travelling. And you guys were very helpful. You were helpful as a bowler, our captain, Yoza.
I don't know. It's probably the best compliment that anybody's ever paid me, for you to say that I helped you with your bowling. But I'm flattered. I do remember giving you a real kick up the backside once when you came off because you said your nose was running and you didn't feel very well.
Yeah,
Tunbridge Wells, do you remember?
Yes, I remember. I remember that game as well, Tunbridge Wales. Don't want to play there anymore.
No.
I never liked it there.
So I said, come on, this is hard work. Bowling is hard work.
Yeah, I remember.
So you have to bowl even though you might not be feeling great, you might not be bowling great. So that might have been a lesson.
Probably. I think tough love sometimes works.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you did that. It helped me. And you see, the whole team was behind me, the captain, the club.
Yeah.
I remember they would put me in this hotel. It's still there or not? Trafford Hotel?
Down the road.
Down the road.
Well, Bob Bennett the chairman used to stay there.
Yeah, so they gave me a room.
I don't think it's still there now.
Nah.
But it was all right at the time.
It was okay. So we went to play away games. We were away for about 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. I came back. They checked me out. I couldn't find my clothes. I said, where are my clothes? They said, we checked you out. I thought you were not coming back. So we had some great stories. But again, when I bought my place here at the time, I remember I must give compliment to this Pakistani Sufi Sadiq. He's still around. Accountant. He says, I'll help you with your accounts and all. I said, ask Lancashire. He said, you buy a house. I said, buy a house? I'm 20 years old. I have no money. What do you mean buy a house? He said, get a mortgage. I said, what's mortgage? Then he explained, you have 6-year contract. So Lancashire gave me a 6-year contract. First time any overseas player got such a long contract.
Yeah.
So that shows the shrewdness of the skipper, Yoza, and of course Alan, that they realized this guy can actually...
Well, those were the golden days of county cricket being able to sign overseas players long term, because now, of course, there's so much cricket you
can sign somebody for 2 weeks.
But you were available for us virtually all the time, except when Pakistan were touring England.
Yeah, and because cricket was not all year round. It was only Pakistan season from September, October onwards till March.
That's right.
And then county started from April onwards till August, September.
Okay, so county cricket was essential in your formative years.
Yes.
Because you're such a pioneer and because you are one of the best bowlers there's ever been, with the record, you've got over 900 international wickets across one-day internationals and test matches, over 400 in test matches, over 500 in one-day internationals. It wasn't all about just running in and bowling fast. You pioneered the ability to reverse swing the ball, which is now.
And if you remember,
I wouldn't say it's commonplace, but it's a fundamental part of the modern game.
Yeah, it really is. Now it's called reverse swing. It used to be ball tampering then, if you remember.
Well, so they said. But you used to throw me the ball when you were bowling at the other end. I couldn't swing it.
Yeah. You used to bowl without swing, and suddenly the ball is going towards leg side.
A little bit.
And then eventually you got the hang of it. You said, okay, if it's going in, I'm going to just pitch outside off stump. And I remember the first year when there used to be rain, I used to take Gehan Mendes
Yes.
at nets.
Yes.
And you got me, Paul got me on the side and said, Vaz, listen, I know you're young. There's 6 months to go.
Yeah.
So just take it easy.
Because you used to roar in, didn't you, in the
Yeah.
nets? Nobody wanted to face you in the nets because you were unplayable.
But I think nowadays, obviously, mindset has changed. The more you bowl, you know, a lot of youngsters ask me, how should I increase my pace? What to do? It's a very simple answer. The more you bowl, the quicker you'll become. Because your bowling muscle gets strong. And bowling muscle is not just one particular muscle, it's everything in your body. And I think nowadays you bowl 8 deliveries and say 12 deliveries, say, okay, I'm done. Okay, thank you very much. So probably cricket is too much, but mindset has changed over the years, sure.
But reverse swing didn't just happen.
No,
you must have developed this in line with Waqar probably. And,
Waqar came a little later.
Imran was the
Mudassar
one.
and Imran.
Yeah.
They were the one who actually taught me how to reverse swing.
And I remember you being absolutely paranoid about keeping the ball dry when we were out there.
The rough side.
Just keep it dry.
Keep it dry.
Don't
Do not
spit
shine.
on it. Don't put sweat on it.
Especially
dry.
the rough side.
Yeah.
And I remember our spinner, very good spinner, Gary Yates.
Yes.
He used to bowl like this.
Yes, he did.
And I had to go at him 3-4 times. I said, you better change your habit, buddy. Because the rough side, if it gets soft, then it won't reverse. The rough side has to be rough and shiny side has to be shiny.
And we had at Lancashire, we had a wonderful 10 years when you were 88
incredible.
to 98. We won all those one-day games. And you were actually constant in that team, but there were actually 2 teams because the old guard, like myself, Graham Fowler, Guillaume Mendes, moved on in about 91, 92.
Yes.
And then you had another crop of lads with the Athertons and the Fairbrother was there as well. Crawley.
Peter Marin came in.
Chappell,
Peter Martin came in. Chappie came in a little later. Then Bumble, Junior Bumble. Ian Austin, the great man.
Yeah.
What a performer he had been for Lancashire in shorter format.
Who was the guys that stuck out most for you in Lancashire? Who were the guys that you really either admired or got on with or whatever?
I mean, you guys were seniors. I had always admired you as a senior players. But of course, Harvey Neil Fairbrother is a very good friend of mine. Still, we are in touch. Ian Austin I was very close to. Yeah. I believe he's got a bar now in wherever he's living. Beautiful wine bar.
I think he has.
Yeah, and he's a granddad.
He is, and he sells beer as well. On top
brilliant.
Of that, which he was always destined to do.
Destined to do, absolutely. No, but everyone, I mean, it's difficult to name any, but everyone was so helpful. Yeah. And it was fun for me to coming to Lancashire. It was like coming back home, no political thing, no politics in cricket. You come, you play, you go home, you have a good laugh, and the next day you start again.
You said earlier on, right at the start of this was your happiest time.
Yeah.
When you were here, when you were playing here, you probably felt the pressure was off a little bit and you enjoyed playing in county cricket. But surely winning the World Cup in '92 must have been the pinnacle.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think for every sportsman is basically idea is to represent your country's team in a World Cup and then winning it. And then, of course, being man of the match, and that too against the mighty England side at the time. They were the most experienced team in the world as far as one-day cricket concerned. But yeah, that was one of the best moments, in fact, the best moment of my life.
What did it feel like? Because there was this aura about you. I remember standing next to Warren Hegg at Slip. Warren was
Chucky's name.
Yeah, Warren keeping wicket to you, and he must have been one of the best keepers you ever bowled.
Absolutely.
I can't remember him dropping a catch off you.
No,
and
very rare.
You bowled 90 miles an hour and swung it and hooped it round.
He was
corners.
one of the best keepers, I think, who kept on my bowling. He was phenomenal and a great guy as well off the field.
Yeah,
still is very helpful, very easygoing, hard worker.
But getting back to you, you had this aura about you, and I know, standing at Slip, 20 yards back, watching you run in, there was a fear and a trepidation in the batsmen facing you because they didn't know whether you were going to hit them on the toe or on the nose.
On the nose. I think that's what I've learned in county cricket. That's why the experience matters. Playing under different condition matters, and every ground is different in England. Weather is always nice. It's not, I mean, if it's 26 degrees in England, you say it's a heat wave. No, it's not. Heat wave is in Pakistan. Right now it's 41 degrees. Yeah. So that also helped. And remember, we used to have a playing deck as well. And the next deck, next pitch, each side used to be dry as well without the grass. that boys can throw one bounce as well,
Yeah.
because the reverse swing. So that helped a lot as well. I think even in my book is coming out in November, the Lancashire stories are quite funny and memorable and happy times.
Brian Lara, Ricky Ponting, and Viv Richards have all gone on record to say that you were the best bowler they ever faced.
Wow.
That's pretty serious.
That's huge, coming from the greats of the game.
Yeah.
And I think it was because of my quick arm action, maybe. And
you were very difficult to pick up.
Yeah.
You had this scampering run.
And I learned,
quick run.
And I learned things as well. I was the only left-hander who went around the wicket, if you remember.
Well, you started there.
Yeah, I started this trend.
You did.
And I used to run. from behind the umpire. I said, why not?
And then leap out.
Yeah, nowadays I see bowlers, even T20 format, they're getting hammered every ball. They don't change anything.
No.
So as a bowler, what's my job is to create a doubt in batsman's mind. If things are not going well, just have your run up diagonal. Just bowl the same delivery you want to, but do something different.
But you were capable of bowling round the wicket and swinging the ball away from the right hand.
Yeah.
Very difficult thing to do as a left-arm bowler.
I think both of these guys. Yeah, I mean nowadays Shaheen Afridi.
Yes.
And then Mitchell Stark.
Yes.
Trent Bolt.
Yes, yes.
These
But you were
guys
the
are very
pioneer.
good. Yeah, I started bowling around the wicket, different angle altogether. And as a right-hander batsman, if I'm bowling around the wicket, if you're batting, you have to, with the angle, you think ball's going to come in.
Yeah.
And if it just goes across a bit, every chance to take an edge.
Waz, we could talk for hours, and hopefully you'll come back and we'll do part 2 of this
Sure.
at some point. But
Sure.
just before we go, I talked about the batters who said you were the best. Who was the hardest batsman to bowl at?
You see, I played against great Viv Richards, Brian Lara, Sachin Tendulkar, Alan Border, Graham Gooch, Mike Gatting, Alex Stewart. These are the big names. But I think one of the best was who played against me and Vakar against reverse swing was Martin Crowe. He always played us on a front foot. At 93 series, he got 200 out of 3 test matches. Pakistan won 3-0. I got 16 wickets in 2 games. I got injured. Vakar got 30 wickets in 3 test matches. And he got 200s. And then I think in England, who really played both of us well with the new ball was Alex Stewart. Because he realized, I have to attack. I can't just block and wait for the semi-new ball. By the time it'll be too late. So yeah, he was also quite difficult, especially. And in one-day cricket, I suppose Brian Lara and all these guys were there, but Gilchrist was the most difficult, especially when there were no bounces.
Waz, it's been fantastic to talk to you. And I hope that you'll come back and talk to us again. You're going to keep coming back to Emirates Old Trafford? And
Absolutely, any time. I mean, I'm 20 minutes away. Every summer I'm here for a month and a half with my family. My boys are 23 and 21, 24 and 21. They were born here in Wythenshawe Hospital. So they love coming here. They have a lot of memories of their mother as well. So yeah, love coming back, enjoying the weather, enjoying my little town, little Altrincham town. Just walk around, Durham, Massey. Just love it.
Beautiful. Well, we love having you back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for everything that you've done for Lancashire and keep coming back.
Absolutely.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Life can be extraordinary, unforgettable, amazing. Life is about the joy of being together. It's sharing every moment, indulging your passions, and making memories that stay with you forever. Life is live. The thrill of the game, the buzz of a network, the enrichment and fascination of a cultural soiree. And we feel every sensation because we're right there with you, always on. Always fully engaged to help provide that extra spark, heighten emotions, and make every occasion simply unforgettable. Because the best live events don't just happen to us, they become a part of us, forever associating your brand with life itself. Live can be extraordinary, and we're ready to help you make the most of every inspired, delicious moment. Welcome to Sedexo Live.
Hello and a warm welcome back. The run chase, the Durham run chase will be on the way shortly, live here from Egbert. Look at the view of that tremendous looking pavilion with its red roof and its little green wooden frame and some parasols in front and plenty of members sat below it as well. It's one of the bigger pavilions that you're likely to see at a club ground. It's a huge building. I've got lost in there quite a few times actually.
Got lost in there?
Yeah, I've taken the wrong corridor, gone down the wrong.
I have many times.
Yeah, you've also been lost in there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's like
good.
a maze.
It is, isn't it?
You don't know where the stairs are leading to.
No, you don't.
You could be on the players' floor.
Yep.
You could be on the camera floor.
You could be anywhere.
You could be on the bottom floor. The base, there's a basement.
Don't like going into basements.
Yeah, I don't.
No, I'm not a fan of that.
Even when people had houses that they converted the basement into like a room. I could never be in there.
No.
Get very claustrophobic.
Well, it's a grand looking building here at Liverpool Cricket Club. With Lancashire back and the Durham run chase with Alex Lees and Emilio Gay to open the batting. The target is 321. I wonder whether Lancashire field have left a few out there. What do you reckon?
I kind of was about to say that. I think they're probably 20-30 light, and I know this just sounds crazy to say. There were 255 for 2 with 11-10 overs to go.
Yeah, wicket to wicket, they lost their last 8 wickets for 65 runs in 52 balls. So 8 for 65 in 52.
No ball signalled here by the umpire. Second ball for Tom Bailey. Now, be a free hit to Alex Lees, who's in good form.
Is it definitely a free hit?
Signalled it.
Good effort.
And he's got away with it.
He's tried to wallop it away, hasn't he? So yeah, 8 for 65 is a bit of a wobble at the back end there, isn't it? Underpinned by 2 brilliant knocks from George Bell and Josh Bohannan. They both batter beautifully, but it just kind of flake away.
But no one was quite there with Arab Shetty to accompany him.
First runs off the bat. Alex Lee just tucks it away towards wide mid-on for a single. Yeah, Shetty's 26 off 17 balls, a couple of 4s and a 6. And single scores, Moore's 9, Balderson 9, Aspinwall first ball duck, Bailey 5, Barnard 1. So they might be a little bit light, we'll see. And it's probably a bit of a shoot-off this, if both these two sides, or if either of these two sides fancy trying to sneak into the top 3, which is a pretty tough ask. Then a win here. In fact, not just a win here, but their final 3 games to have any chance of trying to sneak into the knockout stages. The top 3 qualifying. Both the top 2 are on 16 points. Lancashire's maximum points they can get is 18. So even if they win their final 3, it might not be enough. Likewise for Durham, 3 wins from 3 might not be enough for them neither. They are 2 points better off, however, than Lancashire, so do have that slight advantage. But must win for both sides. So 321 the target for Durham. Pretty impressive looking batting lineup they've got. It's a batting lineup full of first class cricketers. Alex Lees, Emilio Gay, Will Rhodes, Colin Ackerman, Ollie Robinson, Scott Borthwick. Final ball of the first over.
Bowled really well, quite tidy from Bailey. Finishing the first over, he's found himself in a very good line and length there. Obviously got away with the free hit.
Yeah, I suspect Balderson and Bailey will take the new ball for Lancashire. It will be Balderson from the river end, the tennis court
end.
The
river end, the tennis end.
Falling from the river end.
The river end. It's nice. The sun's now peeking through.
Lovely. I felt like I'd definitely owned the club when I got out of the car this morning and parked up on the rugby field just on the other side. I could have really put my jacket in, that would have been ideal, but sun's out, pretty warm now.
Sun's out, my hoodie's off.
You noticed that, yeah.
It's hot. It's summer. I have noticed that because it's school holidays and so a lot of kids here, which is a good sign.
Nice.
Good sign to good day out for them to come in and enjoy some cricket. Balderson, step back of a length delivery, just clipped off and comes through for a single. I think I've noticed that, noticed that a lot in sort of the Lancashire innings, and noticed it now, is that when the batters have clipped it off, it's actually still going in front of square as opposed to behind. Just goes to show the pace of the wicket.
Yeah, there's been plenty of runs out there. Pretty fast outfield as well. Nice pace pitch. There's a powerful start to the bat, or with the bat, in Lancashire's innings. I'm not so sure Durham quite got it right with the ball first up this morning.
No, and I think that actually gave Lancashire obviously they, made most of it. But it almost gave them that base, the platform to really kick on. Almost feel like when you're 70, 80 of 10 overs, the loss of just one wicket. For Durham, they were always trying to catch up, weren't they? So I think Lancashire can learn a lot from that and bring it into their bowling innings and still keep that attacking feel. So I like the fact that they've gone with the slip in place, and I'd like to see that slip being utilised in these 10 overs.
Yep, while the ball's new. Batters are fresh. Just comes back in a fraction to Emilio Gay. Strikes him on the thigh bat. If they didn't quite get it right with the ball first up, Durham, they certainly managed to pull it back. I mentioned the wickets that Lancashire lost, 8 for 65 at the back end of their innings. So they dragged it back after a poor start.
I think Ben Raines was really the pick of the bowlers for Durham.
Yeah, Rain, half a run-out chance there potentially for Shetty. His game was sent back by Lees. Yeah, Rain, 9.5 overs, picking up 4 for 34. And he was the go-to, wasn't he, after an expensive start by Yusuf and by Colleen. Captain Paul turned to Rain pretty early on. Managed just to drag a little bit of control back for Durham. And he's gone on and picked up 4 wickets in the end. Couple for Will Rhodes. 2 for Yusuf, 1 for Drizzle and 1 for Akon. Yeah, 320 all out Lancashire.
Lee's been a good form. Durham just drifting onto the pads and trickles into the leg side, so he'll come through for a single. Yeah, he's really been an important key batter really for Durham. Scored some, had a mammoth innings when they scored that big 387 against Middlesex. He's quite the pillar when it comes to their batting, and he'll be very crucial in this run chase. Again, just guarded out to the fielder at third man. Just be a single.
Well, it's a pretty formidable looking batting lineup. I mean, that these are all players that will be featuring in Durham's first class side. Lees and Gay, Rhodes, Ackerman, Robinson, Borthwick.
Oh, he just looks to cut that one, but just misses the outside edge. I think we sort of noticed that as well when batters have sort of looked to play with a flatter bat and play squarer, they've struggled, whereas if they've gone with sort of full blade and looked to punch it a little bit, that's why Bohannan, I felt, was really successful. Again, just nicely tucked away off his hip for a single. Alex Lees. Yeah, I think it'd be important for them to get good sort of a firepower of a start here.
Yeah, I guess both sides can learn, can't they? But the way that Lancashire went about their batting, especially the Bell-Bohannan partnership, and also the way that Durham were most productive on the pitch when it comes to bowling.
I mean, a year ago, I believe he used to be at Northants.
He did, yes. Yeah, move towards the end of last season. I think he actually joined up with Durham before last season's finished. They announced his signing, and then he was, in the end, involved with Durham. I remember him actually playing. I think he came as a 12th man for Durham against Lancashire in a championship matchup at Chester Street towards the end of last season. Fabulous couple of years at Northants.
Well, they had a few new signing of players. I think Durham did at the end of the season. One of the ones who's on the bench today, Sam Connors, came from Derby. He used to play club cricket with him.
Did you?
Actually, that's my first memory.
Okay.
So when I first started playing cricket, I think I was 11, hardball, and he was our under-11s captain. If I could find a picture, I will. Yeah, got good pace on him, just Sam.
Yeah, someone who got a pretty successful couple of years at Derbyshire.
Misses the outside edge of Alex Lees. Balderson is doing really well holding that line and length. That's where he's good, isn't he, in terms of when he comes on to bowl. County champs, follows it up with his white ball. He's very good at just holding his line and length, not getting bored.
Yeah, and he just drew Lees into a shot, didn't he? So just a little bit of shape away.
I think I was listening to, I don't know if you watched it, it's Stick to Cricket. Have you watched it with
I've seen little bits of it, yeah. With Bumble and with
it's brilliant, but thinking that, Wasim Akram was almost saying, like, bowlers, because of the nature of the game, bowlers have almost lost the art of just holding your line and length and trusting that gets you your wickets.
Almost just trying to bore the batter out. Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, you're trying to test their patience, and a lot of the batters now don't have as much patience because, they'll do something to throw the bowler off their line and length. But again, it's down to the bowler's discipline and skill, isn't it? Is to make it difficult. But that's where Balderson's quite impressive. He's got very repeatable action.
Yeah, he's really consistent, isn't he? This season in the Championship, he's probably bowled more overs than anybody else for Lancashire, and he's probably the most economical bowler as well. He's certainly 30 odd wickets this campaign, far off that. Top wicket taker. He's a go-to man quite a bit in red ball cricket for Lancashire. Nice shot. Right before out towards the point boundary, it is. Timed nicely away by Alex Lees. Racing along this quick outfield. 4 runs to end Balderson's second over. 11 without loss, Durham, chasing 321 to win.
Good start from Lancashire. 4 overs in, just the 11 runs. Not found their first wicket yet, but keeping it nice and tidy. Would they feel comfortable defending this total?
I'm sure they will, but I wonder whether they might think they've left some runs out there. It might just be a little bit short, which means they might have to make 320 feel just a fraction more than what it is. It's nibbled away, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Past Emilio Gate. Bell, the keeper there, the Centurion, first time he'd reached 3 figures for Lancashire. That was a lovely moment for him earlier on today.
You can tell how much it, meant to him. He was punching the air in delight, but it was great to see Bohannan's reaction too, and he was very happy for his partner. It's a long time coming for George Bell.
Let's put a second slip in here as well now. Yes, he got 99 in a county championship match at the start of last season against Hampshire, and he was run out on 99 as well. And, I spoke to him after the game. It's one of those slightly tricky ones where he's obviously got his best score. He'd batted really nicely, but was 1 short of a fabulous 3 figures. But he spoke very nicely about his disappointment, but also about how he's kind of hoping that he could have used that disappointment, used the experience of getting into the 90s, and when he gets there again, it'll be, he was saying, hopefully a little easier for him. But yeah, it's over 12 months ago. Had too many chances in the county championship team this season. Very well put together century today for Lancashire in the One Day Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, there's no worse feeling than getting out in 99, and especially run out. They call it the nervous 90s,
Well, he was certainly eager to get that run at Hampshire last season. I think he memory serves me right, he kind of pushed it away to point. A bit of hesitation, do we go for it? He went for it, and he was well short.
And he probably had that PTSD moment, out in the middle today, and he's on 99, and he's like, just hit it in the gap this time, and it makes you do funny things, doesn't it? Because he, almost saw it when he was on 49, and balls that he was previously he was finding singles quite nicely. He then was a bit finding the fielder all of a sudden. Makes you do funny things.
As you say, Sachi, it was a lovely reaction from Bohannan at the other end when he got to 3 figures. Tidy stuff here by Bailey.
Just thumps the pad and just lands in the offside. Another dot. Again, another fantastic over. Just 1 run coming off it. So only 12 after 5 overs are Durham. Bit of a slow start to the chase.
It is. It's a contrast to Lancashire's start. I wonder whether they've been too concerned by that. They'll obviously see how Lancashire played on the pitch. There's plenty of runs there to be had. So maybe just getting in and getting a little platform to build on. And if it's a slow start now, you can, I guess, catch up a little later on.
No, I think one thing that...
Oh, it's got through Harris, hasn't it? It's gone for 4, actually. I thought Harris had come across to cut that off.
Yeah.
But just got underneath the captain's body. Is it mid-off? Sneaks underneath his body and down towards the boundary for 4.
Actually, it was quite difficult to see that one, wasn't it? It genuinely looked like Harris got hold of it, but then just sort of sneaked past him. Again, fielding, is going to be key here. There were a lot of moments where the ones got converted into twos and twos into threes for Lancashire. And that's guided nicely down to third, just for a single for Emilio Gay.
Yeah, it was a big part of the partnership, wasn't it, Bohannan and Bell? With some lovely shots in there, and we talked a lot about the boundaries that they hit, but actually they did run really well between them. I mean, Bohannan's pretty sharp, isn't he, between the wickets? And Bell's no slouch. And they were able to contribute ones and twos in between the boundaries.
And the wind's picked up again slightly in our tent.
Oh, Badger and Coombs tent.
Got a big sort of Badger and Coombs sign to our left. Does that scare you?
It's a little bit menacing, isn't it? Yeah, it's got kind of beady eyes, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's really staring.
Here it is. See just behind Callum, behind us. There's a
right there.
Badger. Nothing on that. Off the bat of Emilio Gay.
I think the keeper and Sutton Corden were excited, but Balderson didn't really look that interested. I think keepers are the most excited, aren't they? And then
yeah, a bit of kidology there, wasn't it? I think with it from George Bell. Bit of bounce there, wasn't it, from Balderson? So a couple keep a little low, like as you were batting. Did you hear about the case of the mysterious wire?
No.
The chewed wire. So obviously all the cabling was put in place yesterday, so we could bring you the broadcast here. And the Badger and Coombs team, who were behind Lancs TV, arrived at the ground this morning. Something was wrong. It's a good shot. That's out towards the leg side. He's picked that up beautifully. Bouncing over the row of seating. Bouncing, I think, past the potable loose and maybe even out the ground. It's a lovely shot for six.
Well, he picked that up really nicely, did Alex Lees. Just drifting on his pads. And he just whips it away over mid-wicket. Big six in the end. Way over the crowds. Big bounce into the van. Oh, there it is, that Badger.
There's the Badger, yeah. Look at that. Look at the beady eyes behind there. That's quite off-putting, that, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't quite like that.
Well, something.
Sorry, the wire.
This overnight managed to find its way in towards the ground. It's in the air, but short of mid-wicket. And chewed through a couple of cables. So they dispatched a team of investigators to look at this CCTV footage to see if they could find this mystery creature. Nothing clear on the CCTV as to what was responsible for this. So rumours are spreading round.
It was a badger.
Could have been a badger. Could have been a badger. What else might chew through a cable? Could be a rat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something's been creeping around the outfield at night, chewing the cables. So panic this morning. Crucial cable is chewed through. Oh, yeah. A mysterious creature.
Mysterious creature. I like that.
Nicely played. Clipped away off the pads out towards deep backward square leg. 4 runs. Nicely timed.
Just getting a bit of groove, aren't they, these two now? Score moves to 30. A couple of boundaries and all of a sudden they just look a little bit comfortable in their setup, their movements, decisive footwork. Again, excellent running. Big shout there. Great pick-up and direct throw, but he was in comfortably, was Alex Lees.
Yeah, it's a good job they're both on the same wavelength there, wasn't it? That they were both agreed that there was a single. Okay, with a direct throw, any kind of moment of hesitation could leave you potentially short. Nice work from Marcus Harris. Quick pick up and throw by the Lancashire captain. Lees was home.
Again, brilliant bowling by Bailey. Good little comeback, just held its line. Whiskers past the outside edge. Just holds its line and length does Bailey. He's always known to do that again. Bailey. Again defended nicely by the bat of Emilio Gay. The end of the 7th over. Score is now 31 without loss.
A couple of spinning options, of course, for Lancashire. I'm sure we'll see Avran Shetty a little bit later on. Shetty's got 8 wickets this season. It's been a real kind of breakthrough competition for Shetty, hasn't it? He's got runs and he's got some wickets as well. Chipped in with 20 odd earlier on today. He's got 72 in the competition, of course, debut season for him. And given a contract for the one-day cup competition.
Bowling at the rear end, replacing George Balderson.
He's been very impressive. I think he's been, you know, the find for Lancashire. I think he's been in and around the setup now for a couple of years, where he's really come through the age group and played a few second team games, and he's a solid cricketer. You know, can be a solid all-rounder. Good to see him get his opportunity and sort of make it count, really.
Into the attack pretty early on here. That's 7 overs. And Shetty coming into the attack. And here's Lancashire's leading wicket taker through the group stage so far. Slip in place as well. At the left arm spin of Charlie Barnard. Harry Singh, a spinning option. It's a lovely shot down the ground. Beyond the diving Will Williams, who's on as a 12th man, went tumbling away to his right. Bouncing over the rope for 4 runs. Good looking shot by Alex Lees.
Very good looking shot. And this is going to be the test for him, you know. Is he going to flight it up like he just did there? And, you know, with only 2 fielders allowed outside the ring, it's a bit of a different sort of time for him to bowl. Should be a real test. Again, he's bowling against good quality batters here. He's quite young as well, isn't he?
Yeah, just 21. But some impressive performances for the second team, both with bat and with ball. Rewarded with this contract for the one-day cup.
Again, that's punched nicely by Lees off the back foot and finds his way to the fence there. So 2 boundaries coming off that over of Shetty. It's made that look very effortless. Beautifully struck. Score now moves to 39 for no loss after 8.
It was a lovely shot, wasn't it? He played 2 lovely shots in that over. That lofted drive back over Shetty's head for 4 towards long on. and carved away through the offside for another boundary.
Tom Bailey to continue. Got such a young sort of bowling attack, don't they? And then you have Tom Bailey, who's been around for so long. But it's interesting to see what sort of mindset that they come with when you're coming into a competition like this. But as well, you know, bowling, the more you bowl, the more games you play, the better rhythm you get.
Mm-hmm.
And again, using the experience of Bailey to complement the younger bowlers. I'm excited to see Tom Aspinwall bowl today.
Yeah, it's one thing that I think is improved in the last couple of years, isn't it? That those players that perhaps get called up for the 100 or get the 100 gig to begin with and don't quite make it, so they're just being sat on the bench or carrying the drinks, are allowed to come back and play some cricket in this competition.
If I'm honest, you know, if you're one of the younger ones and first ones to be picked, and unfortunately if you're not making your debut in the 100, it's actually, you get the best of both, because there's no, as great as the tournament is, no player likes to sit on a bench for 4 weeks, you know. So if you have the opportunity to play competitive cricket, you know, you'd want to take it up, because it gets you better as a cricketer. And if the opportunity arises then in the 100 format where injuries come about and you're then called up to play, you feel confident in your skills to deliver, and you feel confident going into that game, and that's exactly what franchises would want. Another no ball signalled, so it'll be a free hit for the batters for Durham here. Second one for Bailey. Be interesting to see how what we call in here, sixth or a dot. He takes a big flash at it, and it's a dot ball. And well, Bailey 2 no balls, but you know, luckily he's made them well.
Yeah,
he's not giving anything away.
No.
Yeah, neither has cost them. So
you don't see that many times the free hits amounting to much, do you? I always find it, but I'd love to see the stats on that. How many times a free hit actually is punished by a 6 or a 4, and how many times actually does it not really come to much?
That's tucked away nicely by Emilio Gay, just for a single. Yeah, actually, you don't see that often, do you?
No.
Especially now.
It doesn't seem that way, does it?
Batters really tend to get hold of it, so. I think I'm getting good at sign language. Pulled away nicely, but there's protection in the deep, so it will just be another single. It's a good little partnership here going between these two. Set ourselves up for an interesting match here.
Yeah, they've just, after a pretty steady start, wasn't it? A couple of 3 or 4 overs in, but managed to push things along nicely. Experienced batting pair, aren't they?
Yeah, I think a few boundaries here and there really helped them think push the score on a little bit.
Interesting that Lancashire have got Ivor Ashetti into the attack pretty quickly. inside the power play. He's going to bowl 2 overs inside the power play. 3 frontline seamers. And then spin of Shetty and Barnard. Harry Singh's an option for them as well.
I think it's interesting to see, you know, with Shetty, who's got ball turning away and he's put a long on in place, but now he brings it up. I would have almost assumed the other way. Little change in field, so it's deep square leg, deep backward square leg now in place.
Punched up towards mid-off for a single for Emilio Gate.
2 and 2 for Marcus Harris.
Yeah, he's got his eye in, hasn't he? He's got the radar spot on.
I know the batters have made it in both times, but it does make you think a little bit when the fielder hits 2 and 2, just to be like, oh right, okay, that's what they've done.
Just that little element of doubt.
Yeah.
Whether to try and take Marcus Harris on. Finds a gap through cover. Aspinall will sweep round to complete the fielding. Smart work out on the cover boundary. Single for Lees, he moves on to 30.
Again, similar field, set to Lees, long on and long off are up. It's to field a square of the wicket. And it goes to just almost show what type of length he's looking to bowl as well. Probably not wanting to give that flight. Partnership, and the score is now 47.
That's a nice shot. Down towards a long off boundary. Up and over. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Pushes Durham over the 50 mark. 51 for this opening partnership between Lees and Gay. Lees moves on to 34, not out. Nice lofted drive by Alex Lees. Timed it beautifully.
I think there's protection out in the deep, so just be single. So another good over here for Durham. 11 runs.
Yeah, they're ticking along quite nicely, aren't they? That's a 10 over.
10 run over.
Power play done as well. Good stuff. Lees 35, Gay on 12. A pretty calm, solid approach to this run chase by Durham. Opening power play completed. 52 on the board. Haven't lost a wicket, so a really solid platform to build on. Bailey into his 6th over from the pavilion end. Sachipai managed to not completely destroy the commentary box, just partially. Callum Flynn's back alongside me.
A decent start, hasn't it?
Yes, Durham? It has, yeah. Solid stuff by Lees and by Gay. And then a run down to 3rd man.
Through him as well.
It's gone for 4. Tumbling attempt to stop it by Charlie Barnard. Couldn't quite cut it off. Game moves on to 16. Playing a miss there.
Oh, pretty well, and it's on Bailey for no reward. Been by far the pick of the Lancashire bowlers so far. Beating the outside edge a couple of times. Lancashire could just do with a wicket. This partnership just going along pretty steady.
Flashed away through the leg side. That's a lovely shot by Emilio Gay. Brings him 4 more through mid-wicket. Maybe the pick of the bunch so far in this reply by Durham. 61 without loss.
Yeah, beautiful shot from Emilio Gay, the Durham left-hander. He's been tough going for him so far, but that boundary might just get him into his rhythm, into his timing.
Goes straight this time. Balderson's at mid-on, shy at the stumps towards the bowler's end, trying to run Emilio Gay out. Slightly frantic single. I think he felt for a second he may have been a little bit of bother with a direct hit. Scrambles home for 1. And brings Lees back on strike. This is barely 6 over in this opening spell. And the single just clipped away off the hip down to fine leg to complete it. It's a couple of boundaries, one leg by, and they ran 2 in that over as well. So 11 gone. Durham 63 without loss. Alex Lees on 36. Emilio Gay on 21. Target of 321 to win for Durham in what is almost a little playoff game between these two sides. Winner just about staying in the hunt for qualification, and the loser pretty much done.
Sticking with the spin, Lancashire, it's going to be a change. Harry Singh, he's a bit more of a traditional off spinner. Was it a bit quicker, a bit flatter? Arav Shetty just not quite settling into his rhythm in his first couple of overs. It's a tough ask for a young spinner bowler in the power play with only 2 fielders outside the circle.
Yeah, I suppose it's a reflection on how well he's impressed so far in this one-day cup for Lancashire this season. That they're happy to get Shetty in early.
Yeah, he's had a good tournament so far. Some nice little cameos with the bat. One today, 27, I think he ended up nas out. Some lovely flamboyant shots. And then a little bit of mystery spin that he's offered in this tournament so far. That one's played nicely into the leg side. I think it's brilliant. Oh no, there's a diving effort, but he palms it onto the rope. Yeah, it's a great effort, but it's another boundary for Alex Lees. Going along nicely, 40 off 39.
Yeah, again, you thought had done the hard work to get there, try and flick it back, but enough on it just to creep over the rope.
Lafferwick coming on just as a sub fielder, I think. Maybe just a cut of the hand as he took that dive.
Yeah, good to see Blatherwick out there, having missed the group campaign with an injury. Certainly weakening Lancashire's attack, having to call upon a couple of younger players.
need some of your good painkillers.
Like a little dislocation of the finger, that didn't it?
Yeah. Wish I didn't see that, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Some heavy painkillers will be needed.
Yeah.
Oh,
goodness. Well, it's a pretty tough ask, isn't it? This is a hard, rocks hard, dry, scorched outfield, and flinging yourself here, there and everywhere trying to stop the ball. Lots of long sleeves on by the Lancashire fielders.
Yeah, they're not long sleeves. You've got them kind of physio bands that they give you now, them tubey grips. You've got a lot of them.
Got down on the scrapes.
Yeah, scrapes all over your elbows and your knees. The outfield as firm as the square with the summer that we've had.
Unforgiving surface.
Change of bowling at the pavilion end, replacing Tom Bailey. Number 13, Tom Astonwall.
So Bailey's opening spell comes to an end. 6 overs for 26, and just a touch unlucky, Bailey, in that spell not to find a wicket. Beat the bat on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, he certainly was, and Lancashire could so do with a wicket.
Tom Aspinwall, his replacement.
He absolutely nailed that. It's a backward point,
didn't he?
I think Will Williams does the fielding. We've not seen Josh Bohannan yet either on the field. Will Williams has been out there since the start of the innings. Hopefully that's just a little cautionary issue, nothing too major.
Short ball from Aspinwall. Good short ball too. Oh no, he's called it wide.
Yeah, square leg gave it a wide. I don't think the standing umpire, I don't think was too keen on giving it at first, but some real good pace there from Aspinwall.
He's not had a ball for a while, has he? Away with the Manchester Originals, hasn't played in the 100 this season. A few little niggles as well, which has prevented him being involved too consistently for Lancashire this season so far.
I'll be itching at the bit to make an impact today for Lancashire.
Oh, that's a good-looking shot. Pulled through mid-wicket, hit firmly. Bollerson couldn't cut it off. 4 runs for Lees. Takes him to 45, 75 with that loss.
Brilliant from Alex Lees. Ever so slightly back of a length from Aspinwall, probably not short enough really to challenge Alex Lees, but he gets on that pull shot so quickly, plays it nicely in front of square.
Driven to mid-off this time, and there's no run. But a second team game for Lancashire against Essex at the back end of July. Tom Aspinwall, and then T20 games through June and July. Gay sent back by Lees. Not risking the arm of Tom Bailey. He's at mid-on. Final ball of Aspinwall's first over. 3 dot balls to end that first over sent down by Tom Aspinwall, so 6 coming off it. 75 without loss. Lee's on 45, Gay on 23. Target of 321 to win for Durham. And there's a bit there to come. Rhodes, Ackerman, Robinson and Borthwick.
You won't find many better top sixes, will you, in the tournament? It's an absolutely outstanding top six. Plenty of experience. Plenty of left-hand, right-hand combinations as well, which is always a beauty to have in white ball cricket. Like I just need to keep plugging in. Keep trying to build pressure through dot balls and singles. Try and keep the boundaries to a minimum.
Driven through mid-off for one. And the Aura bowler light, Charlie Barnard, currently off the field. We had a good view of it as he came past our commentary box, and I'm not so sure we're going to see him bowl neither.
No. Looked a pretty nasty one. Could be a big miss for Lancashire as well. It's on his right hand and the lads are asking him to get back on and bowl.
I'd have a bowl.
The ball left arm off spin. It's a tough school. But it could have a say, couldn't it? 10 overs of someone like Charlie Bernard, left arm off spin. A real good young prospect. You might have liked this surface as well, a little bit dry.
Hit firmly. I think Singh just got a little bit of something on it. Going low down to his right. Enough to take a bit of pace off the ball. Just be a single instead. End of the over. 14 gone. Solid start. 80 without loss. Lee's on 47. Gay on 26. Charlie Barnard's just on the other side of our media tent, getting some medical attention on his little finger.
Even all the stewards are coming to have a look.
Offering a bit of medical advice. No, I'll tell you what's wrong with that lad.
Get all these bibs on.
Let's run down to third man, just be a single.
Aspinwall's probably the quickest of the Lancashire seam attack today. Someone who bowls a pretty heavy ball, someone who really hits the pitch. He's got a few variations as well, which he'll use during the innings. Nice fielding from Marcus Harris, who cuts that down to a single. We'll bowl the bulk of the death overs as well for Lancashire at the end of the innings.
Come back for two, aren't they here?
Yeah, we've seen it in the first innings. You can push the fielders out on this outfield, try and turn them ones into twos because of the unevenness with how dry the outfield is. It sometimes just kicks a little bit just before you look to pick it up, so it's a bit of tentative fielders out there just trying to pick it up clean without making too much of a mess and potentially keep conceding a 4, so they are putting on the pressure with the running. Just got sight of it again.
Oh, that's in the air. Michael Jones comes in, takes a very good catch. Coming in from deep square leg. Good work by Jones. And a breakthrough for Lancashire. Emilio Gay's gone for 29. Aspinwall finds a way through. But thanks to Jones with a fabulous catch running up from the boundary. 84 for 1.
Yeah, good bouncer from Aspinwall, angling it across. Emilio Gay, ball constantly going across him, so it just means he can't quite connect with it the way he wanted to, straight up. It was a good catch in the end from Michael Jones. He settled himself well just before taking a little bit of a dive in front of himself. But it was good from Aspinwall, not quite in rhythm. Emilio Gay, a little bit of a struggle. He got to 29, played some nice shots, but never quite looked like in full rhythm with this Liverpool Cricket Club wicket. Just looked a little bit out of sorts.
Hung around for a decent opening partnership though with Lees.
And the incoming Durham batter, number 48, Colin Ackerman.
Ackerman coming in next.
I wonder if that's a case of left hand, right hand. Ackerman at 3. Don't know if he's been batting 3 throughout this competition, but I think it'll certainly help counter the spin and just offer Lancashire potential to not settle with the left hand, right hand combination, especially with the spin of Harry Singh and Shettit.
No, I think Rhodes has batted 3 for quite a few games this season in this competition. Yeah, Rhodes has been at 3 for Durham for the bulk of the One Day Cup. Just rejigging the order. End of the over. Dismissal of Emilio Gay. It's a success for Aspinwall. We've had 15 overs, 84 for 1.
Yeah, brilliant over from Aspinwall. His first wicket of the day, and Lancashire's first as well. Emilio Gay, top edging, a pull shot looking to be positive. It's just a little bit too high and a little bit angling away from him. Didn't quite get enough bat on it. Picks out Michael Jones at deep square. Harry Singh will continue. Got long on, long off. A deep mid wicket and a deep cover. That's left-handed Alex Lees. Might just change ever so slightly to the new man. Ackerman mid-off comes up. And just stick to a deep square, deep cover and a long on. Good from Harry Singh, just showing signs of a little bit of spin. Ackerman on the slog sweep. It's a brilliant shot all the way for 6. He gets that nicely, clears the rows of spectators out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. It's a positive shot early on from Colin Ackerman.
Yeah, a couple of sighters, wasn't it? A couple of forward defensives and then into his slog sweep. Caught it beautifully. Well, further questions and problems here for Lancashire captain Marcus Harris. Need to find some overs that were due to be bowled by Charlie Barnard. Take a single and keep the strike as well, Colin Ackerman. 8 coming off that over. I think he's nudging towards a half century. He's unbeaten on 49. Ackerman's on 7, so 92 for 1. 16 overs gone.
Shows why the left-hand, right-hand combinations are so good in that last over when Lees gets off strike, brings Ackerman on strike, it's spinning into him, it's much easier to hit. Spinning into you, go with the spin, the slog sweep of Ackerman. It just offers another challenge to Harris and the Lancashire spinners.
LBW shout, but maybe just sliding down the leg side. It clipped the pad of Colin Ackerman. I suppose having that kind of flexible batting lineup is what you ideally want, isn't it? In certainly these types of games, these run chasers try and balance out the batting. If you can keep the left-hand, right-hand combinations out there. This will be a single. Might even be 2, but it's certainly at least 1 for Lees, and that'll bring him a 50. And he'll jog back for a couple. Nicely played by Alex Lees. No fuss. 51 of 51. Nicely paced. And he's put his side into a very strong position already here at 95 for 1 in the 17th.
Yeah, really good innings so far from Alex Lees. The opener, 51 off. Same amount of deliveries.
Quick single, just drops it into the offside. Ackerman running towards the danger end. Harry Singh with a pick up and throw. Yeah, good work by Lees. 50, including 7 4s and a 6.
Quite a daunting figure to run in and bowl to, isn't he? He's a really big lad. Alex Lees is tall, strong. Anytime you miss your length, you know he's going to punish you.
Dot to end the over. 17 gone, 96 for 1. And it's quite an imposing physical presence, isn't he? Out in the middle.
He was the first. Well, he was one of the first openers, wasn't he, in this new Bazball era that we chat about, and there was a lot of talk about he was a bit harshly treated when he didn't get reselected and they dropped him because he had a couple of decent tests for England when he was taking on that new role.
Yeah, test debut coming in 2022.
Bowling from the River End, number 18, Arab Shetty.
In March of that year on the tour of the West Indies, his final test match coming later in the same year against South Africa. 10 test match appearances for England for Alex Lees. So he's not played a test match since 2022. Shetty's back into the attack. Yes, he was a victim of being adjudged not to score quick enough, I think, wasn't he?
Yeah, and he still scored pretty quickly as well, didn't
Yeah.
he? I remember some of his innings against South Africa in that series. I think that was the first real Bazball series, wasn't it?
Yep.
And I remember he got, I don't know if it was at Lords, I think he got a 60 odd, and he batted really well.
Yeah, that West Indies series was the end of Root's captaincy, wasn't it? Before the change.
It's been excellent for Durham though. Real all format batter as well.
Yeah, good signing for Durham, wasn't he? He was excellent for Yorkshire. Got stack of runs, didn't he? Lees and Lythe were outstanding opening pair for a couple of years for Yorkshire.
Was that when Yorkshire, did they go back to back?
They did, yeah. Yep.
Shetty just a little bit slower, not as quick, not as flat. Lees thinks about the slog sweep, but changes his shot and just tries to turn it away into the leg side, gets a leg by.
End of the over, 18 gone, 99 for 1. Lees is knocking on the door of, in fact he may just have gone past 3,000 list A runs now in his career. I think this 53 takes him beyond 3,000 list A runs, averaging 42 coming into this game in his list A career. 82 list A matches, 7 centuries, 21 50s. Hit that 22 50s now. Joe Moore's out on the point boundary there for Lancashire. Nephew of Peter. Pulled out towards the leg side. A single for Ackerman. Brings up 3 figures for Durham. 100 for 1.
Pretty steady time as well. 5.5 and over. With a loss of 1 wicket.
That's hammered away through the leg side. Crunched through mid-wicket. Whipped away with force from Lees. Brings him 4 more. He moves on to 58. 105 for 1.
Yeah, it's a thumping shot from Alex Lees. The off-cutter from Aspinwall doesn't quite get his length right. Just allows Lees just to throw his hands through the ball.
One century so far this year's Metrobank One Day Cup for Lees. An unbeaten 138. High scoring game against Middlesex. The Centurions for Durham. Lees, Rhodes, Robinson, Gay. 5 batters this year in the One Day Cup have all reached 3 figures for Durham. End of the 19th over. Couple of problems here for Lancashire captain Marcus Harris to solve, and he's a bowler light as well in his bid to try and find a breakthrough or two. 19 overs gone, 106 for 1.
Yeah, a couple of problems for Marcus Harris. Charlie Bernard will take, I don't think, any further action today. Looked like a dislocation of his little finger on his right hand. So potentially lost 10 overs of Charlie Bernard's left arm spin there. Think about taking a single. Excellent fielding from Moores in the cover region. Cuts off any single.
Shades. Ooh, got the shades on.
I know I have. The sun came out. It's quite warm now.
Do you know what? I've actually lost mine, so a good pair.
I'm normally one who will forget them on a day like today. I did see him on the side, so thankfully they was out already.
Yeah. Always carry a pair of sunglasses. I think it's a better time for Shetty to come in now. Felt like he was a bit under the pump at the start, you know, 2 fielders out. Someone with the experience of Alex Lee's. Difficult situation for him to bowl in. But if he can get an important breakthrough here for Lancashire, I would feel like he's done his job.
Yeah, even as an experienced spinner in the game, it's always a struggle bowling them power play overs, isn't it? With a brand new hard white ball, 2 fielders out, it's always a tough ask for any spinner.
Yeah, absolutely. It is, especially someone who's quite new to this setup. Not quite timed that by Ackerman, but just come through for a single. I think it's that situation where they're ticking along nicely, or Durham. I think that probably scoring rate was quite similar to that of Lancs. Really need to find a wicket. That was struck hard, and what a brilliant effort there. At short extra cover by Moores, it was absolutely flew off the bat. He was supermaning to his left.
Absolutely thumped by Alex Lees, wasn't it? A bit of a drag down from Shetty, and Alex Lee on the back foot slapping it through. Extra cover, I think Joe Moores in that over. +5 in the cover region, saving 5 runs in there. Little things like that though can just help you. Just try and buy a wicket from somewhere. Just that little bit of energy and a little bit of lift in the spirits in the outfield. It's crazy what just a bit more positivity can do.
I think I kind of saw Marcus Harris talk to Charlie Barnard here, who really poorly damaged his finger, and he said, "Which hand is it?" And he said, "Oh, I think he said it's my right hand." And he said, "Oh, you can still bowl then," which he can actually.
He certainly can. I won't like it hit back at me.
He's just said like, "Come on and bowl, and you can go off again."
Tough skill. Marcus Harris runs, and that's smashed through straightish mid-wicket. So drag down from George Balderson, his first over in this second spell. None for 18 off his first 3. And then that first ball dragged down, thumped for 4 from Colin Ackerman. A quality shot.
Yeah, absolutely. Just rocked back and picked it up beautifully. Again, that is beautifully timed and a diving effort by Bailey, and it really just beats him. That was a great shot. I think Tom Bailey just almost did a goalkeeper dive and slide there, and the ball raced away. So back-to-back boundaries now for Ackerman.
Yeah, pressure straight on Balderson. Nice drive on the up. Just beats the diving Tom Bailey. Marcus Harris is going to backtrack to long on. Fine leg comes up.
Just a bit of a swing across the line there, and being quite close to the half stump. So actually required and current run rate, so required is just under 7s and current is a bit 5.6, so they're on target.
Yeah, especially with just being one down and the experience and the bulk of runs to come. The likes of Robinson and Rhodes.
Just needs to sort of think about his bowling changes and where he's going to find that wicket from at the moment. Durham looking quite comfortable in this chase.
Yeah, it's so hard as a captain when you lose a bowler. You're relying on potentially 10 overs from Charlie Bernard. So all the equations will be going now in Marcus Harris's head. Who to bowl, how many overs have they got left? Do we need to save them for later on in the innings? Harrison might have to just take the overs of Charlie Bernard. Harrison would probably be the sort of backup bowler in this side naturally. But now he might play the role of the second spinner with Shetty.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the likes of Harry Singh as well. Just all of a sudden looks a little bit weak in that bowling lineup. Goodness, driven lovely, beautifully, and it finds its way to the fence for another boundary for Alex Lees. He just sort of opened the face of his bat and just punched it through. Beautiful timing. The ball is really racing off the outfield now.
Yeah, 13 off that George Balderson return. Looks tricky here for Lancashire. Not much happening. Looks pretty flat out there in the field. The wicket doesn't look like it's offering too much. Lancashire just need to try and create something. Just need to try and create a bit of energy in there, try and force a mistake out of this Durham pair. Colin Ackerman on the reverse sweep. He'll find a couple.
Deep cover does well in the end to try and sort of stop that one. Jack Blatherwick, the substitute fielder. Again, that's been a bit of a blow there for Lancashire, hasn't it, not having him playing.
Yeah, he's someone who would offer a little bit of extra pace, wouldn't he? Extra pace, hit the deck a little bit more. One of them bowlers who does the hard yards in the middle when the ball's not offering much.
I think even with the experience that he will bring in, you know, to this sort of a young bowling attack, it really is go lightning quick at the moment off the surface.
And it's so, we spoke about it earlier, didn't we, in the first innings, it's so tricky to field on an outfield like this, because as a fielder you're always hesitant to really attack the ball, because it's not often you pick up one clean on a bobbly outfield like this. We can see Lancashire's fielders struggling a little bit with it so far. The Durham batters are putting them under pressure as well, constantly thinking about the two, so then it forces the fielder's hand, they have to attack it, and that's often you might get the mistake.
I feel like I'm missing out. The sunglasses crew. Oh, that is straight to extra. And Shetty gets his first, and it's a big wicket of Alex Lees. This was what he was brought into the attack for. Brought back the captain and straight to Moores at extra, who's been brilliant there. And a big wicket for Durham, and a really crucial moment here for Lancashire to claw back into the game.
Yeah, it's a wicket from nowhere, really. Shetty just pitching it on off stump. It was probably over pitch, and Alex Lees is probably really frustrated with himself that he hasn't took advantage. He tries to go into out over extra, but he just hits it at a comfortable height to Moores. He takes a brilliant catch. He showed off his fielding ability in the previous over for Shetty, and now he takes a catch for him and gets Lancashire their second wicket.
Yeah, brilliant. I think, you know, he didn't want to walk off, did he? He almost looked so disappointed with that one. He'd done all the hard work. He's played beautifully for his 64 of 66. Just felt like a touch half-hearted. You know, he didn't quite go through fully with it to go over the top of extra, so just caught himself in between, that in-between shot that we always speak about, almost like a check drive.
Yeah, it felt like he was in that sort of too relaxed mode that you sometimes get in, doesn't it? As a batter, you're hitting them well, you can sometimes just switch off ever so slightly. But it was a good innings from Alex Lees. He's started this run chase off strongly for Durham, 126 for 2, just short of 6 and over. So it's the platform that they needed in this run chase of 320. Brings Will Rhodes, another left-hander, to the crease. He's had a really good campaign so far in the Metro Bank One Day Cup.
Again, pressure's been created here by Lancashire. Well, you know, was an easy one before, now has been turned down, and you can tell they're right back in it now. 22 overs gone, 126 for 2.
Yeah, that'll be the conversation as well as a new batter in. Can we try and just build a little bit of pressure? And the man to potentially do that is still going to be George Balderson. 13 off his previous over. Colin Ackerman took it in just to a couple of short deliveries.
Again, you can just tell the energy in the field has been lifted a little bit with that breakthrough. Just seeming a little bit more buzzier in that field.
Yeah, you've got some young lads flying around in that outfield of Lancashire. With a couple of experienced boys in there. Always been a good fielding outfit. Lancashire, something that I think they've always took pride in. And you've got someone like Stephen Croft as interim head coach. You know, your levels of fielding have to be up to scratch. And it's such a big part of the game now where you can potentially turn a game on its head with a bit of brilliant fielding here and there. How many runs you look to save as a team in the field, where in the past it's been something that's been not exactly forgotten about, but maybe not as much focus on compared to batting and bowling.
Again, that is driven beautifully, but a good hand there by Tom Bailey. Definitely saved 3 runs there. Beautiful looking shot by Will Rhodes to get off the mark.
Excellent on drive, Tom Bailey this time. Very similar to the over before from Balderson. This time he gets a hand on it and stops. Saves 3 runs, stops the boundary. Can they just find a couple of dots here, Lancashire? Can they just start to build a little bit of pressure from one of the ends? Got deep point, long on, deep mid wicket, and a third man as a 4 out for Balderson.
Again, that is pulled away behind square and 4 runs. Just drifting onto the pads and just whipped behind square. Just poor delivery again here from Balderson. He's not quite getting his line or length as when he's come back now.
Yeah, someone who you're so used to just hitting like a 1p piece on the wicket. He never really budges. Constantly hits a good line and length. Someone who Lancashire have been so reliable on in all formats of the game, whether white ball or red ball. That's a little bit more like his length, just top of off. Just them short balls, just not something you see often with George Balderson. Marcus Harris back on the field, maybe just taking an over off just to see what was happening with Charlie Bernard. I think he might have made his way to hospital potentially to have a look at his finger.
It's pointing the other way, wasn't it?
Yeah, didn't look good.
Said I've had my fair share.
Oh,
that's a good one, that, isn't it? You can't even look at it.
Is that a cricket one as well?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm not quite blessed with my left hand. I've got 2 very damaged fingers. Can they run the first one hard and comfortably come back for the second? Yeah, just yeah, not some. This one was the pinky. Yeah, diving on my left and it got
Stuck
jammed.
In.
Yeah. Just pointing the other way, you know.
God. A bit squeamish with stuff like that.
I was gonna say.
Yeah. When Charlie Bernard walked past, and he was very proudly showing everyone his finger. To be honest, he didn't seem phased at all.
Did that get jammed in the floor as well? I
think so, yeah, because he was diving, wasn't he? Stopping.
Yeah, because he went one-handed, right? Yeah.
I reckon that might have been a case of sticking in the outfield.
I think sometimes that's what happens when the surface is hard and it's dry. You sometimes get a bit caught, and it doesn't give you sort of the give, I'd almost say, to slide
Just
across
slide.
it. Again, he's not finding a great deal of turn either, is he? He's just trying to sort of mix his pace, put some variations in there to make something happen. But yeah, it seems like it's gone flatter and flatter now.
Yeah, he bowls pretty quick, doesn't he? Which sometimes can take that aspect of how much turn you're getting out of it. It can sometimes go against that, and he might have to bowl a little bit slower if he wants to generate something out of this pitch. But like you say, it does seem like it's getting flat. Haven't seen too many signs of unevenness in bounce. Seen the odd ball staying low in Lancashire's innings. There's a few under edges, and we've seen the struggles with the cut shot, which often indicate a slow and low wicket. But so far, Durham making it look pretty flat out there. It's a nice pace from Shetty to finish up. A bit more air, allowing it time to grip. 137 for 2 after 24. Durham.
One more over till the drinks break. I think if Lancashire can try and squeeze another wicket in, be ideal. I think, you know, like it will be we're set for an interesting game here, and set for an interesting second 25 where, you know, both teams very much in the game.
Yeah, if Lancashire go bang bang, they'll be right on top. But Durham at the moment well in control of this run chase, you would say. Required rate just ever so slightly over 7s, but that's no issue in the modern game.
I even think like when it says 10 and over, I still sometimes back the batting team to chase that down. I think 15 is maybe when it starts getting a bit ridiculous.
Yeah. 15. 13, 14, 15, I think that's when
it gets a little bit out of hand. But
start having to,
even with 10s, you genuinely feel you're in with the chance, a good chance.
Especially with the way they play this modern game. We're on an out ground as well, so the boundary's not quite as big as somewhere like Emirates Old Trafford. So you tend to have a boundary that's more hittable than some of the others. So still fancy the chances, like you say, even if it gets up to 100 off the final 10. Cricket and flatter from Harry Singh, who's been given the job of trying to get a wicket just before drinks.
It's gone straight up in the air, but lands safe of Shetty there at short third. A little bit more over the keeper, a bit too straight for him to get there. The attempt of a reverse sweep. Switch sweep. Yeah.
He's so close to getting that wicket just before drinks. Then Harry Singh finding the top edge, bit of a false shot from Ackerman. He'd have been frustrated with himself, I think, if he got out then just before the drinks break. If they can go in the final delivery before drinks now with these two. 139 for 2. They'll be pretty happy with that first half of the chase. Oh, it's just pushed down the ground from Rhodes, gets a single, takes the score on to 140 for 2. Rhodes on 8 and Ackerman on 31.
Yeah, we're set for a really good second 25 overs or so. Basis sets here for Durham. Be looking to get a few wickets for Lancashire. The game is poised beautifully. So we'll be back in a few minutes after the drinks break.
For 2. Elsewhere, down at Chelmsford. 37 overs gone there. Essex are 230 for 2 against Morgan. They won the toss and played the bat. Southampton. Hampshire finished on 297. Like that, Nottinghamshire are 101 for 2. Also at Leicester. Leicester finished on 312 for 5 in their 50 overs. Derbyshire were replied to that. Just at the end of the 24th over, are 144 for 2.
Welcome back to all our viewers here at Liverpool Cricket Club. So Durham now are set up beautifully, 140 for 2. They're 25 overs, chasing 321. And Lancashire again got a breakthrough just before the drinks break in about the 20th over, and really looking to kick on and make a few more breakthroughs, but the game is poised beautifully.
Yeah, you'd say probably Durham would be the happier of the two sides going into that drinks break. But if Lancashire can find a couple of wickets in clusters.
Oh, he's climbed into that one straight after the drinks break, and he gets hold of it over the mid-wicket. Couple of bounces, 4 runs.
Yeah, not the start. Lancashire would have wanted Shetty not doing too much wrong, just straying onto the pads and just over pitching ever so slightly to Will Rhodes, who helps himself with mid-on up.
And again, he attempts to almost drill it down the ground, but doesn't quite get hold of it. Yeah, with mid-on up, it's a very risk-free shot, I think.
Yeah, he's just pushed him back now, well, from that boundary.
I think it's been a bit more, don't know about your thoughts on it, it's a bit more reactive in terms of field placements than proactive.
Yeah, it feels like they're just kind of drifting through the innings a little bit at the moment, Lancashire. They kind of got gifted, you would say, the Alex Lees wicket. I think he'd be a little bit frustrated with his execution of his shot, just hitting it straight at Moores in the extra cover region. So just feels that they haven't really bowled or executed just to one plan yet, has it? They've not getting too many dots in. Durham batters are being gifted a boundary each over, so it kind of just stops any momentum building for Lancashire.
Yeah, exactly that. And then, you know, we've often sort of asked the question, like, should long on and long off be up, and all of that. Again, it was quite a freebie that for Rhodes, wasn't it? And there was no risk involved in it at all, and climbed straight into that one.
At the start of the over as well, you know, as a batter you have conversations, chatting about can we get a boundary first ball of the over or last ball of the over, and then, you know, it really, if you get it on the first ball of the over, it really puts the bowler under pressure for the remainder of the over, and then the last ball of the over, like you say, it just kind of ruins what could have been a good over, so it takes momentum constantly with the batting side.
Again, that's swept beautifully, but there's a fielder out a deep backward square leg, so it will just be cut off and kept to a 1. But yeah, I think you know, it's interesting because I don't think singles will hurt Lancashire here too much. It's the boundaries, the odd boundary that's sort of causing them a bit of a dent, because they'll build up sort of a string of 1s or have a few dots in there, and you know, out comes the boundary, and then that's what's costing them at the moment in terms of Durham being slightly ahead.
Yeah, and when they get that boundary as well, just kind of some excellent fielding from Harry Singh, who deflects it onto his own stumps. So he deflects it onto the stumps at the non-striker's end, who Will Rhodes, luckily for him, stays in his crease.
Very much bowls like over his head, doesn't he? It's the best way to sort of describe it, is that instead of, he's such a tall young lad.
He slowed it down. He used to bowl a lot quicker and a lot flatter, did Harry Singh. So I don't know if it's something that he's been working on, just to try and bowl a little bit slower, to maybe try and generate a little bit more out of the surface, just to allow it to grip. But obviously in the white ball game, you need them variations in pace. As a spinner, you often play on a lot of flat wickets, which don't offer much. So you've got to be able to take control of your spin and to try and sort of get one over on the batter in that aspect.
you know, arguably he might get more bounce with that action. We know he's got good height, and if he's releasing it from above, almost like over his head, he might be getting more bounce. Maybe more of a top spin.
Yeah.
Than your conventional off spin.
Yeah, when you bowl spin it over the head in terms of the action, you tend to find that it's more top spin, don't you? You generate the bounce instead of the sideways spin, and that's something that Harry Singh might be looking for with this white ball. There's lots of messages being run on by medical staff and substitutes. I think Lancashire have already got a couple of subfielders out there as well. We've not seen Josh Bohannan come out in this second innings.
I think Shetty here is just straying a little bit straight in terms of his line. I mean, he's got a deep cover, a deep backward point, and a long off, but a lot of his line seems to be, onto the pads a lot more now. Long off has come up. So I don't know whether, almost feel like he's going a bit too straight.
Yeah, it might be, like you say, the dominance of the field. Whether he feels more comfortable bowling into the pads of the batters and allowing the batters to hit out into them gaps, into them pockets. That's a nice shot from Will Rhodes. And it gets himself a 4. Joe Moores tries to preempt which pocket Rhodes is going to hit it, and he goes to the wrong side, and it opens up a big pocket for Rhodes. Just a punch. He just leans on it more than anything.
Kind of feel there for Moores a bit, because he sort of predicted, where he was going to go, but if he just was standing where he was supposed to, he probably would have stopped it. It's a bit unfortunate. You've played much cricket at Liverpool?
I've not played here before. I don't think I played here in district cricket or anything like that back in the day when trialling for Lancashire and stuff. We might have done a day here potentially, but from the top of my head, no, I've not played here before. It looks a beautiful ground. I don't mind playing your club cricket here every Saturday, would you?
It's a lovely setup, isn't it? Good pavilion, good sort of pitches generally they have here.
They've even got paddle courts as well.
It's a new thing.
It's
a new thing.
It's a new trend.
We've played much.
Played in India when we was on tour there, and did we play in Sri Lanka? No, we just played in India. But yeah, really
hot
enjoyed
country
it.
to play some paddle.
Yeah.
At the end
Swap
of
the pairs very quickly.
Oh yeah. End of the 28th, 152 for 2. Yeah, I think surely it's quite, I think, fairly priced, would you say, in India?
Yeah, I can't remember what we paid for it. It was just 2 random courts with pickleball as well. Just
that's
on the
massive there,
Yeah, just on the side of the road somewhere. But it was really good. It was nice just to get away from cricket, especially when you're on tour and you're often stuck in your hotel and stuff like that. It's a nice sweep from Ackerman, who's swept pretty well this innings so far. It looks like it's a real option for Colin Ackerman against spin.
It's quite expensive to play paddle in England.
They're going up everywhere now, aren't they? The courts, they're flying up. Like I say, it's the in thing. See cricketers as well.
It's the new golf.
Yes, yeah.
It's a new golf for cricketers.
You have to be good at paddle next.
Bit short of a length and just tucked away. They'll just take a single. Thought about it too, but Blatherwick does well to cut that off. Yeah, you got to be good at paddle now. You're either a golfer now or a paddle.
It's a lot shorter of a game as well. Paddle, I think I'm taking that on instead of golf. Harry Singh round the wicket to Rhodes. Deep cover, long off, long on, and a deep mid wicket. Obviously just the 4 out in this period. Oh, and he finds a leading edge of Rhodes, a little bit quicker, a little bit flatter. Rhodes trying to turn that into the leg side. It nearly carries to Balderson at backward point.
It's a good change in pace there. I think, first few deliveries were quite slower. Fires that one in. Again, slows it down, but behind square and swept away and helped on its way by Rhodes. He's not going to miss out on that. 4 runs to finish what was a very good over.
Again, that boundary coming at the end of the over. Only 3 singles, and then it was 2 dots. Harry Singh, can you get out the over well? But sadly, I think it was a nice change up in pace, but it was just straying down the leg side. So it basically just gives Will Rhodes a free hit, and he sweeps that well. And just from that one shot, you've got 7 off the over, and all the pressure's just been released, hasn't it? So
absolutely. And how many times have we sort of seen it in this innings alone, where they can't quite seem to get out of the over, and that's been the key, because the bowl, 4 amazing deliveries and just a couple almost just stray here and there. Aspinwall back into the attack. Again, foolish and driven hard, and Shetty comes in and attacks and just misses the stumps.
River end, place now Shetty, number 13, Tom Aspinwall.
Yeah, just again the partnership beginning to brew, beginning to build. Aspinwall just trying to get his rhythm, isn't he? Coming back, not bowled in a game for a while.
yeah, he bowled well in his first spell. There's a little bit of a threat with the short delivery as well. He bowls a really heavy ball. The quickest of the Lancashire seamers today. And he's got a lot of variation as well. He bowls a good Yorker. Got some good cutters as well, so he might be someone that's brought on to try and break a partnership, and he'll bowl some overs at the end as well.
I don't think it's a bad idea to bring in variations. We saw Ben Rain for Durham do it really well, and how effective that was. He kept the tight lines, but he bowled variations, and that really was, what rewarded him with those 4 wickets. When you looked at a lot of those wickets, they were off his variation deliveries.
Short ball again from Aspinwall. A couple of bounces out to the square leg fielder. Yeah, he kept it so simple as well. I think that was what was impressive about Ben Rain. For probably 7 of his 10 overs, he was just hitting a line in length, just dragging it around ever so slightly, just getting the Lancashire batters to try and hit him off a length, and then deeper in the innings, that's when he went to his slower balls. That's a wide overhead height. Yeah, he only really brought in them variation, didn't he, just at the end, which brought him a lot of success. Like you say, it brought him 2 or 3 wickets. At the end, he finished with 4 altogether.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it's up in the air and it's chipped straight to mid-wicket. And such a soft dismissal here for Ackerman. But Lancashire will take it nonetheless, and Aspinwall gets his second.
Yeah, another one. Chipped to Moores. This time he's at mid-wicket. Fuller of a length, following up from the short ball wide, the previous delivery. Ackerman maybe just keeping his weight a little bit back. He mistimes it. He's aiming really at mid-on. It's a bit of a thick inside edge. It goes to Joe Moores at mid-wicket, and he does the rest. It's the 3rd wicket for Lancashire, 168 for 3. And again, it's another breakthrough when a partnership was just starting to get away from Lancashire a little bit there.
Yeah, again, just a batter who's set, really, isn't it? Set to go big. And just a very soft dismissal, but good work here from Aspinwall. Brought back into the attack. Just when it looked like Durham were just going ahead and taking charge, Lancashire have managed to claw back into the game. Still got just over 20 overs to go in this game. We've got Ollie Robinson walking out to the middle. And as Ollie Robinson walks out to the middle, Scott Reed walks into the box.
Hello. Could be a big wicket. It's intriguingly balanced, this, isn't it?
That's right. That's what you wanted to do. That it just to all our viewers, Scott Reed's got his sunglasses on.
Well,
he's got his shades from his car. Now he's pretending he can't see the screen because of his shades.
Lovely day, though, isn't it?
It's
Very
beautiful.
Nice. Very nice.
Sun's peeked through at the right time.
A little mooch around the ground. Nice warm day. Good crowd in, 2,300.
You had any ice cream?
I haven't, no. Graham Harcastle, who I thought was a friend and colleague. Turns out isn't. So he went to the ice cream van.
Yep.
I was chatting to him to begin with. And then he said, I'm going to the ice cream van. I went, all right, very good. He comes back with 3 ice creams. I thought, oh, this is lovely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, mate. Not one of them for me.
Just drifting down the legs, I think. Drifting down the leg stump, and 4 runs, but not leg by signal, so I don't believe so. Clearly came off the bat of Ollie Robinson. Well, did he signal leg by? I don't believe he did.
I don't think he did, no. He's got a little bit of bat on it. I thought so anyway, maybe he did. If he did signal leg by, which he must have done, because they've not added the run, have they? So, it's a very subtle signal from the umpire. So no, I've not gone for the ice cream yet. I saw someone come round with a cone, and it had 1 cone and 2 scoops. So you could put 4 lots of ice creams in it.
I love that.
Covered in sprinkles.
Oh yeah. I used to like it in sherbet. Used to do that.
Yeah, that's nice.
I think I still do. I say I used to. I still have that if someone offered me. Harry Singh back into the attack and just hits it, and there's a runners on, and he makes it in comfortably. Does Rhodes in the end? He went straight away, putting the pressure on mid-on. Again, can they just conserve the boundaries that they're kind of leaking, aren't they? They can't seem to get out of the over. They have a couple of maidens, you know.
There's just enough jeopardy on this, isn't there, at the minute? Run rate's okay, it's 7.5 and over, which is fine at this point. Just keep chipping out wickets. Could be in for a decent finish yet.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're in for a humdinger.
Well, there's been a few of these for both these sides this season. There's been some high-scoring games, some tight run chases.
I think again, you know, the fielding's going to be key here, obviously, as well as bowling. I think, you know, getting that body not behind the ball and body on the line and just throwing themselves around, which they you know what they have been doing a lot of. And the energy has picked up slightly in the last sort of 5-6 overs since that breakthrough of Alex Lees.
Yes. Yeah, important breakthrough that, wasn't it? And then to get Ackerman relatively quickly on the back of it. Of course, all this a bowler like, no Charlie Barnard.
I imagine he's gone to the hospital.
Yeah, I think he has, hasn't he, with that like a dislocated little finger, wasn't it?
Pinky.
Little pinky, yeah. Marcus Harris was doing his best to try and convince him to come out and bowl, but...
Swept nicely. For a single. Yeah, you'd want him to do the Shoaib Bashir, hey? The Shoaib Bashir, get it all taped up and you can go to the hospital later, but you just come on and bowl for me. First question he asked him, I think he shouted across. Said, which hand is he? He said, right. So you can bowl then. True Aussie, isn't he? He's a true Aussie.
Wasn't much sympathy there, was there? There's the lads having painkillers and he's with the medics next door. Well, come on then. I suppose you've got 10 from Singh, 10 from Shetty, and 3 seamers, haven't you, with Aspinwall, Balderson and Bailey?
Absolutely. I think Aspinwall really Balderson in terms of variations, I see him as will be key.
It's a good run out this, isn't it, for Aspinwall? Played a decent chunk of T20 cricket in the last couple of months for Lancashire. Not every group game, but he's been involved, but hasn't played any competitive cricket since the T20 back in July, at the end of July. It's a good run out for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Had a few niggles this season as well, which has kind of hampered his season.
He had a very impressive last season. You know, it was his debut season, I believe.
In the
blast,
it was, yeah. I think his debut in this came the year before.
But he was very impressive in the blast with his pace, his variations, and again, obviously, has then got rewarded. You know, being picked for the originals. But it's like I mentioned earlier. It's always good to get some game time under your belt, even when you are playing the big competitions, to get yourself really going again. You know, get that confidence in you.
Yes, his T20 debut was last year, and it came against Durham. I think he got a fifer in that match. It's on the back of a fifer he got against Durham in the Championship a few days prior to that. Let's take a look at he got 4 actually. 4 for 18 in the T20 match on his T20 debut last year against Durham. I'm pretty sure he got a fifer in the game against Durham at Blackpool in the County Championship a week or two before that.
Sedba graduate. Oh, that's driven beautifully there by Will Rhodes. Ever so slightly over pitched and met with a full face of the bat. It's beautiful as you like.
Yeah, just kind of leaned into it, didn't need to force it. Just leant into it, as you say, full face of the bat. Pushed away nicely through straight bit off before.
Yeah, lovely looking shot there. I think that's what they keep finding, that the knack of finding the boundary at the right time, and Durham doing that really well. To move on to 182 in 32 overs. 7 wickets in hand. You can do the math. That's not me. How many runs needed?
Well, I guess the thing to look at here is a couple of things, isn't it, when you get to these run chases? You're looking at run rate required, that's fine at the minute. It's just nudging a little bit up, but it's under 8, that's all right, wickets in hand. And I guess you always get a decent gauge when it comes to the run chase with your Duckworth-Lewis Stern method. So 32 overs in and 3 wickets down. DLS score is 183, so they're right on track. If you go in via that method, which I think is a decent kind of gauge to try and measure your run chase. 183 would be the par score on DLS, and the 181, so okay, but Lancashire certainly by no means out of this.
Absolutely not. I think they just need to find a way to sort of dry up the boundary. You know, can they get a couple of overs without conceding a boundary? Because then, you know, even though the batter shouldn't panic, you know, you're like, oh, I've got a couple of overs without a boundary here. You know, try to almost do something out of the ordinary sometimes. So it's just about, can they get out of the over when they've got a string of good deliveries?
You know, as you say, there has been that little delivery that's just helped to ease a little bit of the pressure. Both due in next, and there's 18-year-old after that into the kind of the bowler as well. Important partnership this. It just sneaks through. Robinson off the back foot, playing a missing.
Can they run it hard and get through comfortably in the end? I think Harry Singh might have shinned that a little bit.
Yeah, it was an awkward height for him, wasn't it? On the throw from Shetty towards the ball, then took a bounce.
Ollie Robinson, he has got 100 in sort of first of the games, one of the first of the games, and in this competition, but seemed to have dropped off a little bit in the last couple. So, you know, be wanting to play last three, even be wanting to play a bit of a captain's knock here.
I suppose one of the things about this Durham batting is at some point someone stood up and got a score for them. Whether it's, I mean, Lee's century, Will Rhodes' century, Robinson, as you mentioned, century, Beddingham, who's not playing in this game, century, Emilio Gay, he's got a ton as well. So they've had at least one batter at some point stepping up and getting a good score for them.
Also gives you confidence when your batters are in form. Just, you know, when you know as a team that your top six are in with the runs and they're feeling good and feeling confident, you almost feel like, yep, we could knock down any total really. It's been set. And even right now they'll really be backing themselves.
Be wide.
I think he's attempted that quite a few times and he's been given wide every single time actually. I think because of the surface, and then we've touched on this quite a bit today, where it's got that extra bounce, and with Aspinwall's pace as well, it's almost taken off too much, isn't he? Maybe he has to go that touch fuller. It's in the air momentarily, but quite safe in the end.
Third over of this spell for Tom Aspinwall, 1 for 8 from his 2 previous overs, so good little spell this from the river end. It's his 7th over, so he's got 3 left. Captain Marcus Harris will have thoughts on how he's going to end this for Lancashire with his bowling resources. He's got Bailey with 4 left. Balderson's got 5 left. Shetty's got a couple. And Singh's got a couple as well.
He's got 135 to win of 99 balls. 7 wickets in hand. That's pulled away hard, but Blatherwick does well to just cut that off and keep it to a single.
Yeah, Blatherwick out there as 12th man. Got Will Williams out there as a subfielder as well. Mentioned Charlie Barnard, who's gone off for treatment on his finger. No Josh Bohannan. He wasn't moving particularly freely when he was batting, was he? So he's got a little bit of an issue. It's a powerful shot. Muscled up and over mid-wicket and out towards the boundary for 4.
Again, a bit of a loose delivery there, just short and on about the fish stump line, and Robinson pounces on it, ruck backs and picks it up nicely over the mid-wicket. Fielder, a couple of bounces and 4 runs. Again, is that boundary in the last few balls of the over.
Yeah, dot ball to finish it. So 191 for 3. Robinson 10, Rhodes on 34. There's wickets in hand here, the biggest strength that Durham have got. 130 from 96. They've got 7 wickets in hand, albeit the recognised batters, Borthwick in next, and then young Bowman to follow. A couple of all-rounders to result. Rain can hit it towards the back end, and you're into your numbers 10 and 11.
I think Lancashire here got to know that they're only 2-3 wickets away potentially from touching the tail, and given what happened in their innings when the platform was set, they lost 8 wickets for 65 runs. just got to hold their nerves a little bit and find a plan and almost try to create something or stick to bowling to their field and trust that it's going to come.
Will be Singh to continue. 6 on the spin from the pavilion end. Gone for 21 from 5 overs in this spell, so excellent comeback from Singh. Went for 3 overs for about 20 in his first spell, and he's come back very nicely. 5 overs for 21 second time round.
Harry Singh to continue. Again, a bit of width and driven beautifully. Big chase is on, but the ball wins. What a brilliant looking extra cover drive there by Will Rhodes. Takes the score to 38.
It's lovely timing, isn't it? He's got 2 fielders on that boundary on the offside, Blatherwick and Williams. Managed to work that beautifully between the pair of them. Lovely shot. Driven firmly away through extra cover for 4.
He timed that beautifully, didn't he? He didn't try and overhit it, just trusted his timing and the bat flow and just made it look very effortless. I think just attempted to get a bit innovative there, did Ollie Robinson. I'm not sure about that shot. I think Will Rhodes might have just said that to him. Short third is in place as well. Free hit.
No ball.
Again, that is picked up nicely, over-pitched. Free hit, over-pitched, and down on one knee he goes and picks it over mid-wicket for another 4. No ball as a spinner. It's got to be criminal. No ball signalled, or because of the fielder.
Yeah, it could be. Maybe not enough inside the fielding circle.
Again, a bit short of length and wide signal. Bit of a late signal by the umpire, but wide. Don't know about that either. He kind of moved a little bit.
Yeah, so it's a tricky one, that, isn't it? That's a nice shot. That's going to be 4 more. Playing it late. Lovely late cut out towards the point boundary for 4. Good over this for Durham.
It's turning out to be really expensive here for Lancashire, and that very crucial point as well.
Awkward bounce in front of Shetty. That's going to be another 4 down towards wide third.
Catches the edge of Robinson's bat. He looks to sort of rock back and cut it away again, but a bit of a nasty bounce there for Shetty, and almost goes to stop it because it's a half volley, but bounces over his head in the end.
Ooh, that could have been nasty, yeah. That might be 4 more. Can Jones get round to cut it off? Oh, he's done well. He's prevented what would have been a 5th 4 in the over. Come back for 2 instead, but
21 runs coming off that over. Really, really expensive that for Lancashire, and that could really hurt them. Given the context of the game now, equation is only 108 of 90 balls, 15 overs to go, 7 wickets in hand. Desperately need a wicket.
Yeah, it's pushed them, having been behind on DLS just a couple of overs ago. It's pushed them nicely in front by some distance, actually. 213 for 3. DLS score at the end of that over was 198, so good over for Durham. They are Right back in charge of this run chase. Lancashire, as Sachi Pai said, needs some wickets here. A couple of wickets changes things quickly at the minute. Robinson and Rhodes. We've got Durham nicely on track here. 213 for 3. See a bowling change. Tom Aspinwall's 3 overs, 1 for 15. He's replaced. Balderson comes back in for Lancashire from the River End. Callum Flynn is back with us in the commentary tent. I'm going to say gazebo, but that might be over-egging it a bit.
No, it's a nice tent.
Lovely.
Thankfully we got no wind today either.
No, that was an issue at Blackpool.
Yeah.
We had a very squeaky tent at Blackpool.
Could have been an issue at Sedbergh as well. Or it was for others.
Yeah, this is a kind of effectively Lancashire's first home game, isn't it? The Northamptonshire game at Sedbergh was abandoned without a ball being bowled. And then they went on a road trip away games in York and Somerset and Sussex and Kent, and finishing with 3. Stopped by Will Williams, put away by Robinson, pouncing just in front of Williams at backward point.
The issue for Harry, of course, being one bowler down and in Ali Bernard, but it's rotating them bowlers that you've got now in short little spells and working out who's suited for which situation best, who's the best death bowlers for him. That's to the stage where they need to defend runs at the end. Another no ball.
The third, I think, of the innings. A couple of overstep. We think one was a fielding issue, with not enough fielders inside the circle. A couple of bowlers have overstepped along the way as well. It's a free hit for Rhodes. Yeah, Bailey's got 4 left, hasn't he? You'd probably expect him to bowl at the death. Balderson's come back in replacing Aspinwall. That leaves Aspinwall with 3 overs to bowl. And a couple for Shetty, is 1 for Singh. Free hit this. Just be a single. It's actually hit down the ground towards long on. Yeah, well, taking a bobble or 2 on its way, but should have been stopped on the long on boundary. It's gone for 4.
Yeah, it certainly should have been stopped, but it's that pressure of the Durham batters looking to go for 2 as a fielder. You then just stiffen up a little bit because you're trying to collect the ball and throw it in, release it as quick as possible. That little bit of pressure just makes all the difference, and he misfields that and get a 4 off the free hit. Durham have done that well in this innings. Lancashire did it well as well with Bell and Bohannan, trying to turn them 1s into 2s, and sometimes them 1s will actually turn into 4s because of the trickiness of the outfield and how dry it is.
It's been a good little period this, hasn't it, for Durham, the last 3 or 4 overs. Runs have come a bit more freely. End of the over. It's a 223 for 3. Rhodes has 45, Robinson has 26. 98 of 84 with 7 wickets in hand. Looks a very manageable run chase now.
Yeah, it certainly does. Lancashire desperately need to go bang bang, you would think. 2 wickets in quick succession. Still got some batting to come. Have Durham as well. Maybe Bailey 4 overs left. Is it worth giving him 2 overs soon, and then you don't want him say 4 if the game's virtually done before that? You probably need, you'd think Lancashire need a wicket in the next couple of overs just to make some kind of hole at one end, some kind of pressure. Arav Shetty's going to replace Singh. Singh's only got 1 over left, but it's quite an expensive over in his last. Robinson just ticking along nicely. 26 off 23.
Yeah, those last couple of overs just allowing Robinson and Rose now just to tick along nicely. They've had a couple of good overs there that have pushed them right back on track.
Yeah, they've got it to a stage, haven't they, where they can just bat really.
Yep.
They don't really have to take much risk. You're going to get value for runs. So the wickets. Looks like it's actually got better throughout the day. Didn't have any signs of, you know, being a minefield or anything in the first innings, but every now and again just one stayed a little bit low. As long as they keep rotating the strike, the bad ball will come, which has come a little bit too often in terms of Lancashire this innings.
Yeah, there's been a boundary ball not too far away through the course of this reply. That's a good shot. Improvisation by Robinson. He tried it the over or two ago and didn't make any contact with it, but scoops it nicely there over the top of the keeper's head and down towards the boundary for 4.
Yeah, Shetty's a lot quicker and flatter than Harry Singh, so you're getting more value with that shot off Shetty. It'll just run off the face a lot quicker, whereas Harry Singh's a little bit slower in this game. Probably a bit more of a trickier shot against the slower spin. And he goes again. He misses it this time. Bell takes a nice little take. I can imagine them being pretty awkward for a wicket keeper behind the stumps.
Always forced a change to the field. Joe Moores, who was at mid-wicket. He's at backward point. Short third goes a little bit finer. Just drops it out towards mid-wicket, where Moores was located, and takes 1.
Yeah, not too sure about that field change. You've already conceded a boundary in the over. Can you not get out the over with a dot? Just gifting him an easy single, which Robinson just happily takes.
Done well, these two. They've just up the tempo a little bit, haven't they, in the last 5 or 6 overs, putting together now a partnership of 62 for this 4th wicket. Not too many alarms, really.
Yeah, the concerning thing for Lancashire is they've upped it without any real shifting gears themselves, have they? They've not exactly played with more intent. They've just been playing good cricket shots, been hitting the gaps. They've just been playing clever cricket, getting the singles around them boundaries and just keeping that scoreboard ticking over.
Three other games taking place in the A Cup today. The 3 other games are in Group A. Lancashire Durham are in Group B this year. Group A fixtures: Hampshire against Nottinghamshire, Leicestershire against Derbyshire, Essex against Glamorgan. That's a day-night game at Chelmsford. Essex are batting first. 340 for 5 in the 48th over. Centuries for Wesley and for Allison. So 340 for 5, Essex against Glamorgan after 48 overs. Derbyshire 199 for 3. They've been set 313 to beat Leicestershire. Derbyshire 199 for 3 after 35. Chasing 313 to win. The Notts are 174 for 3. Nottinghamshire Outlaws. And their target to beat Hampshire at the Utility Bowl is 291. Muscled high in towards the leg side. Catch it in the crowd if you can. Over the rope for 6. I don't think it was caught in the crowd neither. There's a couple of attempts and a few arms up in the air. Strong shot for 6 though.
Yeah, really good pick-up shot from Robinson. Again, Balderson missing on his length shot. That's been his miss today. He so often hits a good line of length.
It's in the air down the ground, bouncing in front of Shetty on the long on boundary. Single for Robinson moves him to 39.
He so often hits an excellent line and length, but he's just bought a lot of shorter length deliveries today, which have conceded runs, which isn't quite like Balderson.
Yeah, final ball of his 7th. Single down the ground. Keeps Rhodes on strike. Gone for 55. Balderson from 7 overs. 238 for 3. 83 to win from 72. And 7 wickets remaining for Durham. A few Durham fans in the ground today. Had a little wander around the ground. I was off commentary before.
Yeah, I've seen a couple walking by this morning. Nice to see a few away support. Each bowler now for Lancashire going to have to bowl out, which is the big issue for Harris. You know, someone going around the park, maybe someone like George Balderson, who's not quite getting it right today. You'd love to just bring on that 6 bowler, but now, sadly, with the loss of Charlie Bernard, it sounds like a dislocated, maybe even a fractured finger. He went off pretty early, even before he could get on to bowl. Lost 10 overs there of a frontline spinner.
There isn't another option really for him, is there? I suppose if Bohannan's out there, he could bowl a bit of off spin, which he has done, a bit of medium pace as well in the past.
Yeah, Bohannan would have been the one, wouldn't he?
He would.
I still don't think we've seen him at all yet. Will Williams is still on the field. They've used a fair few substitutes today. Lancashire.
Joe Moores, but he's a wicket keeper. I don't think Michael Jones bowls. Yeah, you're kind of out of options really. What he's got, what he's got to work with. It's just, they say, it's just having that extra option, that 6th option, isn't it? Just to give, to mix it up, to change it up, just to give someone a bit of a break if they need to. Just gives you that extra bit of dimension, doesn't it, without having to rely on 5 bowlers.
Yeah, definitely, because they haven't really had an end that's been controlled, have they, throughout this innings, Lancashire? They've had to keep mixing it up, but when you're mixing it up and you're bringing a bowler on that's been going at 6s, 7s and 8s, you know, it doesn't, that threat isn't really being applied, and that pressure isn't really being dragged into your corner. And that's a brilliant half century from Rhodes. He's having a fantastic competition in the Metro Bank One Day Cup for Durham. 50 or 48 deliveries, coming pretty quick pretty quick time as well.
Yeah, 6 fours in that knock for Will Rhodes. As you mentioned, he's in the runs, isn't he? Leading run scorer for Durham in this year's Metrobank One Day Cup. 400 runs now. Thick end off for Rhodes. A couple of 50s to his name. He's now got a 3rd. strong number. They've got a strong top order. Of course, no, David Benningham has played 3 group matches, not featuring today. They've got Lees and Rhodes, Robinson, Gay, Borthwick. There's quite a bit there.
Add Benningham into the mix. You've not got a bad 7, have you?
Still got half a chance if they get these runs, Durham, of just trying to sneak into the top 3. They need 77 from 66. And Lancashire needs some wickets.
Yeah, they're having to continue with Balderson as well. Still 3 overs out of his 10. Let's play down the ground. Oh, and there was half a chance at one stage. Alec Robinson targeting the side screen. Doesn't quite get enough of it. Gives Arif Shetty the glimmer of hope. Take the diving catch, but he gets nothing on it. Goes for, I don't know if it went for 4. Or it carried all the way.
Almost managed to get across the ground, didn't he? So it's just a little chink potentially for Lancashire. Couldn't get there and attempt to catch. Went for 4.
Really good intent though from Robinson. Start the over, trying to get an early boundary against Balderson. He knows he's under pressure. He knows Lancashire don't have many options. If you can try and get a big over, maybe off Balderson here, then it really does trouble Marcus Harris, the Lancashire captain.
Makes such a difference, doesn't it, when you can get a boundary off the first ball of the over. It just changes the complex, isn't it? The nature of the rest of the over. It takes pressure off. You can tap it around for 1s and 2s for the rest of it. You're up with a rate.
Yeah, you can even have a couple of dots, can't you, if you like a situation like this when it's not far off a runner ball. A couple of dots won't be troubling you at all. As Will Rhodes plants that one nicely into the leg side. 1 bounce 4.
Lovely shot.
Just steps across, doesn't he? He kind of plays like an on drive in a way. Very straight bat. Just plinks it. At times it really nice. Just see him there, just like a hug over to the leg side. 2 boundaries in this over. Real problems for Lancashire now.
Slower ball from Balderson. With a loopy full toss. Nine off the over. Not too much trouble. 40 gone, 10 to go. 7 wickets in hand. And 68 required. Rhodes 54, Robinson 47.
Yeah, 9 off the over and 3 dots as well in the over. So that's the issue. Lancashire have got the early boundaries in the over. And then the boundary to finish the overs are just kind of killing any pressure that they can try and build. The dot balls ain't exactly gaining. It's more Durham just being able to give them, just being able to ease off a little bit, not having to take any risk. 68 of just 60 balls now for Durham. Harry Singh's going to finish his spell. None for 62 off his 9 so far. He's probably bowled a little bit better than what them figures suggest. Harry Singh. He's bowled some pretty good areas. He's varied his pace pretty nicely. He's hit the bat a couple of times.
Number 16, Harry Singh.
Yeah, just had a couple of, well, one in particular expensive over. Can he sign off well here? Cut out through the offside by Robinson for a single. He's nudging his way towards a half century. 48 not out.
Only a few years ago he was being tipped for England honours, Robinson. Wicketkeeper batter role, a very good cricketer in red ball and in white ball.
Yeah, it's a good signing from Kent, wasn't he? Good time at Kent. Well thought of. Scores his runs in a way that kind of got his name connected with England. Good player.
Yeah, he doesn't let you settle, does he, as a bowler? He's then 48 have come off 38 deliveries. He's got close to a 50 in no time, really. Moores has been excellent in the field for Lancashire, and the standout fielder out there for Lancashire. He saved. Must be into the double figures now for Moores in terms of runs saved in his positions. Took a couple of catches as well.
Yeah, he's had a good day in the field, hasn't he?
Probably the only one that's quite enjoyed it out there.
Yeah, it's been tough going. Swept away towards the leg side. Blatherwick gets round. Oh, Robinson wants to come back for two, and does. Gets a good 50. Robinson, alongside Rose, are pushing Durham ever nearer towards that victory target. 50 from 39 for Ollie Robinson. 257 for 3.
Yeah, an excellent 50 from the Durham skipper, leading from the front. He'll want to bat through as well and walk off with the victory. It's been excellent so far, very proactive, not allowed any of the bowlers to settle.
That's Harry Singh's work for the day done with the ball. Maybe a little tough, the figures he's signed off with. He's 10 overs to get coming back in to bowl his 10th and final after being replaced. His 9th over, I think, went for 22, but he's signed off with 10 overs for 68. Could bowl a little bit better than what those numbers would suggest.
Yeah, certainly. He varied his pace a little bit more than I've seen in the past. He's known for quite bowling it into the pitch a little bit quicker, a bit flatter. He took on the role of the second spinner really in this game with the injury of Charlie Bernard. So he probably come into this game not expecting to bowl 10 overs, certainly. Alderson to continue. Thought we might have just seen Tom Bailey by now. He's got 4 overs left. Lancashire desperate for a wicket. Durham 61 off 53. Thought he might have just used them overs just to split them up a little bit to around, you know, this stage off at least 5 overs ago, and then 2 right at the death as well.
Blatherwick on the leg side boundary, taking a pretty awkward bobble off this hard outfield. His wicket taking option, his best wicket taking threat has been Aspinwall, hasn't it? He's got three overs left, Tom Aspinwall, picking up 2 for 35. Have to make a bowling change from this end because of Singh bowling out. That's in the air, out towards the leg side boundary. A couple of bounces and over the rope. Slapped away by Robinson for 4.
Yeah, another nice shot from Ollie Robinson. He's picked it up off that length really well all day today. But sadly, he just can't quite bowl that length at that pace. It's a bit of a cutter from Balderson. Dragged down a little bit. Robinson waits on it nicely. Plays it out to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4.
Flashed away again. Behind square on the leg side. Back-to-back boundaries by Robinson. Lovely shot. And low full toss, which he whips off his pads. Away towards the boundary to move to 60 not out. 270 for 3. Durham on the charge towards victory here.
Yeah, back-to-back boundaries for Ollie Robinson. It's well watched from Aspinwall. He's bouncing just in front of him, but takes a heavy bounce.
Yeah, that's fraught with all sorts of danger, that, isn't it? The way that bounced and reared up towards him. And he did well to make sure he didn't do any damage to himself. Might be having a bowl here. Yes. Moving his cap and having a chat with Captain Marcus Harris. 2 batters in conversation. Halfway down this partnership. It's pretty calmly pushed Durham to within sight of victory. They've put on a century partnership as well now. At 4. And the second 4 in that over, pushing that partnership to 100.
The 100 partnership for Fulham's 4th wicket came off 74 balls in 47 minutes. 32 to Will Rhodes, 60 to Ollie Robinson, and 10 extras.
74 balls, that century partnership. 270 for 3.
It's a really good rate, isn't it? Getting 100 partnership off 74 balls. Just gives no opportunity for pressure to build. Just piles the pressure on the opposition with striking like that. Aspinwall from the pavilion end.
Something distracting Will Rhodes. Players waving his arms about. 2 batters are waving their arms about. Someone stood up or moving around, or there's a door open, there's a window open, there's a...
I think it's actually the Durham lot on the top floor of the pavilions, whether it's them.
Marcus Harris, Lancashire captain's got across to have a look. You can see you, mate. Sit down, move to the left, move to the right.
It's brilliant, isn't it, cricket? Like such an etiquette sport and rules and all this and gentleman's game and knowing the rules of the sight screen, but we always walk in the way of them.
That's 4. Not a good ball sent down by Aspinwall first up for this latest spell. Short on leg stump, helped away down towards the boundary. Easy pickings really for a man who now is 62 not out.
Yeah, that's far too easy for Will Rhodes. It's a real drag down, it's a real loosener from Aspinwall.
Teapot, didn't he, at the end of his follow through. It's a nice shot, cracked away through the leg side. We feel it out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Highly impressive partnership this. It's not come with any fuss really, just very steady, calm batting, experienced players, But a lot of cricket, good players here who've managed the run chase, set up nicely by the opening pair, Lees and Gay, putting on 70 off for the first wicket. And at the minute, Durham seemingly nicely on track for a good win here in Merseyside.
They've just been in so much control, haven't they? Like you say, they've given no chances, no half chances. Maybe the one down the ground off Balderson from Robinson, where Shetty took a dive and tried his best to get there, but that was the only ever real chance of these two looking like getting out. It's been a fantastic partnership, and something that if Durham go on to win this game, I'm sure it'll be spoken about in terms of, you know, that's had a massive say in winning them this game. And I think the credit to the way the Durham bowlers fought back as well.
Yeah.
Like, you feel like Lancashire left probably 30 runs out there, maybe. If you had 30 runs on now, it's still very much game in the balance.
Well, it's such a blistering start with the bat, wasn't it, by Lancashire? I don't think Durham bowled particularly well in their first 5 or 6 overs. And even with the two Centurions who both batted beautifully, Bohannan and Bell, they dragged it right back. Picked up, I think, the last 8 wickets for 65 runs in 50-odd deliveries. So a really good fight back with the ball by Durham, and then they've just measured the run chase so far really nicely. They've paced it beautifully. They've never looked a little bit of jeopardy at one stage when Ackerman's wicket fell, thinking maybe. And Robinson drives another one away through extra cover for 4 more. But following the dismissal of Ackerman, they've just kind of sniffed out any sense of danger, really. These two have put together this partnership, and within 40 runs of victory now.
Yeah, they've been ruthless, and that's what you've got to be when you're trying to win a game at this level. You've seen that Lancashire lost a bowler, and all they've done since that is put the pressure on the Lancashire attack. That's been well over. Boundary after first ball, boundary after last. That's the kind of pressure that they've constantly been putting on the Lancashire seamers and spinners. And with that, it never allows you to build pressure as a bowling unit. And when you're out there in the field, things go flat pretty quick. You know, there's no real energy being shown, and sometimes, you know, it just goes flat a little bit too quickly like that, and the game can just drift away very quickly.
Bailey returns, punched down the ground by Will Rhodes, comes back for 2. Bailey bowling his 6 overs in the power play, so hasn't bowled for a while, Bailey. Run out chance here. There's Harry shite at the stump, trying to run Robinson out from a slow ball by Bailey, which was just tapped away into the offside. He's a couple of direct hits as Marcus Harris. Maybe one there could have been a little close for comfort for Robinson.
Yeah, probably the time he really needed that.
Yeah.
The direct hit. That might have led to a dismissal that time.
Can they take 1? Marcus Harris kicks the ground in frustration, doesn't pick it up cleanly, unable to target the stump to the throw. And again, Rhodes and Robinson showing again how well they've run, these two. Within 36 of victory now.
Yeah, and they know Lancashire are a little bit flat out there as well. They're a little bit heavy on the feet, a little bit on the back foot, so tapping and running, getting them singles Bailey with the slower ball. Rose tries to play some kind of chop through the offside. Does well not to get an under edge onto his stumps in the end. .385 for 3. Lancashire in desperate need of a couple of wickets. Durham well in control as Rhodes plays that into the leg side for a single.
Yeah, they desperately need a wicket, don't they?
Yeah, they certainly do. Maybe wickets.
I think you can't take away from the fact that these two have batted beautifully here, not really given anything.
Oh, they've been absolutely brilliant, haven't they? How much in control they've been. The timing's been immaculate of both of their innings.
It has also, not been obviously great as stuff bowling displays in terms of attempting to conserve the runs. I think there's been at least one bad ball and over, which they've not missed out on. I think that's been the key, that any time the ball's been in their arc or a poor delivery ever so slightly, they've pounced on that opportunity, and the pressure has always been on the bowlers, almost made it seem like they've been in control this whole time.
Yeah, the pressure was, well, the extra pressure was added by Charlie Bernard as well, wasn't it, going off injured. So losing that 6 bowler, there's extra pressure on them 5 bowlers, knowing that you can't really get it wrong, and that extra pressure sadly has just showed a little bit with them boundary balls coming a little bit too often. But then, like you say, credit to Durham, they've been absolutely ruthless, and anytime they've had a ball too short, too wide, they've punished it, and they punished it with ease as well. There's been no real chances for Lancashire. There's been no drop catches or anything like that. There's been no real half chances. It's been just a really good professional run chase so far from Durham.
Yeah, it's been really good to watch, actually, in terms of when you talk about blueprint to chasing. It's not far off it, is there? The way they've paced this innings, the way they've gone about it in different situations, it's been brilliant. Again, glorious looking shot there, just lofted over the infield, and another boundary here for Will Rhodes.
Yeah, mid-off up, extra cover in the ring as well. Aspinwall goes fuller, wider, just invites Will Rhodes to punch it over the top. Takes him into the 70s, 72 off 65. Plays that one nicely as well through backward point. Should get a couple.
Yeah, again, I've quite liked when Tom Bailey came on and he bowled quite a few variations. He went for the Yorker, the slower balls. Not seeing that many of slower balls from the seamers.
Especially with the success that Durham had as well at the end of their innings when they needed to get wickets at that time, actually, because Lancashire was well set, wasn't they, after Bell and Bohannan. And if they didn't take wickets, Lancashire could have maybe added 30 more runs onto this total, which would have really made it a close game. But yeah, I'm surprised Lancashire haven't gone to variations more often, but that's what pressure does, doesn't it? Your thinking just goes a little bit skewed, and sometimes you turn without thinking and you just keep running in and kind of bowling the same delivery, expecting the same result. 295 for 3, Durham. Rhodes 75, Robinson 68. 26 needed now from 30 deliveries.
Don't you wish that you just knew when the camera was going to be on?
just so we could like try and look pretty and casual.
Try and actually not look like moody. Like, I always feel like my concentration face doesn't look good. Like, I'd love a little 3-2-1, you know. At least I can look like I'm having a good time.
Just every 10th over or something like that. Just gives
just gives a nod. Yeah. Oh, that is flicked beautifully, but finds a man in the deep, and he loses that wicket. Again, a soft dismissal for Rhodes in the end. Bit of change of pace there from Bailey. Well, we've been screaming about that change of pace, and he's delivered for Lancashire. Could this be a bit of a turning point? Because we saw this for Lancashire.
Yeah, we certainly did. We've seen Durham fight back well in the last few overs with lots of variation, lots of cutters, lots of back of the hand slow balls, and Tom Bailey's done that for Lancashire. I think they'll still need a fair few more just yet for Lancashire to have any chance of winning this game, but that's a brilliant knock from Will Rhodes. 75 off 67. He'll probably be a little bit frustrated, won't he? It was a little bit soft, it was on the legs, didn't quite get hold of it, but most of the dismissals for Durham have been a little bit soft. Batters just getting themselves in. But Will Rhodes set this up perfectly for Durham.
I think he didn't quite go through with it again, didn't he? He just almost flicked it a little bit half-heartedly and almost chipped it. I'd probably would say
like a check win, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just a little check drive. Just tried to kind of punch it over the boundary. As if he went through with his shot. That's probably what he's frustrated with now. Just saying to himself, if I went through with my shot. But he's been timing him so well throughout the day. So Ben Rain is the new man in.
There's 26 left to win of 29 deliveries here. I think, it'd be interesting if Lancashire can get a wicket of Robinson, and then you have two fresh batters at the crease, and what kind of a difference that would make.
Yeah, put a bit of pressure on from both ends, and you can maybe risk bringing one or two fielders up as well.
Again, a brilliant variation there by Tom Bailey into the pitch, but with pace off, just rolling his fingers over.
Interesting that Rain's come in before Scott Borthwick. Maybe he'll look to try and finish this off pretty soon. Left-hander. To try and play a quick little cameo.
And again, just beats the left of Moore there at short extra and just flies away to the fence. That's Bain off the mark. Ben Rain off the mark. What a great nickname.
Bain, yeah, I like that.
Get Bain off the mark. Or Brain.
No, I think that's the plan, isn't it, from Ben Rain? He's going to come in, he's going to play his shots, and he's going to try and finish it with a bit of flourish for Durham. He bowled superb, so why not let him go and try and win the game as well with a bat.
And again falls just short of the fielder at point in Michael Jones. Did well in the end to cleanly pick it up.
They're the ones that you just hate, don't they? Just bounce in front of you. And a
jawbreakers.
Rock hard square. Look away and just let it hit you.
Oh, what a brilliant piece of bowling there from Tom Bailey. Again into the pitch, really slows it down, and Ben Rain just looks to pull that but catches the toe end of the bat, and Bailey leaps to his right for a catch, and another soft dismissal. 2 wickets in this over.
Yeah, you do wonder why Bailey didn't come on a little bit earlier. He had 4 overs left. They've left him right until the end. Obviously, there's the equation of, 5 bowlers are all having to bowl out. You've got no 6th bowler, of course, so that will be playing on the mind of Marcus Harris, but you just feel like it's too late, where these wickets are coming and Durham have more or less already got the game in the bag. You'd hope not for any Lancashire fan. They'll be hoping that Bailey and Aspinwall can still find the wicket of Robinson maybe and then add pressure on. You never know in this game, but I think Ben Rain will be wanting to delete that clip of that dismissal. Chalk end, right at the toe end. I think all his mates will be showing him that replay a bit later on the coach journey home.
I think, even like an over by Bailey in the middle to sort of find that wicket, because how often have you seen when a captain wants the wicket and desperately needs it, he brings on his main bowler. And I think, is that a trick that Harris potentially missed during that middle phase when the partnership between Robinson and Rhodes, and between Rhodes and Lees, that was happening. 2 important breakthroughs was needed, potentially more so Robinson and Rhodes.
It's tricky, isn't it? Because the flip side of the argument, and probably what Marcus Harris is thinking is, if I bowl Bailey a couple in the middle, then I don't have many left for the death in case it goes deep either. So, and that's nicely played from Scott Borthwick. A beautiful shot to get him off the mark. Back foot punch through the backward point region. That picks up another boundary. 2 wickets in the over, but the key thing is 2 boundaries as well for Durham.
Yeah, again, that is beautifully timed that by Scott Borthwick. Wasn't awfully wide, just punched beautifully and timed to perfection. And as we know, this afternoon it's certainly raced away on this outfield, and now Durham only need 18 to win the last 4 overs. Can Lancashire deliver some magic with Tom Aspinwall?
Yeah, Aspinwall, you'd think last over here would have to take the wicket of Robinson for Lancashire to stand any glimmer of hope of winning this game. 18 from 23. Robinson on 68 off 53. He's batted superbly so far. Skipper leading from the front for Durham.
Oh, and that is cheeky and played beautifully by Robinson. Almost makes it into a full toss and brings out his scoop.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot, isn't it? He just gets the inside edge of the bat onto it. Aspinwall thinks he's going to clatter the stumps. Looks like he's going to go for Yorkers, so Robinson's expected that. He's just ever so slightly over pitch, got it on the full.
Which now brings 3rd man up and pushes fine leg back. Again, just rotating that strike after the boundary, making it look very easy now. Just 14 required. I'm surprised that again, I've not seen change of pace from Aspinwall.
Yeah, he's often someone who his best format's probably T20, isn't it? And his variations and his death bowling, the Yorkers, the quick bouncer that he has, but he also has a variation of cutters as well. He's used it once or twice and didn't quite execute and went for boundaries. Maybe it's a little bit of a confidence thing. He's not played much cricket recently. He's been doing a lot of bowling in the nets, but obviously it's totally different when you get out there into the game with pressure on, with something actually on the line. Maybe he just thinks pace into the pitch has worked better for him, but from the looks of what we've seen in the game, variations and slow balls have certainly worked, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Last 2 balls remaining of his spell. Can it be really big if he can finish with a wicket? Him and Lancashire will be very delighted if he can do that. Again, a bit of a play and a miss and a nick, and he's gone! A big wicket, much important wicket. The reaction says it all from the players. And a dot ball.
Again, it's someone trying to play too square on this wicket, isn't it? We spoke about it earlier in the first innings, how sort of the cut shot and them square shots haven't really worked on this wicket. It's more of a straight back, trying to sort of hit in front of square, sort of cover point region, cover region. That's where the success has been had on this surface today. And Scott Barfoot just trying to squirt that one a little bit too square, finds the outside edge. And so far it's been a pretty good return for Tom Aspinwall, 3 for 59. One ball remaining, but it's really good to see him back in a Lancashire shirt, bowling with good pace, hitting the pitch hard. He's bowled some quick bumpers as well today, quick bouncers. So it's promising signs from Tom Aspinwall after a month without too much cricket.
Yeah, he's gotten better and better rhythm as the spell has gone on, and you can tell he's getting a little bit more comfortable as opposed to his first five overs or so. You know, he's really picked better rhythm. He's got better line and length. Coming into this again, got a good pace on him, and you know, surely you've got to think here. You know, can you actually just keep Robinson off strike here?
Yeah, they could get
another wicket.
Get another wicket here and then give Robinson the one. You just never know, do you? Slowly getting into the lower order, the tail end. I'll be hoping for very similar to the first innings with Lancashire. Wickets in quick succession. The last ball of Aspinwall's spell goes for the Yorker. It's been a brilliant spell from Tom Aspinwall, 3 for 59 from his 10. It's been a good return to Lancashire for Aspinwall.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. Good to see him amongst the wickets. You know, he's taken a couple in quick succession. At an important time as well, like, you know, wicket also brings dot, also brings new batter out in a pressure situation. Yes, they have got a set batter at the other end, but you just never know sometimes. Tom Bailey, the experienced Tom Bailey, 2 more overs left from him. Imagine he'll be bowling the last one, but can he deliver some magic?
Yeah, you'd think you'd need the wicket of Robinson in this.
Again, a short, it's in the air, and just one bounce over to Blatherwick, who does really well in the end, and more importantly, keeps Ollie Robinson off strike.
At one stage I thought it was going to be the wicket. It was in the air for a long time, but he got it just over Will Williams at point, and the square fielder was sort of too much, sort of more in front of point. Couldn't quite get round, take the catch. 309 for 6, 12 needed. Anyone other than Joe Moores, the smallest on the field, probably needed a Harry Singh or a Will Williams there. Just over the head of Moores at mid-wicket. Get a couple for Durham.
Cam was just a bit chipped, wasn't it? But when you pick the smallest fielder on the team, you feel a lot safer about that shot. Again, similar looking ball, just a single.
Yeah, more convincing from Bowman. Pulling it out into the leg side. Michael Jones does the fielding.
This is the important one now. You know, can he get a wicket of Ollie Robinson here?
Robinson just needs to just see this out, really, doesn't he? He knows he's got another over of Balderson at the other end. So he knows he doesn't have to take any risk. 8 needed now off 14, so no risk really needs to be taken at all.
I think he knows if they can just sort of tick it along this over, you know, don't need to take any risks really. They're managing to find singles quite easily, so they don't need to play any rash shots, trying to look for the glory hit.
Yeah, you probably see Bowman more take the risk, or try and finish the game off quickly. If anyone, Robinson just bat through and see the game out. This knock deserves for him to walk off as well, carrying his bat. And a fantastic innings so far. I'll look to try and finish it probably in the next over. No batting side ever want it going to the last.
Again, a great slower ball by Tom Bailey. A quick shy at the stumps, and you almost feel like, is there any need to... There's a bit of a shout there, and not given it was all happening again. Like, bit of a wayward throw there, you could almost argue. At this stage of the game, don't feel like you need to launch it at the stumps and come back for the second in the end. You almost feel...
On replay, that looked very close. I think there would have been a big fine handed out to Bowman if he got run out then, because he dropped his bat and picked it back up while trying to run the two. Just leave the bat and get back in the crease. Just get to the other end, leave the bat, don't worry about that. But picking it up, it probably made it a tighter two than it probably was. 6 needed now. George Balderson, who's had a tough time of it with the ball, number 75 off his 9. Hasn't quite hit his rhythm today. Not quite been the George Balderson that so often delivers for Lancashire. Robinson on strike.
And that is pulled away hard, and Aspinwall does really well there in the deep to keep that to a 1. It was flat, it was hard. Gets himself behind the ball.
Robinson's bouncing around at the other end. He's probably frustrated that he's not hit it for 6 and finished it off in one hit.
It was there. It was there,
that
wasn't
kind
it?
of pick-up that he's been playing very nicely. It's brought him 2 6s already in this game.
Just a little bit of a chat between Harris and Balderson, just pushing the fine leg back. Take him in a bit squarer. Again, a slower delivery into that pitch and just a single. So again, not taking any risks as they don't need to. Only 4 to win now with 10 deliveries. He's going to want to finish with a boundary, isn't he, Robinson? He's itching to finish with a boundary.
Yeah, he's going to want to finish. He's going to be the one want to be the man who hits the winning runs. Late 70s. 80 sounds a lot better, doesn't it?
Oh,
but there it is.
Cut it away hard, and it runs to the fence, and that's it from here. As Durham chases down with 9 balls remaining, and Ollie Robinson, what a brilliant captain's knock he's played here. 80 not out of 59 deliveries. Gives himself a bit of room on that one and throws his hands at it. Cuts away beautifully to finish a magnificent chase here by Durham.
Yeah, as a batter you always say, 80 not out certainly sounds a lot better than the late 70s, doesn't it? He wanted to finish, wanted to be the man to finish it, and a lovely shot through backward point for 4 to finish it. A tough day in the field for Lancashire. 321 for 6, chased down pretty easily by Durham in the end. A couple of late wickets which made the scorecard look a little bit more respectable, but it was a tricky day in the field for Lancashire. Lees 64, Emilio Gay 29, Ackerman 39, Rhodes 75, Robinson 80 not out, Ben Rain 4, Borthwick 4 and Bowman 6 not out. So that top order there for Durham doing all the work. Plenty of starts as well. Some soft dismissals. Some of the Durham top order will probably be frustrated with how they got out, but they won't mind too much now. Victory for Durham here at Liverpool, and it was a tricky day for Lancashire.
Yeah, tough pill to swallow that. You know, arguably had a brilliant start with the bat with Michael Jones and George Bell. You know, sat in a beautiful platform with Josh Bohannan and Bell then taken over with the huge partnership of 175. But you almost feel that they were 30 short, they were 20-30 light with the way they were going. The middle to lower order didn't quite take it all the way to the end. And well, their bowling was not quite there. I feel, you know, that they're losing Charlie Barnard to an injury halfway through the game, and then just relying on 5 bowlers was always going to be tricky on a pitch like this and an outfield like this. And yeah, unfortunately for Lancashire, they fall on the losing side again, and probably diminishes their hope of sort of qualifying for the knockout stages.
Yeah, obviously the bowling will be the one that zoomed in on. And in terms of losing the game, 320 on the board, but like you say, you feel like Lancashire was just 30 runs short, don't you, with Bell and Bohannan both getting into the hundreds, but they both got out, I think, in consecutive overs, which really just put a halt to Lancashire's progress, didn't it? There's the scorecard. Bohannan 106, Bell 104. Jones a nice little cameo at the start, and then a nice cameo from Shetty to finish. Excellent bowling from Ben Rain, 4 for 34 from his 9.5. Well backed up from Rhodes as well, who's had a pretty good day, 2 for 40 and 75 with the bat. But Robinson, 80 not out, the captain for Durham, leading them home, and it was a fabulous victory here at Liverpool for Durham.
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks to all our viewers, but we are back on Friday as Lancashire take on Warwickshire here at Liverpool Cricket Club. Join us for the coverage from 11 AM on Lancs TV. Thank you very much and goodbye.
Two names rich in history: Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
Yeah, true.